changing the whole picture. In a way, materialization challenges our conventional ideas about reality most of all. For although we can, with effort, hammer things such as PK into our current worldview, the creation of an object out of thin air rocks the very foundation of that worldview. Still, it is not all the mind can do. So far we have looked at miracles that involve only parts of reality, examples of people psychokinetically moving parts around, of people altering parts, the laws of physics, to make themselves immune to fire, and of people materializing parts, blood, salt, stones, jewelry, ash, nutrients, and tears. But if reality is really an unbroken whole, why do miracles seem to involve only parts? If miracles are examples of the mind's own latent abilities, the answer, of course, is because we ourselves are so deeply programmed to see the world in terms of parts. This implies that if we were not so inculcated in thinking in terms of parts, if we viewed the world differently, miracles would also be different. Rather than finding so many examples of miracles in which the parts of reality had been transformed, we would find more instances in which the whole of reality had been transformed. In fact, a few such examples exist, but they are rare and offer an even graver challenge to our conventional ideas about reality than materializations do. Watson provides one. While he was in Indonesia, he also encountered another young woman with power. The woman's name was Tia, but unlike Alan's power, hers did not seem to be an expression of an unconscious psychic gift. Instead, it was consciously controlled, and stemmed from Tia's natural connection to forces that lie dormant in most of us. Tia was, in short, a shaman in the making. Watson witnessed many examples of her gifts. He saw her perform miraculous healings, and once when she was engaged in a power struggle with the local Muslim religious leader, he saw her use the power of her mind to set the minaret of the local mosque on fire. But he witnessed one of Tia's most awesome displays when he accidentally stumbled upon her talking with a little girl in a shady grove of kanari trees. Even at a distance, Watson could tell from Tia's gestures that she was trying to communicate something important to the child. Although he could not hear their conversation, he could tell from her air of frustration that she was not succeeding. Finally, she appeared to get an idea and started an eerie dance. Entranced, Watson continued to watch as she gestured toward the trees, and although she scarcely seemed to move, there was something hypnotic about her subtle gesticulations. Then she did something that both shocked and dismayed Watson. She caused the entire grove of trees suddenly to blink out of existence. As Watson states, one moment Tia danced in a grove of shady kanari. The next, she was standing alone in the hard, bright light of the sun. A few seconds later, she caused the grove to reappear, and from the way the little girl leapt to her feet and rushed around, touching the trees, Watson was certain that she had shared the experience also. But Tia was not finished. She caused the grove to blink on and off several times as both she and the little girl linked hands, dancing and giggling at the wonder of it all. Watson simply walked away, his head reeling. In 1975, when I was a senior at Michigan State University, I had a similarly profound and reality-challenging experience. I was having dinner with one of my professors at a local restaurant, and we were discussing the philosophical implications of Carlos Castaneda's experiences. In particular, our conversation centered around an incident Castaneda relates in Journey to East Lawn. Don Juan and Castaneda are in the desert at night searching for a spirit when they come upon a creature that looks like a calf but has the ears of a wolf and the beak of a bird. It is curled up and screaming as if in the throes of an agonizing death. At first, Castaneda is terrified, but after telling himself that what he is seeing can't possibly be real, his vision changes and he sees that the dying spirit is actually a fallen tree branch, trembling in the wind. Castaneda proudly points out the thing's true identity. But as usual, the old Yaqui shaman rebukes him. He tells Castaneda that the branch was a dying spirit, while it was alive with power, but that it had transformed into a tree branch when Castaneda doubted its existence. However, he stresses that both realities were equally real. In my conversation with my professor, I admitted that I was intrigued by Don Juan's assertion that two mutually exclusive realities could each be real, and felt that the notion could explain many paranormal events. Moments after discussing this incident, we left the restaurant, and because it was a clear summer night, we decided to stroll. As we continued to converse, I became aware of a small group of people walking ahead of us. They were speaking an unrecognizable foreign language, and from their boisterous behavior it appeared that they were drunk. In addition, one of the women was carrying a green umbrella, which was strange because the sky was totally cloudless, and there had been no forecast of rain. Not wanting to collide with the group, we dropped back a little, and as we did, the woman suddenly began swinging the umbrella in a wild and erratic manner. She traced out huge arcs in the air, and several times as she spun around, the tip of the umbrella nearly grazed us. We slowed our pace even more, but it became increasingly apparent that her performance was designed to attract our attention. Finally, after she had our gaze firmly fixed on what she was doing, she held the umbrella with both hands over her head and then threw it dramatically at our feet. We both stared at it dumbly, wondering why she had done such a thing, and suddenly something remarkable began to happen. The umbrella did something that I can only describe as flickering, like a lantern flame about to go out. It emitted an odd, crackling sound, like the sound of cellophane being crumpled, and in a dazzling array of sparkling, multicolored light, its ends curled up, its color changed, and it reshaped itself into a gnarled, brown-gray stick. I was so stunned, I didn't say anything for several seconds. My professor spoke first and said in a quiet, shocked voice that she had thought the object had been an umbrella. I asked her if she had seen something extraordinary happen, and she nodded. We both wrote down what we thought had transpired, and our accounts matched exactly. The only vague difference in our descriptions was that my professor said the umbrella had sizzled when it transformed into a stick, a sound not too terribly dissimilar from the crackly sound of cellophane being crumpled. What does it all mean? This incident raises many questions for which I have no answers. I do not know who the people were who threw the umbrella at our feet, or if they were even aware of the magical transformation that took place as they strolled away, although the woman's bizarre and seemingly purposeful performance suggests that they were not completely unwitting. Both my professor and I were so transfixed by the magical transformation of the umbrella that by the time we had the presence of mind to ask them, they were long gone. I do not know why the event happened, save that it seems obvious it was connected in some way to our talk about Castaneda encountering a similar occurrence. I do not even know why I have had the privilege of experiencing so many paranormal occurrences, save that it appears to be related to the fact that I was born with a great deal of native psychic ability. As an adolescent, I started having vivid and detailed dreams about events that would later happen. I often knew things about people I had no right knowing. When I was 17, I spontaneously developed the ability to see an energy field or aura around living things, and to this day can often determine things about a person's health by the pattern and colors of the mist of light that I see surrounding them. Above and beyond that, all I can say is that we are all gifted with different aptitudes and qualities. Some of us are natural artists, some dancers. I seem to have been born with the chemistry necessary to trigger shifts in reality, to catalyze somehow the forces required to precipitate paranormal events. I am grateful for this capacity, because it has taught me a great deal about the universe, but I do not know why I have it. What I do know is that the umbrella incident, as I have come to call it, entailed a radical alteration in the world. In this chapter, we have looked at miracles that have involved increasingly greater shifts in reality. PK is easier for us to fathom than the ability to pluck an object out of the air, and the materialization of an object is easier for most of us to accept than the appearance and disappearance of an entire grove of trees, or the paranormal appearance of a group of people capable of transmogrifying matter from one form into another. More and more, these incidents suggest that reality is, in a very real sense, a hologram, a construct. The question becomes, is it a hologram that is relatively stable for long periods of time and subject to only minimal alterations by consciousness, as Brahm suggests? Or is it a hologram that only seems stable, but under special circumstances can be changed and reshaped in virtually limitless ways, as the evidence of the miraculous suggests? Some researchers who have embraced the holographic idea believe the latter is the case. For example, Groff not only takes materialization and other extreme paranormal phenomena seriously, but feels that reality is indeed cloud-built and pliant to the subtle authority of consciousness. The world is not necessarily as solid as we perceive it, he says. Physicist William Tiller, head of the Department of Materials Science at Stanford University and another supporter of the holographic idea, agrees. Tiller thinks reality is similar to the holodeck on the television show Star Trek: The Next Generation. In the series, the holodeck is an environment in which occupants can call up a holographic simulation of literally any reality they desire: a lush forest, a bustling city. They can also change each simulation in any way they want, such as cause a lamp to materialize or make an unwanted table disappear. Tiller thinks the universe is also a kind of holodeck created by the integration of all living things. We've created it as a vehicle of experience, and we've created the laws that govern it, he asserts. And when we get to the frontiers of our understanding, we can in fact shift the laws so that we're also creating the physics as we go along. If Tiller is right, and the universe is an enormous holodeck, the ability to materialize a gold ring or cause a grove of canary trees to flick on and off is no longer so strange. Even the umbrella incident can be viewed as a temporary aberration in the holographic simulation we call ordinary reality. Although my professor and I were unaware that we possessed such an ability, it may be that the emotional fervor of our discussion about Castaneda caused our unconscious minds to change the hologram of reality to better reflect what we were believing at the moment. Given Ullman's assertion that our psyche is constantly trying to teach us things we are unaware of in our waking state, our unconscious may even be programmed to produce occasionally such miracles in order to offer us glimpses of reality's true nature. To show us that the world we create for ourselves is ultimately as creatively infinite as the reality of our dreams. Saying that reality is created by the integration of all living things is really no different from saying that the universe is comprised of reality fields. If this is true, it explains why the reality of subatomic particles, such as electrons, seems relatively fixed, while the reality of others, such as anomalons, appears to be more plastic. It may be that the reality fields we now perceive as electrons became part of the cosmic hologram long ago, perhaps long before human beings were even part of the integration of all things. Hence, electrons may be so deeply ingrained in the hologram they are no longer as susceptible to the influence of human consciousness as other newer reality fields. Similarly, anomalons may vary from lab to lab because they are more recent reality fields and are still inchoate, still floundering around in search of an identity, as it were. In a sense, they are like the champagne beach Tart's subjects perceived while it was still in its gray state and had not yet fully coalesced out of the implicate. This may also explain why aspirin helps prevent heart attacks in Americans but not in the British. It too may be a relatively recent reality field and one that is still in the making. There is even evidence that the ability to materialize blood is a comparatively recent reality field. Rogo notes that accounts of blood miracles began with the 14th century miracle of San Gennaro. The fact that no blood miracles are known to predate San Gennaro seems to indicate that the ability flickered into existence at that time. Once it was thus established, it would be easier for others to tap into the reality field of its possibility, which may explain why there have been numerous blood miracles since San Gennaro, but none before. Indeed, if the universe is a holodeck, all things that appear stable and eternal, from the laws of physics to the substance of galaxies, would have to be viewed as reality fields, will-o'-the-wisps, no more or less real than the props in a giant, mutually shared dream. All permanence would have to be looked at as illusory, and only consciousness would be eternal, the consciousness of the living universe. Of course, there is one other possibility. It may be that only anomalous events, such as the umbrella incident, are reality fields, and the world at large is still every bit as stable and unaffected by consciousness as we have been taught to believe. The problem with this assumption is that it can never be proved. The only litmus test we have of determining whether something is real, say a purple elephant that has just strolled into our living room, is to find out if other people can see it as well. But once we admit that two or more people can create a reality, whether it is a transforming umbrella or a vanishing grove of canary trees, we no longer have any way of proving that everything else in the world is not created by the mind. It all boils down to a matter of personal philosophy. And personal philosophies vary. John prefers to think that only the reality created by the interactions of consciousness are real. The question of whether there's an out there is abstract. If we have no way of verifying the abstraction, there's no profit in attempting to model it, he says. Globus, who willingly admits that reality is a construct of consciousness, prefers to think that there is a world beyond the bubble of our perceptions. I'm interested in nice theories, he says, and a nice theory postulates existence. However, he admits that this is merely his bias, and there is no empirical way to prove such an assumption. As for me, as a result of my own experiences, I agree with Don Juan when he states, we are perceivers. We are an awareness. We are not objects. We have no solidity. We are boundless. The world of objects and solidity is a way of making our passage on earth convenient. It is only a description that was created to help us. We, or rather our reason, forget that the description is only a description, and thus we entrap the totality of ourselves in a vicious circle from which we rarely emerge in our lifetime. Put another way, there is no reality above and beyond that created by the integration of all consciousnesses, and the holographic universe can potentially be sculpted in virtually limitless ways by the mind. If this is true, the laws of physics and the substance of galaxies are not the only things that are reality fields. Even our bodies, the vehicles of our consciousness in this life, would have to be looked upon as no more or less real than anomalies and champagne beaches. Or as Keith Floyd, a psychologist at Virginia Intermont College and another supporter of the holographic idea, states, contrary to what everyone knows is so, it may not be the brain that produces consciousness, but rather consciousness that creates the appearance of the brain. Matter, space, time, and everything else we are pleased to interpret as the physical universe. This is perhaps most disturbing of all, for we are so deeply convinced that our bodies are solid and objectively real, it is difficult for us even to entertain the idea that we, too, may be no more than will-o'-the-wisps. But there is compelling evidence that this is also the case. Another phenomenon often associated with saints is bilocation, or the ability to be in two places at once. According to Haroldson, Sai Baba does bilocation one better. Numerous witnesses have reported watching him snap his fingers and vanish, instantly reappearing 100 or more yards away. Such incidences very much suggest that our bodies are not objects, but holographic projections that can blink off in one location and on in another, with the same ease that an image might vanish and reappear on a video screen. An incident that further underscores the holographic and immaterial nature of the body can be found in phenomena produced by an Icelandic medium named Indridi Indridason. In 1905, several of Iceland's leading scientists decided to investigate the paranormal and chose Indridesen as one of their subjects. At the time, Indridesen was just a country bumpkin with no previous experience with things psychic, but he quickly proved to be a spectacularly talented medium. He could go into trance quickly and produce dramatic displays of PK, but most bizarre of all, sometimes while he was deep in trance, different parts of his body would completely dematerialize. As the astonished scientists watched, an arm or a hand would fade out of existence, only to rematerialize before he awakened. Such events again offer us a tantalizing glimpse of the enormous potentialities that may lie dormant in all of us. As we have seen, our current scientific understanding of the universe is completely incapable of explaining the various phenomena we have examined in this chapter, and therefore has no choice but to ignore them. However, if researchers such as Groff and Tiller are correct, and the mind is able to intercede in the implicate order, the holographic plate that gives birth to the hologram we call the universe, and thus create any reality or laws of physics that it wants to, then not only are such things possible, but virtually anything is possible. If this is true, the apparent solidity of the world is only a small part of what is available to our perception. Although most of us are indeed entrapped in our current description of the universe, a few individuals do have the ability to see beyond the world's solidity. In the next chapter, we will take a look at some of these individuals and examine what they see. 6. Seeing holographically. We human beings consider ourselves to be made up of solid matter. Actually, the physical body is the end product, so to speak, of the subtle information fields, which mold our physical body as well as all physical matter. These fields are holograms, which change in time and are outside the reach of our normal senses. This is what clairvoyants perceive as colorful, egg-shaped halos, or auras, surrounding our physical bodies. Itzhak Bentov, Stalking the Wild Pendulum. A number of years ago, I was walking along with a friend when a street sign caught my attention. It was simply a no parking sign and seemed no different from any of the other no parking signs that dotted the city streets. But for some reason, it held me transfixed. I wasn't even aware that I was staring at it until my friend suddenly exclaimed, "That sign is misspelled." Her announcement snapped me out of my reverie, and as I watched, the I in the word parking quickly changed into an E. What happened was that my mind was so accustomed to seeing the sign spelled correctly that my unconscious edited out what was there. It made me see what it expected to be there. My friend, as it turned out, had also seen the sign spelled correctly at first, which is why she had such a vocal reaction when she realized it was misspelled. We continued to walk on, but the incident bothered me. For the first time, I realized that the brain is not a faithful camera, but tinkers with the world before it gives it to us. Neurophysiologists have long been aware of this fact. In his early studies of vision, Pribram discovered that the visual information a monkey receives via its optic nerves does not travel directly into its visual cortex, but is first filtered through other areas of its brain. Numerous studies have shown that the same is true of human vision. Visual information entering our brains is edited and modified by our temporal lobes before it is passed on to our visual cortices. Some studies suggest that less than 50% of what we see is actually based on information entering our eyes. The remaining 50% plus is pieced together out of our expectations of what the world should look like, and perhaps out of other sources such as reality fields. The eyes may be visual organs, but it is the brain that sees. This is why we don't always notice when a close friend shaves off his mustache, and why our house always looks strangely different when we return to it after a vacation. In both instances, we are so used to responding to what we think is there, we don't always see what really is there. Even more dramatic evidence of the role the mind plays in creating what we see is provided by the eye's so-called blind spot. In the middle of the retina, where the optic nerve connects to the eye, we have a blind spot where there are no photoreceptors. Even when we look at the world around us, we are totally unaware that there are gaping holes in our vision. It doesn't matter whether we are gazing at a blank piece of paper or an ornate Persian carpet. The brain artfully fills in the gaps, like a skilled tailor reweaving a hole in a piece of fabric. What is all the more remarkable is that it reweaves the tapestry of our visual reality so masterfully, we aren't even aware that it is doing so. This leads to a disturbing question. If we are seeing less than half of what is out there, what is out there that we are not seeing? What misspelled street signs and blind spots are escaping our attention completely? Our technological prowess provides us with a few answers. For example, although spiderwebs look drab and white to us, we now know that to the ultraviolet sensitive eyes of the insects for whom they were designed, they are actually brightly colored and hence alluring. Our technology also tells us that fluorescent lamps do not continuously provide light, but are actually flickering on and off at a rate that is just a little too fast for us to discern. Yet this unsettling strobe-like effect is quite visible to honeybees, who must be able to fly at breakneck speed over a meadow and still see every flower that whizzes by. But are there other important aspects of reality that we are not seeing? Aspects that are beyond even our technological grasp? According to the holographic model, the answer is yes. Remember that in Pribram's view, reality at large is really a frequency domain, and our brain is a kind of lens that converts these frequencies into the objective world of appearances. Although Pribram began by studying the frequencies of our normal sensory world, such as frequencies of sound and light, he now uses the term frequency domain to refer to the interference patterns that compose the implicate order. Pribram believes there may be all kinds of things out there in the frequency domain that we are not seeing, things our brains have learned to edit out regularly of our visual reality. He thinks that when mystics have transcendental experiences, what they are really doing is catching glimpses of the frequency domain. Mystical experience makes sense when one can provide the mathematical formulas that take one back and forth between the ordinary world or image-object domain and the frequency domain, he states. The human energy field. One mystical phenomenon that appears to involve the ability to see reality's frequency aspects is the aura, or human energy field. The notion that there is a subtle field of energy around the human body, a halo-like envelope of light that exists just beyond normal human perception, can be found in many ancient traditions. In India, sacred writings that date back over 5,000 years refer to this life energy as prana. In China, since the 3rd millennium BC, it has been called qi and is believed to be the energy that flows through the acupuncture meridian system. Kabbalah, a Jewish mystical philosophy that arose in the 6th century BC, calls this vital principle nephesh and teaches that an egg-shaped bubble of iridescence surrounds every human body. In their book, Future Science, writer John White and parapsychologist Stanley Krippner list 97 different cultures that refer to the aura with 97 different names. Many cultures believe the aura of an extremely spiritual individual is so bright it is visible even to normal human perception, which is why so many traditions, including Christian, Chinese, Japanese, Tibetan, and Egyptian, depict saints as having halos or other circular symbols around their heads. In his book on miracles, Thurston devotes an entire chapter to accounts of luminous phenomena associated with Catholic saints, and both Newman and Sai Baba are reported to have occasionally had visible auras of light around them. The great Sufi mystic Hazrat Inayat Khan, who died in 1927, is said to have sometimes given off so much light that people could actually read by it. Under normal circumstances, however, the human energy field is visible only to individuals who have a specially developed capacity to see it. Sometimes people are born with the ability. Sometimes it develops spontaneously at a certain point in a person's life, as it did in my case. And sometimes it develops as a result of some practice or discipline, often of a spiritual nature. The first time I saw the distinctive mist of light around my arm, I thought it was smoke and jerked my arm up to see if I had somehow caught my sleeve on fire. Of course, I hadn't, and quickly discovered that the light surrounded my entire body and formed a nimbus around everyone else's as well. According to some schools of thought, the human energy field has a number of distinct layers. I do not see layers in the field and have no personal basis to judge if this is true or not. These layers are actually said to be three-dimensional energy bodies that occupy the same space as the physical body but are of increasingly larger size, so that they only look like layers, or strata, as they extend outward from the body. Many psychics assert that there are 7 main layers, or subtle bodies, each progressively less dense than the one before it, and each increasingly more difficult to see. Different schools of thought refer to these energy bodies by different names. One common system of nomenclature refers to the first 4 as the etheric body, the astral or emotional body, the mental body, and the causal or intuitive body. It is generally believed that the etheric body, the body that is closest in size to the physical body, is a kind of energy blueprint and is involved in guiding and shaping the growth of the physical body. As their names suggest, the next 3 bodies are related to emotional, mental, and intuitive processes. Virtually no one agrees on what to call the remaining 3 bodies, although it is commonly agreed that they have to do with the soul and higher spiritual functioning. According to Indian yogic literature, and to many psychics as well, we also have special energy centers in our body. These focal points of subtle energy are connected to endocrine glands and major nerve centers in the physical body, but also extend up and into the energy field. Because they resemble spinning vortices of energy when they are looked at head-on, yogic literature refers to them as chakras, from the Sanskrit word for wheel, and this term is still used today. The crown chakra, an important chakra that originates in the uppermost tip of the brain and is associated with spiritual awakening, is often described by clairvoyants as looking like a little cyclone whirling in the energy field on top of the head, and it is the only chakra I see clearly. My own abilities appear to be too rudimentary to permit me to see the other chakras. It ranges from a few inches to a foot or more in height. When people are in a joyous state, this whirlwind of energy grows taller and brighter, and when they dance, it bobs and sways like a candle flame. I've often wondered if this is what the Apostle Luke was seeing when he described the flame of the Pentecost, the tongues of fire that appeared on the heads of the apostles when the Holy Ghost descended on them. The human energy field is not always bluish-white, but can possess various colors. According to talented psychics, these colors, their muddiness or intensity, and their location in the aura are related to a person's mental state, emotional state, activity, health, and assorted other factors. I can only see colors occasionally and sometimes can interpret their meaning, but again, my abilities in this area are not terribly advanced. One person who does have advanced abilities is therapist and healer Barbara Brennan. Brennan began her career as an atmospherics physicist working for NASA at the Goddard Space Flight Center, and later left to become a counselor. Her first inkling that she was psychic came when she was a child and discovered she could walk blindfolded through the woods and avoid the trees simply by sensing their energy fields with her hands. Several years after she became a counselor, she began seeing halos of colored light around people's heads. After overcoming her initial shock and skepticism, she set about to develop the ability and eventually discovered she had an extraordinary natural talent as a healer. Brennan not only sees the chakras, layers, and other fine structures of the human energy field with exceptional clarity, but can make startlingly accurate medical diagnoses based on what she sees. After looking at one woman's energy field, Brennan told her there was something abnormal about her uterus. The woman then told Brennan that her doctor had discovered the same problem, and it had already caused her to have one miscarriage. In fact, several physicians had recommended a hysterectomy, and that was why she was seeking Brennan's counsel. Brennan told her that if she took a month off and took care of herself, her problem would clear up. Brennan's advice turned out to be correct. And a month later, the woman's physician confirmed that her uterus had returned to normal. A year later, the woman gave birth to a healthy baby boy. In another case, Brennan was able to see that a man had problems performing sexually because he had broken his coccyx, tailbone, when he was 12. The still out-of-place coccyx was applying undue pressure to his spinal column, and this in turn was causing his sexual dysfunction. There seems to be little Brennan cannot pick up by looking at the human energy field. She says that in its early stages, cancer looks gray-blue in the aura, and as it progresses, it turns black. Eventually, white spots appear in the black, and if the white spots sparkle and begin to look as if they are erupting from a volcano, it means the cancer has metastasized. Drugs such as alcohol, marijuana, and cocaine are also detrimental to the brilliant, healthy colors of the aura and create what Brennan calls etheric mucus. In one instance, she was able to tell a startled client which nostril he habitually used to snort cocaine because the field over that side of his face was always gray with the sticky etheric mucus. Prescription drugs are not exempt and often cause dark areas to form in the energy field over the liver. Potent drugs such as chemotherapy clog the entire field. And Brennan says she has even seen auric traces of the supposedly harmless radiopaque dye used to diagnose spinal injuries a full 10 years after it has been injected into a person's spine. According to Brennan, a person's psychological condition is also reflected in their energy field. An individual with psychopathic tendencies has a top-heavy aura. The energy field of a masochistic personality is coarse and dense and is more gray than blue. The field of a person with a rigid approach to life is also coarse and grayish, but with most of its energy concentrated on the outer edge of the aura, and so on. Brennan says that illness can actually be caused by tears, blockages, and imbalances in the aura, and by manipulating these dysfunctional areas with her hands and her own energy field, she can greatly enhance a person's own healing processes. Her talents have not gone unnoticed. Swiss psychiatrist and thanatologist Elizabeth Kubler-Ross says Brennan is probably one of the best spiritual healers in the Western Hemisphere. Bernie Siegel is equally laudatory. Barbara Brennan's work is mind-opening. Her concepts of the role disease plays and how healing is achieved certainly fit in with my experience. As a physicist, Brennan is keenly interested in describing the human energy field in scientific terms, and believes Pribram's assertion that there is a frequency domain beyond our field of normal perception is the best scientific model we have so far for understanding the phenomenon. From the point of view of the holographic universe, these events, the aura and the healing forces required to manipulate its energies, emerge from frequencies that transcend time and space. They don't have to be transmitted. They are potentially simultaneous and everywhere, she says. That the human energy field exists everywhere and is non-local until it is plucked out of the frequency domain by human perception is evidenced in Brennan's discovery that she can read a person's aura even when the person is many miles distant. The longest distance aura reading she has done so far was during a telephone conversation between New York City and Italy. She discusses this, as well as many other aspects of her remarkable abilities, in her recent and fascinating book, Hands of Light. The energy field of the human psyche. Another gifted psychic who can see the aura in great detail is Los Angeles-based human energy field consultant Carol Dreyer. Dreyer says she has been able to see auras for as long as she can remember, and indeed it was quite some time before she realized other people couldn't see auras. Her ignorance in this regard frequently landed her in trouble as a child, when she would tell her parents intimate details about their friends, things she had no apparent way of knowing. Dreyer makes her living as a psychic, and in the past decade and a half has seen over 5,000 clients. She is well known in the media because her client list includes many celebrities, such as Tina Turner, Madonna, Rosanna Arquette, Judy Collins, Valerie Harper, and Linda Gray. But even the star power of her client list does not begin to convey the true extent of her talent. For instance, Dreyer's client list also includes physicists, noted journalists, archaeologists, lawyers, and politicians, and she has used her abilities to assist the police and frequently does consultation work for psychologists, psychiatrists, and medical doctors. Like Brennan, Dreyer can give long-distance readings, but prefers to be in the same room with the person. She can also see a person's energy field as well with her eyes closed as she can with her eyes open. In fact, she generally keeps her eyes closed during a reading to help her concentrate solely on the energy field. This does not mean that she sees the aura only in her mind's eye. It's always in front of me, as if I'm looking at a movie or a play, says Dreyer. It's as real as the room I'm sitting in. Actually, it's more real and more brightly colored. However, she does not see the precise stratified layers described by other clairvoyants, and she doesn't even see the outline of the physical body. A person's physical body can come into it, but rarely, because that's seeing the etheric body rather than seeing the aura or the energy field around them. If I'm seeing the etheric, it's usually because it contains leaks or rips that are keeping the aura from being whole. Thus, I cannot see it completely. There are only patches of it. It's kind of like a ripped blanket or a torn curtain. Holes in the etheric field are usually the result of trauma, injury, illness, or some other kind of devastating experience. But beyond seeing the etheric, Dreyer says that instead of seeing the layers of the aura like tiers of cake piled one on top of the other, she experiences them as changing textures and intensities of visual sensation. She compares this to being immersed in the ocean and feeling water of different temperatures wash by. Rather than getting into rigid concepts like layers, I tend to see the energy field in terms of movements and waves of energy, she says. It's as if my vision is telescoping through various levels and dimensions of the energy field, but I don't actually see it neatly arranged in various layers. This does not mean that Dreyer's perception of the human energy field is in any way less detailed than Brennan's. She perceives a dazzling amount of pattern and structure, kaleidoscopic clouds of color shot through with light, complex images, glistening shapes, and gossamer mists. However, not all energy fields are created equal. According to Dreyer, shallow people have shallow and humdrum auras. Conversely, the more complex the person, the more complex and interesting their energy field. A person's energy field is as individual as their fingerprint. I've never really seen any two that look alike, she says. Like Brennan, Dreyer can diagnose illnesses by looking at a person's aura, and when she chooses, she can adjust her vision and see the chakras. But Dreyer's special skill is the ability to peer deep into a person's psyche and give them an eerily accurate status report of the weaknesses, strengths, needs, and general health of their emotional, psychological, and spiritual being. So profound are her talents in this area that some have likened a session with Dreyer to 6 months of psychotherapy. Numerous clients have credited her with completely transforming their lives, and her files are filled with glowing letters of thanks. I, too, can attest to Dreyer's abilities. In my first reading with her, and although we were virtual strangers, she proceeded to describe things about me that not even my closest friends know. These were not just vague platitudes, but specific and detailed assessments of my talents, vulnerabilities, and personality dynamics. By the end of the 2-hour session, I was convinced that Dreyer had not been looking at my physical presence, but at the energy construct of my psyche itself. I have also had the privilege of talking with and/or listening to the session recordings of over 24 of Dreyer's clients, and have discovered that, almost without exception, others have found her as accurate and insightful as did I. Doctors who see the human energy field. Although the existence of the human energy field is not recognized by the medical orthodox community, it has not been completely ignored by medical practitioners. One medical professional who takes the energy field seriously is neurologist and psychiatrist Shafika Karagula. Karagula received her degree of Doctor of Medicine and Surgery from the American University of Beirut, Lebanon, and obtained her training in psychiatry under the well-known psychiatrist Professor Sir David K. Henderson at the Royal Edinburgh Hospital for Mental and Nervous Disorders. She also spent 3.5 years as a research associate to Wilder Penfield, the Canadian neurosurgeon whose landmark studies of memory launched both Lashley and Pribram on their quest. Karagula began as a skeptic, but after encountering several individuals who could see auras and confirming their ability to make accurate medical diagnoses as a result of what they saw, she became a believer. Karagula calls the faculty to see the human energy field higher sense perception, or HSP, and in the 1960s she set out to determine if any members of the medical profession also possessed the ability. She put out various feelers among her friends and colleagues, but at first the going was slow. Even doctors who were said to have the ability were reluctant to meet with her. After being put off repeatedly by one such doctor, she finally made an appointment to see him as a patient. She entered his office, but instead of allowing him to perform a physical examination to diagnose her condition, she challenged him to use his higher sense perception. Realizing he was cornered, he gave in. "All right, stay where you are," he told her. "Don't tell me anything." Then he scanned her body and gave her a quick rundown of her health, including a description of an internal condition she had that would eventually require surgery, a condition that she had secretly already diagnosed. He was correct in every detail, says Karagula. As Karagula's network of contacts expanded, she met doctor after doctor with similar gifts and describes these encounters in her book, Breakthrough to Creativity. Most of these physicians were unaware that other individuals existed who possessed similar talents, and felt they were alone and peculiar in this regard. Nonetheless, they invariably described what they were seeing as an energy field, or a moving web of frequency around the body and interpenetrating the body. Some saw chakras, but because they were ignorant of the term, they described them as vortices of energy at certain points along the spine, connected with or influencing the endocrine system. And almost without exception, they kept their abilities a secret, out of fear of damaging their professional reputations. Out of respect for their privacy, Karagula identifies them in her book by first name only, but says they include famous surgeons, Cornell University professors of medicine, heads of departments in large hospitals, and Mayo Clinic physicians. I was continually surprised to find how many members of the medical profession had HSP abilities, she writes. Most of them felt a little uneasy about their gifts, but finding them useful in diagnosis, they used them. They came from many parts of the country, and although they were unknown to each other, they all reported similar types of experiences. At the end of her report, she concludes, "When many reliable individuals independently report the same kind of phenomena, it is time science takes cognizance of it." Not all health professionals are so opposed to going public with their abilities. One such individual is Dr. Dolores Krieger, a professor of nursing at New York University. Krieger became interested in the human energy field after participating in a study of the abilities of Oskar Estebany, a well-known Hungarian healer. After discovering that Estebany could raise the hemoglobin levels in ill patients simply by manipulating their fields, Krieger set out to learn more about the mysterious energies involved. She immersed herself in a study of prana, the chakras, and the aura, and eventually became a student of Dora Kuntz, another well-known clairvoyant. Under Kuntz's guidance, she learned how to feel blockages in the human energy field and to heal by manipulating the field with her hands. Realizing the enormous medical potential of Kuntz's techniques, Krieger decided to teach what she had learned to others. Because she knew terms such as aura and chakra would have negative connotations for many healthcare professionals, she decided to call her healing method therapeutic touch. The first class she taught on therapeutic touch was a master's level course for nurses at New York University entitled Frontiers in Nursing: The Actualization of Potential for Therapeutic Field Interaction. Both the course and the technique proved so successful that Krieger has since taught therapeutic touch to literally thousands of nurses, and it is now used in hospitals around the world. The effectiveness of therapeutic touch has also been demonstrated in several studies. For example, Dr. Janet Quinn an associate professor and assistant director of nursing research at the University of South Carolina at Columbia, decided to see if therapeutic touch could lower the anxiety levels of heart patients. To accomplish this, she devised a double-blind study in which one group of nurses trained in the technique would pass their hands over a group of heart patients' bodies. A second group, with no training, would pass their hands over the bodies of another group of heart patients, but without actually performing the technique. Quinn found that the anxiety levels in the authentically treated patients dropped 17% after only 5 minutes of therapy, but there was no change in anxiety levels among the patients who received the fake treatment. Quinn's study was the lead story in the Science Times section of the March 26, 1985 issue of the New York Times. Another health professional who lectures widely about the human energy field is University of Southern California heart and lung specialist W. Brew Joy. Joy, who is a graduate of both Johns Hopkins and the Mayo Clinic, discovered his gift in 1972 while examining a patient in his office. Instead of seeing the aura, Joy initially was only able to feel its presence with his hands. "I was examining a healthy male in his early 20s, he says. As my hand passed over the solar plexus area, the pit of the stomach, I sensed something that felt like a warm cloud. It seemed to radiate out 3 to 4 feet from the body, perpendicular to the surface, and to be shaped like a cylinder about 4 inches in diameter." Joy went on to discover that all his patients had palpable, cylinder-like radiations emanating not only from their stomachs, but from various other points on their bodies. It wasn't until he read an ancient Hindu book about the human energy system that he found he had discovered, or rather rediscovered, the chakras. Like Brennan, Joy thinks the holographic model offers the best explanation for understanding the human energy field. He also feels that the ability to see auras is latent in all of us. "I believe that reaching expanded states of consciousness is merely the attuning of our central nervous system to perceptive states that have always existed in us, but have been blocked by our outer mental conditioning," says Joy. To prove his point, Joy now spends most of his time teaching others how to sense the human energy field. One of Joy's students is Michael Crichton, the author of such bestsellers as The Andromeda Strain and Sphere, and the director of the motion pictures Coma and The First Great Train Robbery. In his recent best-selling autobiography, Travels, Crichton, who obtained his medical degree from the Harvard University Medical School, describes how he learned to feel and eventually see the human energy field by studying under both Joy and other gifted teachers. The experience astonished and transformed Crichton. "There isn't any delusion. It is absolutely clear that this body energy is a genuine phenomenon of some kind," he states. Chaos holographic patterns. The increasing willingness of doctors to go public with such abilities is not the only change that has taken place since Karagula did her investigations. Over the past 20 years, Valerie Hunt, a physical therapist and professor of kinesiology at UCLA, has developed a way to confirm experimentally the existence of the human energy field. Medical science has long known that humans are electromagnetic beings. Doctors routinely use electrocardiographs to make electrocardiograms, EKGs, or records of the electrical activity of the heart, and electroencephalographs to make electroencephalograms, EEGs, of the brain's electrical activity. Hunt has discovered that an electromyograph, a device used to measure the electrical activity in the muscles, can also pick up the electrical presence of the human energy field. Although Hunt's original research involved the study of human muscular movement, she became interested in the energy field after encountering a dancer who said she used her own energy field to help her dance. This inspired Hunt to make electromyograms, EMGs, of the electrical activity in the woman's muscles while she danced, and also to study the effect healers had on the electrical activity in the muscles of people being healed. Her research eventually expanded to include individuals who could see the human energy field, and it was here that she made some of her most significant discoveries. The normal frequency range of the electrical activity in the brain is between 0 and 100 cycles per second, CPS. with most of the activity occurring between 0 and 30 CPS. Muscle frequency goes up to about 225 CPS, and the heart goes up to about 250 CPS. But this is where electrical activity associated with biological function drops off. In addition to these, Hunt discovered that the electrodes of the electromyograph could pick up another field of energy radiating from the body, much subtler and smaller in amplitude than the traditionally recognized body electricities, but with frequencies that averaged between 100 and 1600 CPS, and which sometimes went even higher. Moreover, instead of emanating from the brain, heart, or muscles, the field was strongest in the areas of the body associated with the chakras. The results were so exciting that I simply was not able to sleep that night, says Hunt. The scientific model I had subscribed to throughout my life just couldn't explain these findings. Hunt also discovered that when an aura reader saw a particular color in a person's energy field, the electromyograph always picked up a specific pattern of frequencies that Hunt learned to associate with that color. She was able to see this pattern on an oscilloscope, a device that converts electrical waves into a visual pattern on a monochromatic video display screen. For example, when an aura reader saw blue in a person's energy field, Hunt could confirm that it was blue by looking at the pattern on the oscilloscope. In one experiment, she even tested 8 aura readers simultaneously to see if they would agree with the oscilloscope as well as with each other. It was the same right down the line, says Hunt. Once Hunt confirmed the existence of the human energy field, she too became convinced that the holographic idea offers one model for understanding it. In addition to its frequency aspects, she points out that the energy field, and indeed all of the body's electrical systems, is holographic in another way. Like the information in a hologram, these systems are distributed globally throughout the body. For instance, the electrical activity measured by an electroencephalograph is strongest in the brain, but an EEG reading can also be made by attaching an electrode to the toe. Similarly, an EKG can be picked up in the little finger. It's stronger and higher in amplitude in the heart, but its frequency and pattern are the same everywhere in the body. Hunt believes this is significant. Although every portion of what she calls the holographic field reality of the aura contains aspects of the whole energy field, different portions are not absolutely identical to each other. These differing amplitudes keep the energy field from being a static hologram and instead allow it to be dynamic and flowing, says Hunt. One of Hunt's most startling findings is that certain talents and abilities seem to be related to the presence of specific frequencies in a person's energy field. She has found that when the main focus of a person's consciousness is on the material world, the frequencies of their energy field tend to be in the lower range and are not too far removed from the 250 CPS of the body's biological frequencies. In addition to these, people who are psychic or who have healing abilities also have frequencies of roughly 400 to 800 CPS in their field. People who can go into trance and apparently channel other information sources through them skip these psychic frequencies entirely and operate in a narrow band between 800 and 900 CPS. They don't have any psychic breadth at all, states Hunt. They're up there in their own field. It's narrow, it's pinpointed, and they literally are almost out of it. People who have frequencies above 900 CPS are what Hunt calls mystical personalities, whereas psychics and trance mediums are often just conduits of information. Mystics possess the wisdom to know what to do with the information, says Hunt. They are aware of the cosmic interrelatedness of all things and are in touch with every level of human experience. They are anchored in ordinary reality, but often have both psychic and trance abilities. However, their frequencies also extend way beyond the bands associated with these capabilities. Using a modified electromyogram, an electromyogram can normally detect frequencies only up to 20,000 CPS. Hunt has encountered individuals who have frequencies as high as 200,000 CPS in their energy fields. This is intriguing, for mystical traditions have often referred to highly spiritual individuals as possessing a higher vibration than normal people. If Hunt's findings are correct, they seem to add credence to this assertion. Another of Hunt's discoveries involves the new science of chaos. As its name implies, chaos is a study of chaotic phenomena, i.e., processes that are so haphazard they do not appear to be governed by any laws. For example, when smoke rises from an extinguished candle, it flows upward in a thin and narrow stream. Eventually, the structure of the stream breaks down and becomes turbulent. Turbulent smoke is said to be chaotic because its behavior can no longer be predicted by science. Other examples of chaotic phenomena include water when it crashes at the bottom of a waterfall, the seemingly random electrical fluctuations that rage through the brain of an epileptic during a seizure, and the weather when several different temperature and air pressure fronts collide. In the past decade, science has discovered that many chaotic phenomena are not as disordered as they seem, and often contain hidden patterns and regularities. Recall Bohm's assertion that there is no such thing as disorder, only orders of indefinitely high degree. Scientists have also discovered mathematical ways of finding some of the regularities that lie hidden in chaotic phenomena. One of these involves a special kind of mathematical analysis that can convert data about a chaotic phenomenon into a shape on a computer screen. If the data contains no hidden patterns, the resulting shape will be a straight line. But if the chaotic phenomenon does contain hidden regularities, the shape on the computer screen will look something like the spiral designs children make by winding colored yarn around an array of nails pounded onto a board. These shapes are called chaos patterns, or strange attractors, because the lines that compose the shape seem to be attracted again and again to certain areas of the computer screen, just as the yarn might be said to be repeatedly attracted to the array of nails around which it is wound. When Hunt observed energy field data on the oscilloscope, she noticed that it changed constantly. Sometimes it came in great clumps. Sometimes it waned and became patchy, as if the energy field itself were in an unceasing state of fluctuation. At first glance, these changes seemed random, but Hunt sensed intuitively they possessed some order. Realizing that chaos analysis might reveal whether she was right or not, she sought out a mathematician. First, they ran 4 seconds of data from an EKG through the computer to see what would happen. They got a straight line. Then they ran the same amount of data from an EEG and an EMG. The EEG produced a straight line, and the EMG produced a slightly swollen line, but still no chaos pattern. Even when they submitted data from the lower frequencies of the human energy field, they got a straight line. But when they analyzed the very high frequencies of the field, they met with success. "We got the most dynamic chaos pattern you ever saw," says Hunt. This meant that although the kaleidoscopic changes taking place in the energy field appeared to be random, they were actually very highly ordered and rich with pattern. The pattern is never a repeatable one, but it's so dynamic and complex, I call it a chaos holograph pattern, Hunt states. Hunt believes her discovery was the first true chaos pattern to be found in a major electrobiological system. Recently, researchers have found chaos patterns in EEG recordings of the brain, but they needed many minutes of data from numerous electrodes to obtain such a pattern. Hunt obtained a chaos pattern from 3 to 4 seconds of data recorded by one electrode, suggesting that the human energy field is far richer in information and possesses a far more complex and dynamic organization than even the electrical activity of the brain. What is the human energy field made of? Despite the human energy field's electrical aspects, Hunt does not believe it is purely electromagnetic in nature. We have a feeling that it is much more complex, and, without a doubt, composed of an as yet undiscovered energy, she says. What is this undiscovered energy? At present, we do not know. Our best clue comes from the fact that almost without exception, Psychics describe it as having a higher frequency or vibration than normal matter energy. Given the uncanny accuracy talented psychics have in perceiving illnesses in the energy field, we should perhaps pay serious attention to this observation. The universality of this perception. Even ancient Hindu literature asserts that the energy body possesses a higher vibration than normal matter, may be an indication that such individuals are intuiting an important fact about the energy field. Ancient Hindu literature also describes matter as being composed of anu, or atoms, and says that the subtle vibratory energies of the human energy field exist paramanu, or literally beyond the atom. This is interesting, for Bohm also believes that at a sub-quantum level, beyond the atom, there are many subtle energies still unknown to science. He confesses that he does not know whether the human energy field exists or not, but in commenting on the possibility, he states, the implicate order has many levels of subtlety. If our attention can go to those levels of subtlety, then we should be able to see more than we ordinarily see. It is worth noting that we really don't know what any field is. As Bohm has said, what is an electric field? We don't know. When we discover a new kind of field, it seems mysterious. Then we name it, get used to dealing with it and describing its properties, and it no longer seems mysterious. But we still do not know what an electric or a gravitational field really is. As we saw in an earlier chapter, we don't even know what electrons are. We can only describe how they behave. This suggests that the human energy field will also ultimately be defined in terms of how it behaves. And research, such as Hunt's, will only further our understanding. Three-dimensional images in the aura. If these inordinately subtle energies are the stuff from which the human energy field is made, we may rest assured that they possess qualities unlike the kinds of energy with which we are normally familiar. One of these is evident in the human energy field's non-local characteristics. Another, and one that is particularly holographic, is the aura's ability to manifest as an amorphous blur of energy, or occasionally form itself into three-dimensional images. Talented psychics often report seeing such holograms floating in people's auras. These images are usually of objects and ideas that hold a prominent position in the thoughts of the person around whom they are seen. Some occult traditions hold that such images are a product of the third, or mental, layer of the aura, but until we have the means to confirm or deny this allegation, we must confine ourselves to the experiences of the psychics who are able to see images in the aura. One such psychic is Beatrice Rich. As often happens, Rich's powers manifested at an early age. When she was a child, objects in her presence would occasionally move about on their own accord. When she grew older, she discovered she knew things about people she had no normal means of knowing. Although she began her career as an artist, her clairvoyant talents proved so impressive that she decided to become a full-time psychic. Now she gives readings for individuals from all walks of life, from housewives to chief executives of corporations, and articles about her work have appeared in such diverse publications as New York Magazine, World Tennis, and New York Woman. Rich often sees images floating around or hovering near her clients. Once, she saw silver spoons, silver plates, and similar objects circling around a man's head. Because it was early in her explorations of psychic phenomena, the experience startled her. At first, she did not know why she was seeing what she was seeing. But finally, she told the man and discovered that he was in the import-export business and traded in the very objects she was seeing circling his head. The experience was riveting and changed her perceptions forever. Dreyer has had many similar experiences. Once during a reading, she saw a bunch of potatoes whirling around a woman's head. Like Rich, she was at first dumbfounded, but summoned her courage and asked the woman if potatoes had any special meaning for her. The woman laughed and handed Dreyer her business card. She was from the Idaho Potato Board or something like that, says Dreyer. You know, the potato growers' equivalent of the American Dairy Association. These images don't always just hover in the aura, but sometimes can appear to be ghostly extensions of the body itself. On one occasion, Dreyer saw a wispy and holographic-like layer of mud clinging to a woman's hands and arms. Given the woman's impeccable grooming and expensive attire, Dreyer could not imagine why thoughts of mucking around in some kind of viscous sludge would be occupying her mind. Dreyer asked her if she understood the image, and the woman nodded, explaining that she was a sculptor and had tried out a new medium that morning that had clung to her arms and hands exactly as Dreyer had described. I, too, have had similar experiences when looking at the energy field. Once, while deep in thought about a novel I was working on about werewolves. As some readers may be aware, I have a fondness for writing fiction about folkloric subjects. I noticed that the ghostly image of a werewolf's body had formed around my own body. I would quickly like to stress that this was a purely visual phenomenon, and at no time did I feel like I had in any way become a werewolf. Nonetheless, the holographic-like image that enveloped my body was real enough that when I lifted my arm, I could actually see the individual hairs in the fur, and the way the canine nails protruded from the wolfish hand that encased my own hand. Indeed, everything about these features was absolutely real, save that they were translucent, and I could see my own flesh and blood hand beneath them. The experience should have been frightening, but for some reason it wasn't, and I found myself only fascinated by what I was seeing. What was significant about this experience was that Dreyer was my houseguest at the time, and happened to walk into the room while I was still sheathed in this phantom-like werewolf body. She reacted immediately and said, "Oh my, you must be thinking about your werewolf novel, because you've become a werewolf." We compared notes and discovered that we were each observing the same features. We became involved in conversation, and as my thoughts strayed from the novel, the werewolf image slowly faded. Movies and the aura. The images that psychics see in the energy field are not always static. Rich says she often sees what looks like a little transparent movie going on around a client's head. Sometimes I see a small image of the person behind their head or shoulders doing various things they do in life. My clients tell me that my descriptions are very accurate and specific. I can see their offices and what their bosses look like. I can see what they've thought of and what's happened to them during the last 6 months. Recently, I told a client that I could see her home, and she had masks and flutes hanging on her wall. She said, "No, no, no." I said, "Yes, there are musical instruments hanging on the wall, mostly flutes, and there are masks." And then she said, "Oh, that's my summer home." Dreyer says she also sees what look like three-dimensional movies in a person's energy field. Usually, they're in color, but they can also be brown or look like tintypes. Often they depict a story about the person that can take anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour to unfold. The images are also incredibly detailed. When I see a person sitting in a room, I can tell them how many plants are in the room, how many leaves are on each plant, and how many bricks are in the wall. I usually don't get into such minute description unless it seems pertinent. I can attest to Dreyer's accuracy. I have always been an organized person, and when I was a child, I was quite precocious in this regard. Once, when I was 5 years old, I spent several hours meticulously storing and organizing all of my toys in a closet. When I was finished, I showed my mother what I had done and admonished her, please not to touch anything in the closet, because I did not want her messing up my carefully ordered arrangements. My mother's account of this incident has amused the family ever since. During my first reading with Dreyer, she described this incident in detail, as well as many other events in my life, as she watched it unfold like a movie in my energy field. She, too, chuckled as she described it. Dreyer likens the images she sees to holograms, and says that when she chooses one and starts to watch it, it seems to expand and fill the entire room. If I see something going on with a person's shoulder, such as an injury, suddenly the whole scene widens. That's when I get the sense that it's a hologram, because sometimes I feel I can step right into it and be a part of it. It's not happening to me, but around me. It's almost as if I'm in a three-dimensional movie, a holographic movie, with the person. Dreyer's holographic vision is not limited to events from a person's life. She sees visual representations of the operations of the unconscious mind as well. As we all know, the unconscious mind speaks in a language of symbols and metaphors. This is why dreams often seem so nonsensical and mysterious. However, once one learns how to interpret the language of the unconscious, the meanings of dreams become clear. Dreams are not the only things that are written in the parlance of the unconscious. Individuals who are familiar with the language of the psyche, language psychologist Erich Fromm calls the forgotten language, because most of us have forgotten how to interpret it, recognize its presence in other human creations such as myths, fairy tales, and religious visions. Some of the holographic movies Dreyer sees in the human energy field are also written in this language and resemble the metaphorical messages of dreams. We now know that the unconscious mind is active, not only while we dream, but all of the time. Dreyer is able to peel back a person's waking self and gaze directly at the unceasing river of images that is always flowing through their unconscious mind. In both practice and her natural intuitive gifts have made her extremely skilled at deciphering the language of the unconscious. Jungian psychologists love me, says Dreyer. In addition, Dreyer has a special way of knowing whether she has interpreted an image correctly. If I haven't explained it correctly, it doesn't go away, she states. It just stays in the energy field. But once I've told the person everything they need to know about a particular image, it begins to dissolve and disappear. Dreyer thinks this is because it is a client's own unconscious mind that chooses what images to show her. Like Ullman, she believes the psyche is always trying to teach the conscious self things it needs to know, to become healthier and happier, and to grow spiritually. Dreyer's ability to observe and interpret the innermost workings of a person's psyche is one of the reasons she is able to effect such profound transformations in many of her clients. The first time she described the stream of images she saw unfolding in my own energy field, I had the uncanny sensation she was telling me about one of my own dreams, save that it was a dream I had not yet dreamed. At first, the phantasmagoria of images was only mysteriously familiar. But as she unraveled and explained each symbol and metaphor in turn, I recognized the machinations of my inner self, both the things I accepted and the things I was less willing to embrace. Indeed, it is clear from the work of psychics like Rich and Dreyer that there is an enormous amount of information in the energy field. One wonders if this is perhaps why Hunt obtained such a pronounced chaos pattern when she analyzed data from the aura. The ability to see images in the human energy field is not new. Nearly 300 years ago, the great Swedish mystic Emanuel Swedenborg reported that he could see a wave substance around people. And in the wave substance, a person's thoughts were visible as images he called portrayals. In commenting on the inability of other people to see this wave substance around the body, he observed, "I could see solid concepts of thought, as though they were surrounded by a kind of wave. But nothing reaches normal human sensation, except what is in the middle and seems solid." Swedenborg could also see portrayals in his own energy field. When I was thinking about someone I knew, then his image appeared as he looked when he was named in human presence. But all around, like something flowing in waves, was everything I had known and thought about him from boyhood. Holographic body assessment. Frequency is not the only thing that is distributed holographically throughout the field. Psychics report that the wealth of personal information the field contains can also be found in every portion of the body's aura. As Brennan puts it, the aura not only represents, but also contains, the whole. California clinical psychologist Ronald Wong Ju agrees. Ju, a former president of the Association for Transpersonal Psychology and a talented clairvoyant, has found that an individual's history is even contained in the energy patterns inherent in the body. The body is a kind of microcosm, a universe unto itself reflecting all of the different factors that a person is dealing with and trying to integrate, says Ju. Like Dreyer and Rich, Ju has the psychic ability to tune into movies about the important issues in a person's life. But instead of seeing them in the energy field, He conjures them up in his mind's eye by laying his hands on a person and literally psychometrizing their body. Ju says this technique enables him to determine quickly the emotional scripts, core issues, and relationship patterns that are most prominent in a person's life, and often uses it on his patients to facilitate the therapeutic process. The technique was actually taught to me by a psychiatrist colleague of mine named Ernest Pecci, Ju states. He called it body reading. Instead of talking about the etheric body and things like that, I chose to use the holographic model as a way of explaining it and call it holographic body assessment. In addition to using it in his clinical practice, Ju also gives seminars in which he teaches others how to use the technique. X-ray vision. In the last chapter, we explored the possibility that the body is not a solid construct, but is itself a kind of holographic image. Another faculty, possessed by many clairvoyants, seems to support this notion, that is, the ability to literally look inside a person's body. Individuals who are gifted at seeing the energy field can also often adjust their vision and see through the flesh and bones of the body as if they were no more than layers of colored mist. During the course of her research, Karagula discovered a number of people, both in and out of the medical profession, who possessed this X-ray vision. One, a woman she identifies as Diane, was the head of a corporation. Just before meeting Diane, Karagula wrote, "For me as a psychiatrist, to be meeting somebody who was reported to be able to see right through me was a shattering reversal of my usual procedures." Karagula put Diane through a lengthy series of tests, introducing her to people and having her make on-the-spot diagnoses. On one of these occasions, Diane described a woman's energy field as wilted and broken into fragments, and said this indicated that she had a serious problem in her physical body. She then looked into the woman's body and saw that there was an intestinal blockage near her spleen. This surprised Karagula, because the woman showed none of the symptoms that usually indicated such a serious condition. Nonetheless, the woman went to her doctor, and X-rays revealed a blockage in the precise area Diane had described. 3 days later, the woman underwent surgery to have the life-threatening obstruction removed. In another series of tests, Karagula had Diane diagnose patients at random in the outpatient clinic of a large New York hospital. After Diane made a diagnosis, Karagula would determine the accuracy of her observations by referring to the patient's records. On one of these occasions, Diane looked at a patient unknown to both of them and told Karagula that the woman's pituitary gland, a gland deep in the brain, was missing. Her pancreas looked as if it was not functioning properly. Her breasts had been affected, but were now missing. She didn't have enough energy going through her spine from the waist down, and she had trouble with her legs. The medical report on the woman revealed that her pituitary gland had been surgically removed. She was taking hormones, which affected her pancreas. She had a double mastectomy due to cancer, an operation on her back to decompress her spinal cord and relieve pains in her legs, and her nerves had been damaged, making it difficult for her to empty her bladder. In case after case, Diane revealed that she could gaze effortlessly into the depths of the physical body. She gave detailed descriptions of the condition of the internal organs. She saw the state of the intestines, the presence or absence of the various glands, and even described the density or brittleness of the bones. Concludes Karagula, although I could not evaluate her findings regarding the energy body, her observations of physical conditions correlated with amazing accuracy with the medical diagnoses. Brennan is also skilled at looking into the human body and calls the ability internal vision. Using internal vision, she has accurately diagnosed a wide range of conditions, including bone fractures, fibroid tumors, and cancer. She says she can often tell the condition of an organ by its color. For example, a healthy liver looks dark red, a jaundiced liver looks a sickly yellow-brown, and the liver of an individual undergoing chemotherapy usually looks green-brown. Like many other psychics with internal vision, Brennan can adjust the focus of her vision and even see microscopic structures such as viruses in individual blood cells. I have personally encountered several psychics with internal vision and can corroborate its authenticity. One psychic I have seen demonstrate the ability is Dreyer. On one of these occasions, she not only accurately diagnosed an internal medical problem I was having, but offered some startling information of an entirely different nature along with it. A few years back, I started having trouble with my spleen. To try and remedy the situation, I began performing daily visualization exercises, seeing images of my spleen in a state of wholeness and health, seeing it being bathed in healing light, and so on. Unfortunately, I am a very impatient person, and when I did not have overnight success, I got angry. During my next meditation, I mentally scolded my spleen and warned it in no uncertain terms that it better start doing what I wanted. This incident took place purely in the privacy of my own thoughts, and I quickly forgot about it. A few days later, I saw Dreyer and asked her if she could look into my body and tell me if there was anything I should be aware of. I did not tell her about my health problem. Nonetheless, she immediately described what was wrong with my spleen, and then paused, scowling as if she was confused. "Your spleen's very upset about something," she murmured, and then suddenly it hit her. "Have you been yelling at your spleen?" I sheepishly admitted that I had. Dreyer all but threw her hands up. "You mustn't do that. Your spleen became ill because it thought it was doing what you wanted. That was because you were unconsciously giving it the wrong directions. Now that you've yelled at it, it's really confused." She shook her head with concern. Never get angry at your body or your internal organs," she advised. "Only send them positive messages." The incident not only revealed Dreyer's skill at looking inside the human body, but also seemed to suggest that my spleen has some sort of mentality or consciousness all of its own. It reminded me not only of Pert's assertion that she no longer knows where the brain leaves off and the body begins, but made me wonder if perhaps all of the body's subcomponents, glands, bones, organs, and cells, possess their own intelligence. If the body is truly holographic, it may be that Pert's remark is more correct than we realize, and the consciousness of the whole is very much contained in all of its parts. Internal vision and shamanism. In some shamanic cultures, internal vision is one of the prerequisites for becoming a shaman. Among the Araucanian Indians of Chile and the Argentine Papas, a newly initiated shaman is taught to pray specifically for the faculty. This is because the shaman's major role in Araucanian culture is to diagnose and heal illness, for which internal vision is considered essential. Australian shamans refer to the ability as the strong eye, or seeing with the heart. The Jivaro Indians of the forested eastern slopes of the Ecuadorian Andes acquire the ability by drinking an extract of a jungle vine called ayahuasca, a plant containing a hallucinogenic substance believed to bestow psychic abilities on the imbiber. According to Michael Harner, an anthropologist at the New School for Social Research in New York who specializes in shamanic studies, ayahuasca permits the Jivaro shaman to see into the body of the patient as though it were glass. Indeed, the ability to see an illness, whether it involves actually looking inside the body or seeing the malady represented as a kind of metaphorical hologram, such as a three-dimensional image of a demonic and repulsive creature inside or near the body, is universal in shamanic traditions. But whatever the culture in which internal vision is reported, its implications are the same. The body is an energy construct, and ultimately may be no more substantive than the energy field in which it is embedded. The energy field as cosmic blueprint. The idea that the physical body is just one more level of density in the human energy field and is itself a kind of hologram that has coalesced out of the interference patterns of the aura may explain both the extraordinary healing powers of the mind and the enormous control it has over the body in general. Because an illness can appear in the energy field weeks and even months before it appears in the body, many psychics believe that disease actually originates in the energy field. This suggests that the field is in some way more primary than the physical body and functions as a kind of blueprint from which the body gets its structural cues. Put another way, the energy field may be the body's own version of an implicate order. This may explain Achterberg's and Siegel's findings that patients are already imaging their illnesses many months before the illnesses manifest in their bodies. At present, medical science is at a loss to explain how mental imagery could actually create an illness. But as we have seen, ideas that are prominent in our thoughts quickly appear as images in the energy field. If the energy field is the blueprint that guides and molds the body, it may be that by imaging an illness, even unconsciously, and repeatedly reinforcing its presence in the field, we are in effect programming the body to manifest the illness. Similarly, this same dynamic linkage between mental images, the energy field, and the physical body may be one of the reasons imagery and visualization can heal the body. It may even help explain how faith and meditation on religious images enable stigmatists to grow nail-like fleshy protuberances from their hands. Our current scientific understanding is at a loss to explain such a biological capacity. But again, constant prayer and meditation may cause such images to become so impressed in the energy field that the constant repetition of these patterns is finally given form in the body. One researcher who believes it is the energy field that molds the body and not the other way around is Richard Gerber, a Detroit physician who has spent the last 12 years investigating the medical implications of the body's subtle energy fields. The etheric body is a holographic energy template that guides the growth and development of the physical body, says Gerber. Gerber believes that the distinct layers some psychics see in the aura also play a factor in the dynamic relationship among thought, the energy field, and the physical body. Just as the physical body is the subordinate to the etheric body is subordinate to the astral, emotional body, the astral emotional to the mental, and so on, says Gerber, with each body functioning as the template for the one before it. Thus, the subtler the layer of the energy field in which an image or thought manifests, the greater its ability to heal and reshape the body. Because the mental body feeds energy into the astral, emotional body, which then funnels down into the etheric and physical bodies, healing a person at the mental level is stronger and produces longer-lasting results than healing from either the astral or etheric levels, says Gerber. Physicist Tiller agrees. The thoughts that one creates generate patterns at the mind level of nature. So we see that illness, in fact, eventually becomes manifest from the altered mind patterns through the ratchet effect. First, two effects at the etheric level, and then, ultimately, at the physical level, where we see it openly as disease. Tiller believes the reason illnesses often occur is that medicine currently treats only the physical level. He feels that if doctors could treat the energy field as well, they would bring about longer-lasting cures. Until then, many treatments will not be permanent because we have not altered the basic hologram at the mind and spiritual levels, he states. In a wide-ranging speculation, Tiller even suggests that the universe itself started as a subtle energy field and gradually became dense and material through a similar ratchet effect. As he sees it, it may be that God created the universe as a divine pattern or idea. Like the image a psychic sees floating in the human energy field, this divine pattern functioned as a template, influencing and molding increasingly less subtle levels of the cosmic energy field, on down the line via a series of holograms, until it eventually coalesced into a hologram of a physical universe. If this is true, it suggests that the human body is holographic in another way, for each of us truly would be a universe in miniature. Furthermore, if our thoughts can cause ghostly holographic images to form, not only in our own energy fields, but in the subtle energetic levels of reality itself, it may help explain how the human mind is able to effect some of the miracles we examined in the previous chapter. It may even explain synchronicities, or how processes and images from the innermost depths of our psyche manage to take form in external reality. Again, it may be that our thoughts are constantly affecting the subtle energetic levels of the holographic universe. But only emotionally powerful thoughts, such as the ones that accompany moments of crisis and transformation, the kind of events that seem to engender synchronicities, are potent enough to manifest as a series of coincidences in physical reality. A participatory reality. Of course, these processes are not contingent on the subtle energy fields of the universe being stratified into rigidly defined layers. They could also work even if the subtle fields of the universe are a smooth continuum. In fact, given how sensitive these subtle fields are to our thoughts, we must be very careful when trying to form set ideas about their organization and structure. What we believe about them may in fact help mold and create their structure. This is perhaps why psychics disagree about whether the human energy field is divided into layers. Psychics who believe in clearly defined layers may actually be causing the energy field to form itself into layers. The individual whose energy field is being observed may also participate in this process. Brennan is very frank about this, and notes that the more one of her clients understands the difference between the layers, the clearer and more distinct the layers of their energy field become. She admits that the structure she sees in the energy field is thus but one system, and others have come up with other systems. For example, the authors of the Tantras, a collection of Hindu yogic texts written during the 4th through 6th centuries AD, perceived only 3 layers in the energy field. There is evidence that the structures clairvoyants inadvertently create in the energy field can be remarkably long-lived. For centuries, the ancient Hindus believed that each chakra also had a Sanskrit letter written in its center. Japanese researcher Hiroshi Motoyama, a clinical psychologist who has successfully developed a technique for measuring the electrical presence of the chakras, says that he first became interested in the chakras because his mother, a simple woman with natural clairvoyant gifts, could see them clearly. However, for years she was puzzled because she could see what looked like an inverted sailboat in her heart chakra. It wasn't until Motoyama began his own investigations that he discovered what his mother was seeing was the Sanskrit letter Yam, the letter the ancient Hindus perceived in the heart chakra. Some psychics, such as Dreyer, say that they also see Sanskrit letters in the chakras. Others do not. The only explanation appears to be that psychics who see the letters are actually tuning into holographic structures long ago imposed on the energy field by the beliefs of the ancient Hindus. At first glance, this notion may seem strange, but it does have a precedent. As we have seen, one of the basic tenets of quantum physics is that we are not discovering reality, but participating in its creation. It may be that as we probe deeper into the levels of reality beyond the atom, the levels where the subtle energies of the human aura appear to lie, the participatory nature of reality becomes even more pronounced. Thus, we must be extremely cautious about saying that we have discovered a particular structure or pattern in the human energy field, when we may have actually created what we have found. Mind and the human energy field. It is significant that an examination of the human energy field leads one to precisely the same conclusion Pribram made after discovering that the brain converts sensory import into a language of frequencies. That is, that we have 2 realities, one in which our bodies appear to be concrete and possess a precise location in space and time, and one in which our very being appears to exist primarily as a shimmering cloud of energy, whose ultimate location in space is somewhat ambiguous. This realization brings with it some profound questions. One is, what becomes of mind? We have been taught that our mind is a product of our brain, but if the brain and the physical body are just holograms, the densest part of an increasingly subtle continuum of energy fields, what does this say about the mind? Human energy field research provides an answer. Recently, a discovery made by neurophysiologists Benjamin Libet and Bertram Feinstein at Mount Zion Hospital in San Francisco has been causing a stir in the scientific community. Libet and Feinstein measured the time it took for a touch stimulus on a patient's skin to reach the brain as an electrical signal. The patient was also asked to push a button when he or she became aware of being touched. Libet and Feinstein found that the brain registered the stimulus in 0.0001 of a second after it occurred, and the patient pressed the button 0.1 of a second after the stimulus was applied. But remarkably, the patient didn't report being consciously aware of either the stimulus or pressing the button for almost 0.5 seconds. This meant that the decision to respond was being made by the patient's unconscious mind. The patient's awareness of the action was the slow man in the race. Even more disturbing, none of the patients Talbot and Feinstein tested were aware that their unconscious minds had already caused them to push the button before they had consciously decided to do so. Somehow, their brains were creating the comforting delusion that they had consciously controlled the action even though they had not. This has caused some researchers to wonder if free will is an illusion. Later studies have shown that 1.5 seconds before we decide to move one of our muscles, such as lift a finger, our brain has already started to generate the signals necessary to accomplish the movement. Again, who is making the decision, the conscious mind or the unconscious mind? Hunt does such findings one better. She has discovered that the human energy field responds to stimuli even before the brain does. She has taken EMG readings of the energy field and EEG readings of the brain simultaneously, and discovered that when she makes a loud sound or flashes a bright light, the EMG of the energy field registers the stimulus before it ever shows up on the EEG. What does it mean? I think we have way overrated the brain as the active ingredient in the relationship of a human to the world, says Hunt. It's just a real good computer, but the aspects of the mind that have to do with creativity, imagination, spirituality, and all those things, I don't see them in the brain at all. The mind's not in the brain. It's in that darn field. Dreyer has also noticed that the energy field responds before a person consciously registers a response. As a consequence, instead of trying to judge her client's reactions by watching their facial expressions, she keeps her eyes closed and watches how their energy fields react. As I speak, I can see the colors change in their energy field. I can see how they feel about what I'm saying without having to ask them. For instance, if their field becomes foggy, I know they're not understanding what I'm telling them, she states. If the mind is not in the brain, but in the energy field that permeates both the brain and the physical body, this may explain why psychics, such as Dreyer, see so much of the content of a person's psyche in the field. It may also explain how my spleen, an organ not normally associated with thought, managed to have its own rudimentary form of intelligence. Indeed, if the mind is in the field, it suggests that our awareness, the thinking, feeling part of ourselves, may not even be confined to the physical body, and as we will see, there is considerable evidence to support this idea as well. But first, we must turn our attention to another issue. The solidity of the body is not the only thing that is illusory in a holographic universe. As we have seen, Bohm believes that even time itself is not absolute, but unfolds out of the implicate order. This suggests that the linear division of time into past, present, and future is also just another construct of the mind. In the next chapter, we will examine the evidence that supports this idea, as well as the ramifications this view has for our lives in the here and now. Part 3. Space and Time. Shamanism and similar mysterious areas of research have gained in significance because they postulate new ideas about mind and spirit. They speak of things like vastly expanding the realm of consciousness, the belief, the knowledge, and even the experience that our physical world of the senses is a mere illusion, a world of shadows, and that the three-dimensional tool we call our body serves only as a container or dwelling place for something infinitely greater and more comprehensive than that body and which constitutes the matrix of the real life. Holger Talbot, Dreamtime and Inner Space. 7. Time out of mind. The home of the mind, as of all things, is the implicate order. At this level, which is the fundamental plenum for the entire manifest universe, there is no linear time. The implicate domain is atemporal. Moments are not strung together serially like beads on a string. Larry Dossey, Recovering the Soul. As the man gazed off into space, the room he was in became ghostly and transparent, and in its place materialized a scene from the distant past. Suddenly, he was in the courtyard of a palace, and before him was a young woman, olive-skinned and very pretty. He could see her gold jewelry around her neck, wrists, and ankles, her white translucent dress, and her black braided hair gathered regally under a high square-shaped tiara. As he looked at her, information about her life flooded his mind. He knew she was Egyptian, the daughter of a prince, but not a pharaoh. She was married. Her husband was slender and wore his hair in a multitude of small braids that fell down on both sides of his face. The man could also fast-forward the scene, rushing through the events of the woman's life as if they were no more than a movie. He saw that she died in childbirth. He watched the lengthy and intricate steps of her embalming, her funeral procession, the rituals that accompanied her being placed in her sarcophagus, and when he finished, the images faded and the room once again came back into view. The man's name was Stefan Osowiecki, a Russian-born Pole and one of the century's most gifted clairvoyants, and the date was February 14th, 1935. His vision of the past had been evoked when he handled a fragment of a petrified human foot. Osowiecki proved so adept at psychometrizing artifacts that he eventually came to the attention of Stanislaw Poniatowski, a professor at the University of Warsaw and the most eminent ethnologist in Poland at the time. Poniatowski tested Osowiecki with a variety of flints and other stone tools, obtained from archaeological sites around the world. Most of these lithics, as they are called, were so nondescript that only a trained eye could tell they had been shaped by human hands. They were also pre-certified by experts, so that Poniatowski knew their ages and historical origins, information he kept carefully concealed from Osowiecki. It did not matter. Again and again, Osowiecki identified the objects correctly, describing their age, the culture that had produced them, and the geographical locations where they had been found. On several occasions, the locations Osowiecki cited disagreed with the information Poniatowski had written in his notes, but Poniatowski discovered that it was always his notes that were in error, not Osowiecki's information. Osowiecki always worked the same. He would take the object in his hands and concentrate until the room before him, and even his own body, became shadowy and almost non-existent. After his transition occurred, he would find himself looking at a three-dimensional movie of the past. He could then go anywhere he wanted in the scene and see anything he chose. While he was gazing into the past, Osowiecki even moved his eyes back and forth as if the things he was describing possessed an actual physical presence before him. He could see the vegetation, the people, and the dwellings in which they lived. On one occasion, after handling a stone implement from the Magdalenian culture, a Stone Age people who flourished in France about 15,000 to 10,000 BC, Osowiecki told Poniatowski that Magdalenian women had very complex hairstyles. At the time this seemed absurd, but subsequent discoveries of statues of Magdalenian women with ornate coiffures proved Osowiecki right. Over the course of the experiments, Osowiecki offered over 100 such pieces of information, details about the past, that at first seemed inaccurate but later proved correct. He said that Stone Age peoples used oil lamps and was vindicated when excavations in Dordogne, France, uncovered oil lamps of the exact size and style he described. He made detailed drawings of the animals various peoples hunted, the style of the huts in which they lived, and their burial customs, assertions that were all later confirmed by archaeological discoveries. Poniatowski's work with Osowiecki is not unique. Norman Emerson, a professor of anthropology at the University of Toronto and founding vice president of the Canadian Archaeological Association, has also investigated the use of clairvoyance in archaeological work. Emerson's research has centered around a truck driver named George McMullen. Like Osowiecki, McMullen has the ability to psychometrize objects and use them to tune into scenes from the past. McMullen can also tune into the past simply by visiting an archaeological site. Once there, he paces back and forth until he gets his bearings. Then, he begins to describe the people and culture that once flourished at the site. On one such occasion, Emerson watched as McMullen bounded over a patch of bare ground, pacing out what he said was the location of an Iroquois longhouse. Emerson marked the area with survey pegs, and 6 months later uncovered the ancient structure exactly where McMullen said it would be. Although Emerson began as a skeptic, his work with McMullen has made him a believer. In 1973, at an annual conference of Canada's leading archaeologists, he stated, "It is my conviction that I have received knowledge about archaeological artifacts and archaeological sites from a psychic informant who relates this information to me without any evidence of the conscious use of reasoning." He concluded his talk by saying that he felt McMullen's demonstrations opened a whole new vista in archaeology, and research into the further use of psychics in archaeological investigations should be given first priority. Indeed, retrocognition, or the ability of certain individuals to shift the focus of their attention and literally gaze back into the past, has been confirmed repeatedly by researchers. In a series of experiments conducted in the 1960s, W.H.C. Tenef, the director of the Parapsychological Institute of the State University of Utrecht, and Marius Valkhoff, dean of the Faculty of Arts at the University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, South Africa, found that the great Dutch psychic, Gerard Croiset, could psychometrize even the smallest fragment of bone and accurately describe its past. Dr. Lawrence LeShan, a New York clinical psychologist and another skeptic-turned-believer, has conducted similar experiments with the noted American psychic Eileen Garrett. At the 1961 annual meeting of the American Anthropological Association, archaeologist Clarence W. Weint revealed that he would not have made his famous Tres Zapotes discovery, universally considered to be one of the most important Middle American archaeological finds ever made, were it not for the assistance of a psychic. Stephen A. Schwartz, a former editorial staff member of National Geographic magazine and a member of MIT's Secretary of Defense discussion group on innovation, technology, and society, believes that retrocognition is not only real, but will eventually precipitate a shift in scientific reality as profound as the shifts that followed the discoveries of Copernicus and Darwin. Schwartz feels so strongly about the subject that he has written a comprehensive history of the partnership between clairvoyants and archaeologists entitled The Secret Vaults of Time. For 3/4 of a century, psychic archaeology has been a reality, says Schwartz. This new approach has done much to demonstrate that the time and space framework so crucial to the grand material world view is by no means as absolute a construct as most scientists believe. The past as hologram. Such abilities suggest that the past is not lost, but still exists in some form accessible to human perception. Our normal view of the universe makes no allowance for such a state of affairs, but the holographic model does. Bohm's notion that the flow of time is the product of a constant series of unfoldings and infoldings suggests that as the present unfolds and becomes part of the past, it does not cease to exist, but simply returns to the cosmic storehouse of the implicate. Or as Bohm puts it, the past is active in the present as a kind of implicate order. If, as Bohm suggests, consciousness also has its source in the implicate, this means that the human mind and the holographic record of the past already exist in the same domain, are, in a manner of speaking, already neighbors. Thus, a shift in the focus of one's attention may be all that is needed to access the past. Clairvoyants, such as McMullen and Osowiecki, may simply be individuals who have an innate knack for making this shift. But again, as with so many of the other extraordinary human abilities we have looked at, the holographic idea suggests that the talent is latent in all of us. A metaphor for the way the past is stored in the implicate can also be found in the hologram. If each phase of an activity, say a woman blowing a soap bubble, is recorded in a series of successive images in a multiple image hologram, each image becomes as a frame in a movie. If the hologram is a white light hologram, a piece of holographic film whose image can be seen by the naked eye and does not need laser light to become visible, when a viewer walks by the film and changes the angle of his or her perception, she will see what amounts to a three-dimensional motion picture of the woman blowing the soap bubble. In other words, as the different images unfold and infold, they will seem to flow together and present an illusion of movement. A person who is unfamiliar with holograms might mistakenly assume that the various stages in the blowing of the soap bubble are transitory, and once perceived, can never be viewed again. But this is not true. The entire activity is always recorded in the hologram, and it is the viewer's changing perspective that provides the illusion that it is unfolding in time. The holographic theory suggests that the same is true of our own past. Instead of fading into oblivion, it too remains recorded in the cosmic hologram and can always be accessed once again. Another suggestively hologram-like feature of the retrocognitive experience is the three-dimensionality of the scenes that are accessed. For instance, Psychic Rich, who can also psychometrize objects, says she knows what Osowiecki meant when he said that the images he saw were as three-dimensional and real, even more real, than the room in which he was sitting. It's as if the scene takes over, says Rich. It's dominant, and once it starts to unfold, I actually become a part of it. It's like being in two places at once. I'm aware that I'm sitting in a room, but I'm also in the scene. Similarly, holographic is the non-local nature of the ability. Psychics are able to access the past of a particular archaeological site both when they are at the site and when they are many miles removed. In other words, the record of the past does not appear to be stored at any one location, but like the information in a hologram, it is non-local and can be accessed from any point in the space-time framework. The non-local aspect of the phenomenon is further underscored by the fact that some psychics don't even need to resort to psychometry in order to tune into the past. The famous Kentuckian clairvoyant Edgar Cayce could tap into the past simply by lying down on a couch in his house and entering a sleep-like state. He dictated volumes on the history of the human race and was often startlingly accurate. For example, he pinpointed the location and described the historical role of the Essene community at Qumran 11 years before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. In the caves above Qumran, confirmed his pronouncements. It is interesting to note that many retrocognitive individuals can also see the human energy field. When he was a child, Osowiecki's mother gave him eye drops in an attempt to get rid of the bands of color he told her he saw around people, and McMullen also can diagnose a person's health by looking at their field. This suggests that retrocognition may be linked to the ability to see the subtler and more vibratory aspects of reality. Put another way, the past may be just one more thing that is encoded in Pribram's frequency domain, a portion of the cosmic interference patterns that most of us edit out and only a few tune into and convert into hologram-like images. Maybe in the holographic state, in the frequency domain, 4,000 years ago is tomorrow, says Pribram. Phantoms from the past. The idea that the past is holographically recorded in the cosmic airwaves and can occasionally be plucked out by the human mind and converted into holograms may also explain at least some hauntings. Many ghostly apparitions appear to be little more than holograms, three-dimensional recordings of some person or scene from the past. For example, one theory about ghosts is that they are the soul or spirit of the deceased individual, but not all ghosts are human. There are numerous cases on record of individuals seeing phantoms of inanimate objects as well, a fact that belies the idea that apparitions are discarnate souls. Phantasms of the Living, a massive 2-volume set of well-documented reports of hauntings and other paranormal phenomena, compiled by the Society for Psychical Research in London, offers many such examples. For instance, in one case, a British military officer and his family watched as a spectral horse-drawn carriage pulled upon their lawn and stopped. So real was the ghostly carriage that the officer's son walked up to it and saw what appeared to be a female figure inside. The image vanished before he could obtain a better look and left no horse or wheel tracks. How common are such experiences? We do not know, but we do know that in the United States and England, several studies have shown that from 10 to 17% of the general population have seen an apparition, indicating that such phenomena may be far more common than most of us suspect. The notion that some events leave stronger imprints in the holographic record than others is also supported by the tendency of hauntings to occur at locations where some terrible act of violence or other unusually powerful emotional occurrence has taken place. The literature is filled with apparitions appearing at the sites of murders, military battles, and other kinds of mayhem. This suggests that in addition to images and sounds, the emotions being felt during an event are also recorded in the cosmic hologram. Again, it appears that it is the emotional intensity of such events that makes them more prominent in the holographic record, and that allows normal individuals to unwittingly tap into them. And again, many of these hauntings appear to be less the product of unhappy earthbound spirits and more just accidental glimpses into the holographic record of the past. This too is supported by the literature on the subject. For example, in 1907, and at the prompting of the poet William Butler Yeats, a UCLA anthropologist and religious scholar named W.Y. Evans Wentz embarked on a 2-year journey through Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, and Brittany to interview people who had allegedly encountered fairies and other supernatural beings. Evans Wentz undertook the project because Yeats told him that, as 20th century values replaced the old beliefs, encounters with fairies were becoming less frequent and needed to be documented before the tradition was lost completely. As Evans Wentz went from village to village, interviewing the usually elderly stalwarts of the faith, he discovered that not all of the fairies people encountered in the glens and the moon-dappled meadows were small. Some were tall and looked like normal human beings, except they were luminous and translucent and had the curious habit of wearing the clothing of earlier historical periods. Moreover, these fairies often appeared in or around archaeological ruins, burial mounds, standing stones, crumbling 6th century fortresses, and so on, and participated in activities associated with bygone times. Evans Wentz interviewed witnesses who had seen fairies that looked like men in Elizabethan dress engaging in hunts, fairies that walked in ghostly processions to and from the remains of old forts, and fairies that rang bells while standing in the ruins of ancient churches. One activity, of which the fairies seemed inordinately fond, was waging war. In his book The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, Evans Wentz presents the testimony of dozens of individuals who claim to see these spectral conflicts, moonlit meadows thronged with men battling in medieval armor, or desolate fens covered with soldiers in colored uniforms. Sometimes these frays were eerily silent, sometimes they were full-fledged dins, and, perhaps most haunting of all, sometimes they could only be heard but not seen. From this, Evans Wentz concluded that at least some of the phenomena his witnesses were interpreting as fairies were actually some kind of after-image of events that had taken place in the past. Nature herself has a memory, he theorized. There is some indefinable psychic element in the Earth's atmosphere upon which all human and physical actions or phenomena are photographed or impressed. Under certain inexplicable conditions, normal persons who are not seers may observe nature's mental records like pictures cast upon a screen, often like moving pictures. As for why encounters with fairies were becoming less frequent, a remark made by one of Evans Wentz's respondents provides a clue. The respondent was an elderly gentleman named John Davies, living on the Isle of Man, and after describing numerous sightings of the good people, he stated, "Before education came into the island, more people could see the fairies. Now very few people can see them." Since education no doubt included an anathema against believing in fairies, Davies' remark suggests that it was a change in attitude that caused the widespread retrocognitive abilities of the Manx people to atrophy. Once again, this underscores the enormous power our beliefs have in determining which of our extraordinary potentials we manifest and which we do not. But whether our beliefs allow us to see these hologram-like movies of the past or cause our brains to edit them out, the evidence suggests that they exist nonetheless. Nor are such experiences limited to Celtic countries. There are reports of witnesses seeing phantom soldiers dressed in ancient Hindu costumes in India. In Hawaii, such ghostly displays are well known, and books on the islands are filled with accounts of individuals who have seen phantom processions of Hawaiian warriors in feather cloaks marching along with war clubs and torches. Sightings of spectral armies fighting equally phantasmal battles are even mentioned in ancient Assyrian texts. Occasionally, historians are able to recognize the event being replayed. At 4 a.m. on August 4, 1951, 2 English women vacationing in the seaside village of Poix, France, were awakened by the sound of gunfire. They raced to the window, but were shocked to find that the village and the sea beyond were calm and devoid of any activity that might account for what they were hearing. The British Society for Psychical Research investigated and discovered that the women's chronology of events mirrored exactly military records of a raid the Allies had made against the Germans at Poix on August 19, 1942. The women, it seemed, had heard the sound of a slaughter that had taken place 9 years earlier. Although the dark intensity of such events gives them a higher profile in the holographic landscape, we must not forget that contained within the shimmering holographic record of the past are all the joys of the human race as well. It is, in essence, a library of all that ever was, and learning to tap into this dazzling and infinite treasure trove on a more massive and systematic scale could expand our knowledge of both ourselves and the universe in ways we have not yet dared dream. The day may come when we can manipulate reality like the crystal in Bohm's analogy, causing what is real and what is invisible to shift kaleidoscopically and calling up images of the past with the same ease that we now call up a program on our computer. But even this is not all that a more holographic understanding of time may offer. The holographic future. As disconcerting as having access to the entire past is, it pales beside the notion that the future is also accessible in the cosmic hologram. Still, there is an enormous body of evidence that proves at least some future events are as easy to see as past events. This has been amply demonstrated in literally hundreds of studies. In the 1930s, J.B. and Louisa Rhine discovered that volunteers could guess what cards would be drawn randomly from a deck with a success rate that was better than chance by odds of 3 million to 1. In the 1970s, Helmut Schmidt, a physicist at Boeing Aircraft in Seattle, Washington, invented a device that enabled him to test whether people could predict random subatomic events. In repeated tests with 3 volunteers and over 60,000 trials, he obtained results that were 1 billion to 1 against chance. In his work at the Dream Laboratory at Maimonides Medical Center, Montague Ullman, along with psychologist Stanley Krippner and researcher Charles Honerton, produced compelling evidence that accurate precognitive information can also be obtained in dreams. In their study, volunteers were asked to spend 8 consecutive nights at the sleep laboratory, and each night they were asked to try to dream about a picture that would be chosen at random the next day and shown to them. Ullman and his colleagues hoped to get 1 success out of 8, but found that some subjects could score as many as 5 hits out of 8. For example, after walking, one volunteer said that he had dreamed of a large concrete building from which a patient was trying to escape. The patient had a white coat on, like a doctor's coat, and had gotten only as far as the archway. The painting, chosen at random the next day, turned out to be Van Gogh's Hospital Corridor at St. Remy, a watercolor depicting a lone patient standing at the end of a bleak and massive hallway and quickly exiting through a door beneath an archway. In their remote viewing experiments at Stanford Research Institute, Puthoff and Targ found that, in addition to being able to psychically describe remote locations that experimenters were visiting in the present, test subjects could also describe locations experimenters would be visiting in the future, before the locations had even been decided upon. In one instance, for example, an unusually talented subject named Hella Hammond, photographer by vocation, was asked to describe the spot Puthoff would be visiting 1/2 hour hence. She concentrated and said she could see him entering a black iron triangle. The triangle was bigger than a man, and although she did not know precisely what it was, she could hear a rhythmic squeaking sound occurring about once a second. 10 minutes before she did this, Puthoff had set out on a half-hour drive in the Menlo Park and Palo Alto areas. At the end of the half hour, and well after Hammond had recorded her perception of the black iron triangle, Puthoff took out 10 sealed envelopes containing 10 different target locations. Using a random number generator, he chose one at random. Inside was the address of a small park about 6 miles from the laboratory. He drove to the park, and when he got there, he found a children's swing, the black iron triangle, and walked into its midst. When he sat down in the swing, it squeaked rhythmically as it swung back and forth. Puthoff and Targ's precognitive remote viewing findings have been duplicated by numerous laboratories around the world, including John and Dunn's research facility at Princeton. Indeed, in 334 formal trials, John and Dunn found that volunteers were able to come up with accurate precognitive information 62% of the time. Even more dramatic are the results of the so-called chair tests, a famous series of experiments devised by Crosset. First, the experimenter would randomly select a chair from the seating plan for an upcoming public event in a large hall or auditorium. The hall could be located in any city in the world, and only events that did not have reserved seating qualified. Then, without telling Crosset the name or location of the hall, or the nature of the event, the experimenter would ask the Dutch psychic to describe who would be sitting in the seat during the evening in question. Over the course of a 25-year period, numerous investigators in both Europe and America put Crosset through the rigors of the chair test and found that he was almost always capable of giving an accurate and detailed description of the person who would be sitting in the chair, including describing their gender, facial features, dress, occupation, and even incidents from their past. For instance, on January 6, 1969, in a study conducted by Dr. Jewel Eisenbud, a clinical professor of psychiatry at the University of Colorado Medical School, Crosset was told that a chair had been chosen for an event that would take place on January 23, 1969. Crosset, who was in Utrecht, Holland at the time, told Eisenbud that the person who would sit in the chair would be a man 5 feet 9 inches in height, who brushed his black hair straight back, had a gold tooth in his lower jaw, a scar on his big toe, who worked in both science and industry, and sometimes got his lab coat stained by a greenish chemical. On January 23, 1969, the man who sat down in the chair, which was in an auditorium in Denver, Colorado, fit Crosset's description in every way but one. He was not 5 feet 9, but 5 feet 9 3/4. The list goes on and on. What is the explanation for such findings? Krippner believes that Bohm's assertion that the mind can access the implicate order is one explanation. Both Puthoff and Targ feel that non-local quantum interconnectedness plays a role in precognition, and Targ has asserted that during a remote viewing experience, the mind appears to be able to access some kind of holographic soup, or domain in which all points are infinitely interconnected not only in space, but in time as well. Dr. David Loy, a clinical psychologist and a former member of the Princeton and UCLA medical school faculties, agrees. For those pondering the puzzle of precognition, the Pribram-Bohm holographic mind theory seems to offer the greatest hope yet for progress toward the sought-for solution, he states. Loy, who is currently co-director of the Institute for Future Forecasting in Northern California, knows whereof he speaks. He has spent the last 2 decades investigating precognition and the art of forecasting in general, and develops techniques to enable people to get in touch with their own intuitive awareness of the future. The hologram-like nature of many precognitive experiences provides further evidence that the ability to foresee the future is a holographic phenomenon. As with retrocognition, psychics report that precognitive information often appears to them in the form of 3-dimensional images. Cuban-born psychic Tony Cordero says that when he sees the future, it's like watching a movie in his mind. Cordero saw one of the first such movies when he was a child and had a vision of the communist takeover of Cuba. I told my family that I saw red flags all over Cuba, and they were going to have to leave the country, and that a lot of members of the family were going to be shot, says Cordero. I actually saw relatives being shot. I could smell smoke and hear the sound of gunfire. I feel like I'm in this situation. I can hear people talking, but they cannot hear or see me. It's like traveling into time or something. The words psychics use to describe their experiences are also similar to Bohm's. Garrett described clairvoyance as intensely acute sensing of some aspects of life in operation, and since at clairvoyance levels time is undivided and whole, one often perceives the object or event in its past, present and or future phases in abruptly swift successions. We are all precognitive. Bohm's assertion that every human consciousness has its source in the implicate implies that we all possess the ability to access the future, and this is also supported by the evidence. John and Dunn's discovery that even normal individuals do well in precognitive remote viewing tests is one indication of the widespread nature of the ability. Numerous other findings, both experimental and anecdotal, provide additional evidence. In a 1934 BBC broadcast, Dame Edith Littleton, a member of the politically and socially prominent Balfour family in England and the president of the British Society for Psychical Research, invited listeners to send in accounts of their own precognitive experiences. She was inundated with mail, and even after eliminating the cases that did not have corroborative evidence, she still had enough to fill a volume on the subject. Similarly, surveys conducted by Louisa Rhine revealed that precognitions occur more frequently than any other kind of psychic experience. Studies also show that precognitive visions tend to be of tragedies, with premonitions of unhappy events outnumbering happy ones by a ratio of 4-to-1. Presentiments of death predominate, with accidents coming in second and illnesses third. The reason for this seems obvious. We are so thoroughly conditioned to believe that perceiving the future is not possible. Our natural precognitive abilities have gone dormant. Like the superhuman strengths individuals display during life-threatening emergencies, they only spill over into our conscious minds during times of crisis, when someone near to us is about to die, when our children or some other loved one is in danger, and so on. That our sophisticated understanding of reality is responsible for our inability to both grasp and utilize the true nature of our relationship with time is evident in the fact that primitive cultures nearly always score better on ESP tests than so-called civilized cultures. Further evidence that we have relegated our innate precognitive abilities to the hinterlands of the unconscious can be found in the close association between premonitions and dreams. Studies show that from 60 to 68% of all precognitions occur during dreaming. We may have banished our ability to see the future from our conscious minds, but it is still very active in the deeper strata of our psyches. Tribal cultures are well aware of this fact, and shamanic traditions almost universally stress how important dreaming is in divining the future. Even our most ancient writings pay homage to the premonitory power of dreams, as is evidenced in the biblical account of Pharaoh's dream of 7 fat and 7 lean cows. The antiquity of such traditions indicates that the tendency of premonitions to occur in dreams is due to more than just our current skeptical attitude toward precognition. The proximity the unconscious mind has to the atemporal realm of the implicate may also play a role. Because our dreaming self is deeper in the psyche than our conscious self, and thus closer to the primal ocean in which past, present, and future become one, it may be easier for it to access information about the future. Whatever the reason, it should come as no surprise that other methods for accessing the unconscious can also produce precognitive information. For example, in the 1960s, Carlos Osis and hypnotist Jay Fowler found that hypnotized subjects scored significantly higher on precognition tests than non-hypnotized subjects. Other studies have also confirmed the ESP-enhancing effects of hypnosis. However, no amount of dry statistical data has the impact of an example from real life. In his book, The Future Is Now, The Significance of Precognition, Arthur Osborne records the results of a hypnosis precognition experiment involving the French actress Irene Musa. After being hypnotized and asked if she could see her future, Musa replied, "My career will be short. I dare not say what my end will be. It will be terrible." Startled, the experimenters decided not to tell Musa what she had reported, and gave her a post-hypnotic suggestion to forget everything she had said. When she awakened from her trance, she had no memory of what she had predicted for herself. Even if she had known, it would not have caused the type of death she suffered. A few months later, her hairdresser accidentally spilled some mineral spirits on a lighted stove, causing Musa's hair and clothing to be set on fire. Within seconds, she was engulfed in flames and died in a hospital a few hours later. Hollow leaps of faith. The events that befell Irene Musa raise an important question. If Musa had known about the fate she had predicted for herself, would she have been able to avoid it? Put another way, is the future frozen and completely predetermined, or can it be changed? At first blush, the existence of precognitive phenomena seems to indicate that the former is the case, but this would be a very disturbing state of affairs. If the future is a hologram whose every detail is already fixed, it means that we have no free will. We are all just puppets of destiny, moving mindlessly through a script that has already been written. Fortunately, the evidence overwhelmingly indicates that this is not the case. The literature is filled with examples of people who were able to use their precognitive glimpses of the future to avoid disasters. Instances in which individuals correctly foresaw the crash of a plane and avoided death by not getting on, or had a vision of their children being drowned in a flood and moved them out of harm's way just in the nick of time. There are 19 documented cases of people who had precognitive glimpses of the sinking of the Titanic. Some were experienced by passengers who paid attention to their premonitions and survived. Some were experienced by passengers who ignored their forebodings and drowned. And some were experienced by individuals who were not in either of these two categories. Such incidents strongly suggest that the future is not set, but is plastic and can be changed. But this view also brings with it a problem. If the future is still in a state of flux, what is Crozet tapping into when he describes the individual who will sit down in a particular chair 17 days hence? How can the future both exist and not exist? Loy provides a possible answer. He believes that reality is a giant hologram, and in it the past, present, and future are indeed fixed, at least up to a point. The rub is that it is not the only hologram. There are many such holographic entities floating in the timeless and spaceless waters of the implicate, jostling and swimming around one another like so many amoebas. Such holographic entities could also be visualized as parallel worlds, parallel universes, says Loy. Thus, the future of any given holographic universe is predetermined, and when a person has a precognitive glimpse of the future, they are tuning into the future of that particular hologram only. But like amoebas, these holograms also occasionally swallow and engulf each other, melding and bifurcating like the protoplasmic globs of energy that they really are. Sometimes these jostlings jolt us and are responsible for the premonitions that from time to time engulf us. And when we act upon a premonition and appear to alter the future, what we are really doing is leaping from one hologram to another. Loy calls these intra-holographic leaps hololeaps, and feels that they are what provides us with our true capacity for both insight and freedom. Bohm sums up the same situation in a slightly different manner. When people dream of accidents correctly and do not take the plane or ship, it is not the actual future that they were seeing. It was merely something in the present, which is implicate and moving toward making that future. In fact, the future they saw differed from the actual future because they altered it. Therefore, I think it's more plausible to say that, if these phenomena exist, there's an anticipation of the future in the implicate order in the present. As they used to say, coming events cast their shadows in the present. Their shadows are being cast deep in the implicate order. Bohm's and Loy's descriptions seem to be two different ways of trying to express the same thing. A view of the future as a hologram that is substantive enough for us to perceive it, but malleable enough to be susceptible to change. Others have used still different words to sum up what appears to be the same basic thought. Cordero describes the future as a hurricane that is beginning to form and gather momentum, becoming more concrete and unavoidable as it approaches. Ingo Swann, a gifted psychic who has produced impressive results in various studies, including Puthoff and Targ's remote viewing research, speaks of the future as composed of crystallizing possibilities. The Hawaiian kahunas, widely esteemed for their precognitive powers, also speak of the future as fluid, but in the process of crystallizing, and believe that great world events are crystallized furthest in advance, as are the most important events in a person's life, such as marriage, accidents, and death. The numerous premonitions that are now known to have preceded both the Kennedy assassination and the Civil War. Even George Washington had a precognitive vision of a future civil war somehow involving Africa, the issue that all men are brethren, and the word union, seem to corroborate this kahuna belief. Loy's notion that there are many separate holographic futures and we choose which events are going to manifest and which are not by leaping from one hologram to another, carries with it another implication. Choosing one holographic future over another is essentially the same as creating the future. As we have seen, there is a good deal of evidence suggesting that consciousness plays a significant role in creating the here and now. But if the mind can stray beyond the boundaries of the present and occasionally stalk the misty landscape of the future, do we have a hand in creating future events as well? Put another way, are the vagaries of life truly random, or do we play a role in literally sculpting our own destiny? Remarkably, there is some intriguing evidence that the latter may be the case. The shadowy stuff of the soul. Dr. Joel Witten, a professor of psychiatry at the University of Toronto Medical School, has also used hypnosis to study what people unconsciously know about themselves. However, instead of asking them about their future, Witten, who is an expert in clinical hypnosis and also holds a degree in neurobiology, asks them about their past, their distant past, to be exact. For the last several decades, Witten has quietly and without fanfare been gathering evidence suggestive of reincarnation. Reincarnation is a difficult subject, for so much silliness has been presented about it that many people dismiss it out of hand. Most do not realize that in addition to, and one might even say in spite of, the sensational claims of celebrities and the stories of reincarnated Cleopatras that garner most of the media attention, there is a good deal of serious research being done on reincarnation. In the last several decades, a small but growing number of highly credentialed researchers has compiled an impressive body of evidence on the subject. Witten is one of these researchers. The evidence does not prove that reincarnation exists, nor is it the intention of this book to make such an argument. In fact, it is difficult to imagine what might constitute perfect proof of reincarnation. Rather, the findings that will be touched upon here are offered only as intriguing possibilities, and because they are relevant to our current discussion. Thus, they deserve our open-minded consideration. The main thrust of Witten's hypnosis research is based on a simple and startling fact. When individuals are hypnotized, they often remember what appear to be memories of previous existences. Studies have shown that over 90% of all hypnotizable individuals are able to recall these apparent memories. The phenomenon is widely recognized, even by skeptics. For example, the psychiatry textbook Trauma, Trance, and Transformation warns fledgling hypnotherapists not to be surprised if such memories surface spontaneously in their hypnotized patients. The author of the text rejects the idea of rebirth, but does note that such memories can have remarkable healing potential nonetheless. The meaning of this phenomenon is, of course, hotly debated. Many researchers argue that such memories are fantasies or fabrications of the unconscious mind, and there is no doubt that this is sometimes the case, especially if the hypnotic session or regression is conducted by an unskilled hypnotist who does not know the proper questioning techniques required to safeguard against eliciting fantasies. But there are also numerous cases on record in which individuals have, under the guidance of skilled professionals, produced memories that do not appear to be fantasies. The evidence assembled by Witten falls into this category. To conduct his research, Witten gathered together a core group of roughly 30 people. These included individuals from all walks of life, from truck drivers to computer scientists, some of whom believed in reincarnation and some of whom did not. He then hypnotized them individually and spent literally thousands of hours recording everything they had to say about their alleged previous existences. Even in its broad strokes, the information was fascinating. One striking aspect was the degree of agreement between the subjects' experiences. All reported numerous past lives, some as many as 20 to 25, although a practical limit was reached when Witten regressed them to what he calls their caveman existences, when one lifetime became indistinguishable from the next. All reported that gender was not specific to the soul, and many had lived at least one life as the opposite sex, and all reported that the purpose of life was to evolve and learn, and that multiple existences facilitated this process. Witten also found evidence that strongly suggested the experiences were actual past lives. One unusual feature was the ability the memories had to explain a wide range of seemingly unrelated events and experiences in the subject's current lives. For example, one man, a psychologist born and raised in Canada, had possessed an inexplicable British accent as a child. He also had an irrational fear of breaking his leg, a phobia of air travel, a terrible nail-biting problem, an obsessive fascination with torture, and, as a teenager, had had a brief and enigmatic vision of being in a room with a Nazi officer shortly after operating the pedals of a car during a driving test. Under hypnosis, the man recalled being a British pilot during World War II. While on a mission over Germany, his plane was hit by a shower of bullets, one of which penetrated the fuselage and broke his leg. This in turn caused him to lose control of the plane's foot pedals, forcing him to crash land. He was subsequently captured by the Nazis, tortured for information by having his nails pulled out, and died a short time later. Many of the subjects also experienced profound psychological and physical healings as a result of the traumatic past life memories they unearthed, and gave uncannily accurate historical details about the times in which they had lived. Some even spoke languages unknown to them. While reliving an apparent past life as a Viking, one man, a 37-year-old behavioral scientist, shouted words that linguistic authorities later identified as Old Norse. After being regressed to an ancient Persian lifetime, the same man began to write in a spidery, Arabic-style script that an expert in Near Eastern languages identified as an authentic representation of Sassanid Pahlavi, a long-extinct Mesopotamian tongue that flourished between AD 226 and 651. But Witten's most remarkable discovery came when he regressed subjects to the interim between lives, a dazzling, light-filled realm in which there was no such thing as time or space as we know it. According to his subjects, part of the purpose of this realm was to allow them to plan their next life, to literally sketch out the important events and circumstances that would befall them in the future. But this process was not simply some fairy tale exercise in wish fulfillment. Witten found that when individuals were in the between-life realm, they entered an unusual state of consciousness in which they were acutely self-aware and had a heightened moral and ethical sense. In addition, they no longer possessed the ability to rationalize away any of their faults and misdeeds and saw themselves with total honesty. To distinguish it from our normal everyday consciousness, Witten calls this intensely conscientious state of mind metaconsciousness. Thus, when subjects planned their next life, they did so with a sense of moral obligation. They would choose to be reborn with people whom they had wronged in a previous life, so they would have the opportunity to make amends for their actions. They planned pleasant encounters with soulmates, individuals with whom they had built a loving and mutually beneficial relationship over many lifetimes. And they scheduled accidental events to fulfill still other lessons and purposes. One man said that as he planned his next life, he visualized a sort of clockwork instrument into which you could insert certain parts in order for specific consequences to follow. These consequences were not always pleasant. After being regressed to a metaconscious state, a woman who had been raped when she was 37 revealed that she had actually planned the event before she had come into this incarnation. As she explained, it had been necessary for her to experience a tragedy at that age in order to force her to change her entire soul complexion, and thus break through to a deeper and more positive understanding of the meaning of life. Another subject, a man afflicted with a serious and life-threatening kidney disease, disclosed that he had chosen the illness to punish himself for a past life transgression. However, he also revealed that dying from the kidney disease was not part of his script, and before he had come into this life, he had also arranged to encounter someone or something that would help him remember this fact, and hence enable him to heal both his guilt and his body. True to his word, after he started his sessions with Witten, he experienced a near miraculous complete recovery. Not all of Witten's subjects were so eager to learn about the future their metaconscious selves had laid out for them. Several censored their own memories and asked Witten to please give them post-hypnotic instructions not to remember anything that they had said during trance. As they explained, they did not want to be tempted to tamper with the script their metaconscious selves had written for them. This is an astounding idea. Is it possible that our unconscious mind is not only aware of the rough outline of our destiny, but actually steers us toward its fulfillment? Witten's research is not the only evidence that this may be the case. In a statistical study of 28 serious U.S. railroad accidents, parapsychologist William Cox found that significantly fewer people took trains on accident days than on the same day in previous weeks. Cox's finding suggests that we all may be constantly, unconsciously precognizing the future and making decisions based on that information. Some of us opting to avoid mishap, and perhaps some, like the woman who chose to experience a personal tragedy and the man who elected to endure a kidney disease, choosing to experience negative situations to fulfill other unconscious designs and purposes. Carefully or haphazardly, we choose our earthly circumstances, says Witten. The message of metaconsciousness is that the life situation of every human being is neither random nor inappropriate. Seen objectively from the interlife, every human experience is simply another lesson in the cosmic classroom. It is important to note that the existence of such unconscious agendas does not mean that our lives are rigidly predestined and all fates unavoidable. The fact that many of Witten's subjects asked not to remember what they said under hypnosis implies again that the future is only roughly outlined and still subject to change. Witten is not the only reincarnation researcher who has uncovered evidence that our unconscious has more of a hand in our lives than we may realize. Another is Dr. Ian Stevenson, a professor of psychiatry at the University of Virginia Medical School. Instead of using hypnosis, Stevenson interviews young children who have spontaneously remembered apparent previous existences. He has spent more than 30 years in this pursuit and has collected and analyzed thousands of cases from all over the globe. According to Stevenson, spontaneous past life recall is relatively common among children, so common that the number of cases that seem worth considering far exceeds his staff's ability to investigate them. Generally, children are between the ages of 2 and 4 when they start talking about their other life, and frequently they remember dozens of particulars, including their name, the names of family members and friends, where they lived, what their house looked like, what they did for a living, how they died, and even obscure information such as where they hid money before they died, and, in cases involving murder, sometimes even who killed them. Indeed, frequently their memories are so detailed, Stevenson is able to track down the identity of their previous personality and verify virtually everything they have said. He has even taken children to the area in which their past incarnation lived, and watched as they navigated effortlessly through strange neighborhoods and correctly identified their former house, belongings, and past life relatives and friends. Like Witten, Stevenson has gathered an enormous amount of data suggestive of reincarnation, and to date has published 6 volumes on his findings. And, like Witten, he also has found evidence that the unconscious plays a far greater role in our makeup and destiny than we have hitherto suspected. He has corroborated Witten's findings that we are frequently reborn with individuals we have known in previous existences, and that the guiding force behind our choices is often affection, or a sense of guilt or indebtedness. He agrees that personal responsibility, not chance, is the arbiter of our fate. He has found that although a person's material conditions can vary greatly from one life to the next, their moral conduct, interests, aptitudes, and attitudes remain the same. Individuals who were criminals in their previous existence tend to be drawn to criminal behavior again. People who were generous and kind continue to be generous and kind, and so on. From this, Stevenson concludes that it is not the outward trappings of life that matter, but the inner ones, the joys, sorrows, and inner growths of the personality that appear to be most important. Most significant of all, he found no compelling evidence of retributive karma, or any indication that we are cosmically punished for our sins. There is then, if we judge by the evidence of the cases, no external judge of our conduct, and no being who shifts us from life to life according to our deserts. If this world is, in Keats' phrase, a vale of soul-making, we are the makers of our own souls, states Stevenson. Stevenson has also uncovered a phenomenon that did not turn up in Witten's study, a discovery that provides even more dramatic evidence of the power the unconscious mind has to sculpt and influence our life circumstances. He has found that a person's previous incarnation can apparently affect the very shape and structure of their current physical body. He has discovered, for example, that Burmese children who remember previous lives as British or American Air Force pilots shot down over Burma during World War II all have fairer hair and complexions than their siblings. He has also found instances in which distinctive facial features, foot deformities, and other characteristics have carried over from one life to the next. Most numerous among these are physical injuries carrying over as scars or birthmarks. In one case, a boy who remembered being murdered in his former life by having his throat slit still had a long reddish mark resembling a scar across his neck. In another, a boy who remembered committing suicide by shooting himself in the head in his past incarnation still had two scar-like birthmarks that lined up perfectly along the bullet's trajectory, one where the bullet had entered and one where it had exited. And in another, a boy had a birthmark resembling a surgical scar, complete with a line of red marks resembling stitch wounds, in the exact location where his previous personality had had surgery. In fact, Stevenson has gathered hundreds of such cases and is currently compiling a 4-volume study of the phenomenon. In some of the cases, he has even been able to obtain hospital and/or autopsy reports of the deceased personality and show that such injuries not only occurred, but were in the exact location of the present birthmark or deformity. He feels that such marks not only provide some of the strongest evidence in favor of reincarnation, but also suggest the existence of some kind of intermediate non-physical body that functions as a carrier of these attributes between one life and the next. He states, "It seems to me that the imprint of wounds on the previous personality must be carried between lives on some kind of an extended body, which in turn acts as a template for the production on a new physical body of birthmarks and deformities that correspond to the wounds on the body of the previous personality." Stevenson's theorized template body echoes Tiller's assertion that the human energy field is a holographic template that guides the form and structure of the physical body. Put another way, it is a kind of 3-dimensional blueprint around which the physical body forms. Similarly, his findings regarding birthmarks add further support to the idea that we are, at heart, just images, holographic constructs, created by thought. Stevenson has also noted that although his research suggests that we are the creators of our own lives and, to a certain extent, our own bodies, our participation in this process is so passive as to be almost involuntary. Deep strata of the psyche appear to be involved in these choices, strata that are much more in touch with the implicate. Or, as Stevenson puts it, levels of mental activity far deeper than those that regulate the digestion of our supper in our stomach and our ordinary breathing must govern these processes. As unorthodox as many of Stevenson's conclusions are, his reputation as a careful and thorough investigator has gained him respect in some unlikely quarters. His findings have been published in such distinguished scientific periodicals as the American Journal of Psychiatry, the Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease, and the International Journal of Comparative Sociology. And in a review of one of his works, the prestigious Journal of the American Medical Association stated that he has painstakingly and unemotionally collected a detailed series of cases in which the evidence for reincarnation is difficult to understand on any other grounds. He has placed on record a large amount of data that cannot be ignored. Thought as builder. As with so many of the discoveries we have looked at, the idea that some deeply unconscious and even spiritual part of us can reach across the boundaries of time and is responsible for our destiny can also be found in many shamanic traditions and other sources. According to the Batak people of Indonesia, everything a person experiences is determined by his or her soul, or tondi, which reincarnates from one body to the next and is a medium capable of reproducing not only the behavior, but the physical attributes of the person's former self. The Ojibwe Indians also believed a person's life is scripted by an invisible spirit, or soul, and is laid out in a manner that promotes growth and development. If a person dies without completing all the lessons they need to learn, their spirit body returns and is reborn in another physical body. The kahunas call this invisible aspect the omakua, or high self. Like Witten's metaconsciousness, it is the unconscious portion of a person that can see the parts of the future that are crystallized or set. It is also the part of us that is responsible for creating our destiny, but it is not alone in this process. Like many of the researchers mentioned in this book, the kahunas believed that thoughts are things and are composed of a subtle energetic substance they called kinomiya, or shadowy body stuff. Hence, our hopes, fears, plans, worries, guilts, dreams, and imaginings do not vanish after leaving our mind, but are turned into thought forms, and these too become some of the rough strands from which the high self weaves our future. Most people are not in charge of their own thoughts, said the kahunas, and constantly bombard their high self with an uncontrolled and contradictory mixture of plans, wishes, and fears. This confuses the high self, and is why most people's lives appear to be equally haphazard and uncontrolled. Powerful kahunas who were in open communication with their high selves were said to be able to help a person remake his or her future. Similarly, it was considered extremely important that people take time out at frequent intervals to think about their lives and visualize in concrete terms what they wish to happen to themselves. By doing this, the kahunas asserted that people can more consciously control the events that befall them and make their own future. In an idea that is reminiscent of Tiller and Stevenson's notion of a subtle intermediary body, the kahunas believed this shadowy body stuff also forms a template upon which the physical body is molded. Again, it was said that kahunas who were in extraordinary attunement with their high self could sculpt and reform the shadowy body stuff, and hence the physical body of another person, and this was how miraculous healings were effected. This view also provides an interesting parallel to some of our own conclusions as to why thoughts and images have such a powerful impact on health. The tantric mystics of Tibet referred to the stuff of thoughts as Sol, and held that every mental action produced waves of this mysterious energy. They believed the entire universe is a product of the mind and is created and animated by the collective Sol of all beings. Most people are unaware that they possess this power, said the tantrists, because the average human mind functions like a small puddle isolated from the great ocean. Only great yogis, skilled at contacting the deeper levels of the mind, were said to be able consciously to utilize such forces, and one of the things they did to achieve this goal was to visualize repeatedly the desired creation. Tibetan tantric texts are filled with visualization exercises, or sadhanas, designed for such purposes, and monks of some sects, such as the Kargyupa, would spend as long as 7 years in complete solitude in a cave or a sealed room, perfecting their visualization abilities. The 12th century Persian Sufis also stressed the importance of visualization in altering and reshaping one's destiny, and called the subtle matter of thought alam al-mithal. Like many clairvoyants, they believed that human beings possess a subtle body controlled by chakra-like energy centers. They also held that reality is divided into a series of subtler planes of being, or hadarat, and that the plane of being directly adjacent to this one was a kind of template reality in which the alam al-mithal of one's thoughts formed into idea images, which in turn eventually determined the course of one's life. The Sufis also added a twist of their own. They felt the heart chakra, or hima, was the agent responsible for this process, and that control of the heart chakra was therefore a prerequisite for controlling one's destiny. Edgar Cayce also spoke of thoughts as tangible things, a finer form of matter, and, when he was in trance, repeatedly told his clients that their thoughts created their destiny, and that thought is the builder. In his view, the thinking process is like a spider, constantly spinning, constantly adding to its web. Every moment of our lives we are creating the images and patterns that give our future energy and shape, said Cayce. Paramahansa Yogananda advised people to visualize the future they desired for themselves and charge it with the energy of concentration. As he put it, proper visualization by the exercise of concentration and willpower enables us to materialize thoughts, not only as dreams or visions in the mental realm, but also as experiences in the material realm. Indeed, such ideas can be found in a wide range of disparate sources. "We are what we think," said the Buddha. "All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts we make the world. As a man acts, so does he become. As a man's desire is, so is his destiny," states the Hindu pre-Christian Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. "All things in the world of nature are not controlled by fate, for the soul has a principle of its own," said the 4th century Greek philosopher Iamblichus. "Ask, and it will be given you. If ye have faith, nothing shall be impossible unto you," states the Bible. And the destiny of a person is connected with those things he himself creates and does, wrote Rabbi Stensaltz in the Kabbalistic 13-petaled rose. An indication of something deeper. Even today, the idea that our thoughts create our destiny is still very much in the air. It is the subject of best-selling self-help books such as Shakti Gawan's Creative Visualization and Louise L. Hay's You Can Heal Your Life. Hay, who says she cured herself of cancer by changing her mental patterning, gives hugely successful workshops on her techniques. It is the main philosophy inherent in many popular channeled works, such as A Course in Miracles and Jane Roberts' Seth books. It is also being embraced by some eminent psychologists. Jean Houston, a past president of the Association for Humanistic Psychology and current director of the Foundation for Mind Research in Pomona, New York, discusses the idea at length in her book, The Possible Human. Houston also gives a variety of visualization exercises in the work and even calls one Orchestrating the Brain and Entering the Holoverse. Another book that draws heavily on the holographic model to support the idea that we can use visualization to reshape our future is Mary Orser and Richard A. Zorro's Changing Your Destiny. In addition, Zorro is the founder of Future Shaping Technologies, a company that gives seminars on future-shaping techniques to businesses, and numbers both Panasonic and the International Banking and Credit Association among its clients. Former astronaut Edgar Mitchell, the 6th man to walk on the moon and a longtime explorer of inner as well as outer space, has taken a similar tack. In 1973, he founded the Institute of Noetic Sciences, a California-based organization devoted to researching such powers of the mind. The Institute is still going strong, and current projects include a massive study of the mind's role in miraculous healings and spontaneous remissions, and a study of the role consciousness plays in creating a positive global future. We create our own reality because our inner emotional, our subconscious reality draws us into those situations from which we learn, states Mitchell. We experience it as strange things happening to us, and we meet the people in our lives that we need to learn from. And so, we create these circumstances at a very deep, metaphysical, and subconscious level. Is the current popularity of the idea that we create our own destiny just a fad? Or is its presence in so many different cultures and times an indication of something much deeper? A sign that it is something all human beings intuitively know is true? At present, this question remains unanswered, but in a holographic universe, a universe in which the mind participates with reality, and in which the innermost stuff of our psyches can register as synchronicities in the objective world, the notion that we are also the sculptors of our own fate is not so far-fetched. It even seems probable. 3 last pieces of evidence. Before concluding, 3 last pieces of evidence deserve to be looked at. Although not conclusive, each offers a peek at still other time-transcending abilities consciousness may possess in a holographic universe. Mass dreams of the future. Another past life researcher who turned up evidence suggestive that the mind has a hand in creating one's destiny was the late San Francisco-based psychologist Dr. Helen Wambach. Wambach's approach was to hypnotize groups of people in small workshops, regress them to specified time periods, and ask them a predetermined list of questions about their sex, clothing style, occupation, utensils used in eating, and so on. Over the course of her 29-year investigation of the past life phenomenon, she hypnotized literally thousands of individuals and amassed some impressive findings. One criticism leveled against reincarnation is that people only seem to remember past lives as famous or historical personages. Wambach, however, found that more than 90% of her subjects recalled past lives as peasants, laborers, farmers, and primitive food gatherers. Less than 10% remembered incarnations as aristocrats, and none remembered being anyone famous, a finding that argues against the notion that past life memories are fantasies. Her subjects were also extraordinarily accurate when it came to historical details, even obscure ones. For instance, when people remembered lives in the 1700s, they described using a three-pronged fork to eat their evening meals, but after 1790, they described most forks as having four prongs, an observation that correctly reflects the historical evolution of the fork. Subjects were equally accurate when it came to describing clothing and footwear, types of foods eaten, etc. Wambach discovered she could also progress people to future lives. Indeed, her subjects' descriptions of coming centuries were so fascinated, she conducted a major future life progression project in France and the United States. Unfortunately, she passed away before completing the study, but psychologist Chet Snow, a former colleague of Wambach's, carried on her work and recently published the results in a book entitled Mass Dreams of the Future. When the reports of the 2,500 people who participated in the project were tallied, several interesting features emerged. First, virtually all of the respondents agreed that the population of the Earth had decreased dramatically. Many did not even find themselves in physical bodies in the various future time periods specified, and those who did noted that the population was much smaller than it is today. In addition, the respondents divided up neatly into four categories, each relating a different future. One group described a joyless and sterile future in which most people lived in space stations, wore silvery suits, and ate synthetic food. Another, the New Agers, reported living happier and more natural lives in natural settings, in harmony with one another, and in dedication to learning and spiritual development. Type 3, the high-tech urbanites, described a bleak, mechanical future in which people lived in underground cities and cities enclosed in domes and bubbles. Type 4 described themselves as post-disaster survivors, living in a world that had been ravaged by some global, possibly nuclear, disaster. People in this group lived in homes ranging from urban ruins to caves to isolated farms, wore plain hand-sewn clothing that was often made of fur, and obtained much of their food by hunting. What is the explanation? Snow turns to the holographic model for the answer, and like Loy, believes that such findings suggest that there are several potential futures, or holoverses, forming in the gathering mists of fate. But like other past life researchers, he also believes we create our own destiny, both individually and collectively, and thus the four scenarios are really a glimpse into the various potential futures the human race is creating for itself en masse. Consequently, Snow recommends that instead of building bomb shelters or moving to areas that won't be destroyed by the coming Earth changes, predicted by some psychics, we should spend time believing in and visualizing a positive future. He cites the Planetary Commission, the ad hoc collection of millions of individuals around the world who have agreed to spend the hour of 12 to 1 p.m., Greenwich Mean Time, each December 31st, united in prayer and meditation on world peace and healing, as a step in the right direction. If we are continually shaping our future physical reality by today's collective thoughts and actions, then the time to wake up to the alternative we have created is now, states Snow. The choices between the kind of Earth represented by each of the types are clear. Which do we want for our grandchildren? Which do we want, perhaps, to return to ourselves someday? Changing the past. the future may not be the only thing that can be formed and reshaped by human thought. At the 1988 Annual Convention of the Parapsychological Association, Helmut Schmidt and Marilyn Schlitz announced that several experiments they had conducted indicated the mind may be able to alter the past as well. In one study, Schmidt and Schlitz used a computerized randomization process to record 1,000 different sequences of sound. Each sequence consisted of 100 tones of varying duration, some of them pleasing to the ear and some just bursts of noise. Because the selection process was random, according to the laws of probability, each sequence should contain roughly 50% pleasing sounds and 50% noise. Cassette recordings of the sequences were then mailed to volunteers. While listening to the pre-recorded cassettes, the subjects were told to try to psychokinetically increase the duration of the pleasing sounds and decrease the durations of the noise. After the subjects completed the task, they notified the lab of their attempts, and Schmidt and Schlitz then examined the original sequences. They discovered that the recordings the subjects listened to contained significantly longer stretches of pleasing sounds than noise. In other words, it appeared that the subjects had psychokinetically reached back through time and had an effect on the randomized process from which their pre-recorded cassettes had been made. In another test, Schmidt and Schlitz programmed the computer to produce 100-tone sequences randomly composed of 4 different notes, and subjects were instructed to try to psychokinetically cause more high notes to appear on the tapes than low. Again, a retroactive PK effect was found. Schmidt and Schlitz also discovered that volunteers who meditated regularly exerted a greater PK effect than non-meditators, suggesting again that contact with the unconscious is the key to accessing the reality-structuring portions of the psyche. The idea that we can psychokinetically alter events that have already occurred is an unsettling notion, for we are so deeply programmed to believe the past is frozen as if it were a butterfly in glass. It is difficult for us to imagine otherwise. But in a holographic universe, a universe in which time is an illusion and reality is no more than a mind-created image, it is a possibility to which we may have to become accustomed. A walk through the Garden of Time. As fantastic as the previous 2 notions are, they are small change compared to the last category of time anomaly that merits our attention. On August 10, 1901, 2 Oxford professors, Anne Moberly, the principal of St. Hugh's College, Oxford, and Eleanor Jourdain, the vice principal, were walking through the garden of the Petit Trianon at Versailles when they saw a shimmering effect pass over the landscape in front of them, not unlike the special effects in a movie when it changes from one scene to another. After the shimmering passed, they noticed that the landscape had changed. Suddenly the people around them were wearing 18th century costumes and wigs and were behaving in an agitated manner. As the 2 women stood dumbfounded, a repulsive man with a pockmarked face approached and urged them to change their direction. They followed him past a line of trees to a garden where they heard strains of music floating through the air and saw an aristocratic lady painting a watercolor. Eventually, the vision vanished and the landscape returned to normal, but the transformation had been so dramatic that when the women looked behind them, they realized the path they had just walked down was now blocked by an old stone wall. When they returned to England, they searched through historical records and concluded that they had been transported back in time to the day in which the sacking of the Tuileries and the massacre of the Swiss Guards had taken place, which accounted for the agitated manner of the people in the garden, and that the woman in the garden was none other than Marie Antoinette. So vivid was the experience that the women filled a book-length manuscript about the occurrence and presented it to the British Society for Psychical Research. What makes Moberly and Jourdain's experience so significant is that they did not simply have a retrocognitive vision of the past, but actually walked back into the past, meeting people and wandering around in the Tuileries garden as it was more than 100 years earlier. Moberly and Jourdain's experience is difficult to accept as real, but given that it provided them with no obvious benefit, and most certainly put their academic reputations at risk, one is hard-pressed to imagine what would motivate them to make up such a story. And it is not the only such occurrence at the Tuileries to be reported to the British Society for Psychical Research. In May 1955, a London solicitor and his wife also encountered several 18th century figures in the garden, and on another occasion, the staff of an embassy whose offices overlook Versailles claimed to have watched the garden revert back to an earlier period of history as well. Here in the United States, parapsychologist Gardner Murphy, a former president of both the American Psychological Association and the American Society for Psychical Research, investigated a similar case, in which a woman identified only by the name Butterbeau looked out the window of her office at Nebraska Wesleyan University and saw the campus as it was 50 years earlier. Gone were the bustling streets and the sorority houses, and in their place was an open field and a sprinkling of trees, their leaves aflutter in the breeze of a summer long since past. Is the boundary between the present and the past so flimsy that we can, under the right circumstances, stroll back into the past with the same ease that we can stroll through a garden? At present, we simply do not know, but in a world that is comprised less of solid objects traveling in space and time, and more of ghostly holograms of energy sustained by processes that are at least partially connected to human consciousness, such events may not be as impossible as they appear. And if this seems disturbing, this idea that our minds and even our bodies are far less bound by the strictures of time than we have previously imagined, we should remember that the idea the earth is round once proved equally frightening to a humanity convinced that it was flat. The evidence presented in this chapter suggests that we are still children when it comes to understanding the true nature of time, and like all children poised on the threshold of adulthood, we should put aside our fears and come to terms with the way the world really is, for in a holographic universe, a universe in which all things are just ghostly coruscations of energy, more than just our understanding of time must change. There are still other shimmerings to cross our landscape, still deeper depths to plumb. 8. Traveling in the superhologram. Access to holographic reality becomes experientially available when one's consciousness is freed from its dependence on the physical body. So long as one remains tied to the body and its sensory modalities, holographic reality, at best, can only be an intellectual construct. When one is freed from the body, one experiences it directly. That is why mystics speak about their visions with such certitude and conviction, while those who haven't experienced this realm for themselves are left feeling skeptical or even indifferent. Kenneth Ring, Ph.D. Life at Death. Time is not the only thing that is illusory in a holographic universe. Space, too, must be viewed as a product of our mode of perception. This is even more difficult to comprehend than the idea that time is a construct, for when it comes to trying to conceptualize spacelessness, there are no easy analogies, no images of amoeboid universes or crystallizing futures to fall back on. We are so conditioned to think in terms of space as an absolute that it is hard for us even to begin to imagine what it would be like to exist in a realm in which space did not exist. Nonetheless, there is evidence that we are ultimately no more bound by space than we are by time. One powerful indication that this is so can be found in out-of-body phenomena, experiences in which an individual's conscious awareness appears to detach itself from the physical body and travel to some other location. Out-of-body experiences, or OBEs, have been reported throughout history by individuals from all walks of life. Aldous Huxley, Goethe, D.H. Lawrence, August Strindberg, and Jack London all reported having OBEs. They were known to the Egyptians, the North American Indians, the Chinese, the Greek philosophers, the medieval alchemists, the oceanic peoples, the Hindus, the Hebrews, and the Muslims. In a cross-cultural study of 44 non-Western societies, Dean Shields found that only 3 did not hold a belief in OBEs. In a similar study, Anthropologist Erica Bourguignon looked at 488 world societies, or roughly 57% of all known societies, and found that 437 of them, or 89%, had at least some tradition regarding OBEs. Even today, studies indicate that OBEs are still widespread. The late Dr. Robert Crookall, a geologist at the University of Aberdeen and an amateur parapsychologist, investigated enough cases to fill 9 books on the subject. In the 1960s, Celia Green, the director of the Institute of Psychophysical Research in Oxford, polled 115 students at Southampton University and found that 19% admitted to having an OBE. When 380 Oxford students were similarly questioned, 34% answered in the affirmative. In a survey of 902 adults, Haraldson found that 8% had experienced being out of their bodies at least once in their life. And a 1980 survey conducted by Dr. Harvey Irwin at the University of New England in Australia revealed that 20% of 177 students had experienced an OBE. When averaged, these figures indicate that roughly 1 out of every 5 people will have an OBE at some point in his or her life. Other studies suggest the incidence may be closer to 1 in 10, but the fact remains, OBEs are far more common than most people realize. The typical OBE is usually spontaneous and occurs most often during sleep, meditation, anesthesia, illness, and instances of traumatic pain, although they can occur under other circumstances as well. Suddenly, a person experiences the vivid sensation that his mind has separated from his body. Frequently, he finds himself floating over his body and discovers he can travel or fly to other locations. What is it like to find oneself free from the physical and staring down at one's own body? In a 1980 study of 339 cases of out-of-body travel, Dr. Glenn Gabbard of the Menninger Foundation in Topeka, Dr. Stuart Twemlow of the Topeka Veterans Administration Medical Center, and Dr. Fowler Jones of the University of Kansas Medical Center found that a whopping 85% described the experience as pleasant, and over half of them said it was joyful. I know the feeling. I had a spontaneous OBE as a teenager, and after recovering from the shock of finding myself floating over my body and staring down at myself asleep in bed, I had an indescribably exhilarating time flying through walls and soaring over the treetops. During the course of my bodiless journey, I even stumbled across a library book a neighbor had lost and was able to tell her where the book was located the next day. I describe this experience in detail in Beyond the Quantum. It is of no small significance that Gabbard, Twemlow, and Jones also studied the psychological profile of OBEers and found that they were psychologically normal and were on the whole extremely well adjusted. At the 1980 meeting of the American Psychiatric Association, they presented their conclusions and told their colleagues that reassurances that OBEs are common occurrences and referring the patient to books on the subject may be more therapeutic than psychiatric treatment. They even hinted that patients might gain more relief by talking to a yogi than to a psychiatrist. Such facts notwithstanding, no amount of statistical findings are as convincing as actual accounts of such experiences. For example, Kimberly Clark, a hospital social worker in Seattle, Washington, did not take OBE seriously until she encountered a coronary patient named Maria. Several days after being admitted to the hospital, Maria had a cardiac arrest and was quickly revived. Clark visited her later that afternoon, expecting to find her anxious over the fact that her heart had stopped. As she had expected, Maria was agitated, but not for the reason she had anticipated. Maria told Clark that she had experienced something very strange. After her heart had stopped, she suddenly found herself looking down from the ceiling and watching the doctors and the nurses working on her. Then something over the emergency room driveway distracted her, and as soon as she thought herself there, she was there. Next, Maria thought her way up to the 3rd floor of the building and found herself eyeball to shoelace with a tennis shoe. It was an old shoe, and she noticed that the little toe had worn a hole through the fabric. She also noticed several other details, such as the fact that the lace was stuck under the heel. After Maria finished her account, She begged Clark to please go to the ledge and see if there was a shoe there so that she could confirm whether her experience was real or not. Skeptical, but intrigued, Clark went outside and looked up at the ledge, but saw nothing. She went up to the 3rd floor and began going in and out of patients' rooms, looking through windows so narrow she had to press her face against the glass just to see the ledge at all. Finally, she found a room where she pressed her face against the glass and looked down and saw the tennis shoe. Still, from her vantage point, she could not tell if the little toe had worn a place in the shoe or if any of the other details Maria had described were correct. It wasn't until she retrieved the shoe that she confirmed Maria's various observations. The only way she would have had such a perspective was if she had been floating right outside and at very close range to the tennis shoe, states Clark, who has since become a believer in OBEs. It was very concrete evidence for me. Experiencing an OBE during cardiac arrest is relatively common, so common that Michael B. Sabom, a cardiologist and professor of medicine at Emory University and a staff physician at the Atlanta Veterans Administration Medical Center, got tired of hearing his patients recount such fantasies and decided to settle the matter once and for all. Sabom selected 2 groups of patients, one composed of 32 seasoned cardiac patients who had reported OBEs during their heart attacks, and one made up of 25 seasoned cardiac patients who had never experienced an OBE. He then interviewed the patients, asking the OBEers to describe their own resuscitation as they had witnessed it from the out-of-body state, and asking the non-experiencers to describe what they imagined must have transpired during their resuscitation. Of the non-experiencers, 20 made major mistakes when they described their resuscitations. 3 gave correct but general descriptions, and 2 had no idea at all what had taken place. Among the experiencers, 26 gave correct but general descriptions, 6 gave highly detailed and accurate descriptions of their own resuscitation, and 1 gave a blow-by-blow accounting so accurate that Sabom was stunned. The results inspired him to delve even deeper into the phenomenon, and like Clark, he has now become an ardent believer and lectures widely on the subject. There appears to be no plausible explanation for the accuracy of these observations involving the usual physical senses, he says. The out-of-body hypothesis simply seems to fit best with the data at hand. Although the OBEs experienced by such patients are spontaneous, some people have mastered the ability well enough to leave their body at will. One of the most famous of these individuals is a former radio and television executive named Robert Monroe. When Monroe had his first OBE in the late 1950s, he thought he was going crazy and immediately sought medical treatment. The doctors he consulted found nothing wrong, but he continued to have his strange experiences and continued to be greatly disturbed by them. Finally, after learning from a psychologist friend that Indian yogis reported leaving their bodies all the time, he began to accept his uninvited talent. I had 2 options, Monroe recalls. One was sedation for the rest of my life. The other was to learn something about this state so I could control it. From that day forward, Monroe began keeping a written journal of his experiences, carefully documenting everything he learned about the out-of-body state. He discovered he could pass through solid objects and travel great distances in the twinkling of an eye simply by thinking himself there. He found that other people were seldom aware of his presence, although the friends whom he traveled to see while in this second state quickly became believers when he accurately described their dress and activity at the time of his out-of-body visit. He also discovered that he was not alone in his pursuit, and occasionally bumped into other disembodied travelers. Thus far, he has cataloged his experiences in 2 fascinating books, Journeys Out of the Body and Far Journeys. OBEs have also been documented in the lab. In one experiment, parapsychologist Charles Tart was able to get a skilled OBEer he identifies only as Miss Z to identify correctly a 5-digit number written on a piece of paper that could only be reached if she were floating in the out-of-body state. In a series of experiments conducted at the American Society for Psychical Research in New York, Carlos Osis and psychologist Janet Lee Mitchell found several gifted subjects who were able to fly in from various locations around the country and correctly describe a wide range of target images, including objects placed on a table, colored geometric patterns placed on a free-floating shelf near the ceiling, and optical illusions that could only be seen when an observer peered through a small window in a special device. Dr. Robert Morris, the director of research at the Psychical Research Foundation in Durham, North Carolina, has even used animals to detect out-of-body visitations. In one experiment, for instance, Morris found that a kitten belonging to a talented out-of-body subject named Keith Harary consistently stopped meowing and started purring whenever Harary was invisibly present. OBEs as a holographic phenomenon. Considered as a whole, the evidence seems unequivocal. Although we are taught that we think with our brains, this is not always true. Under the right circumstances, our consciousness, the thinking, perceiving part of us, can detach from the physical body and exist just about anywhere it wants to. Our current scientific understanding cannot account for this phenomenon, but it becomes much more tractable in terms of the holographic idea. Remember that in a holographic universe, location is itself an illusion. Just as an image of an apple has no specific location on a piece of holographic film, in a universe that is organized holographically, things and objects also possess no definite location. Everything is ultimately non-local, including consciousness. Thus, although our consciousness appears to be localized in our heads, under certain conditions, it can just as easily appear to be localized in the upper corner of the room, hovering over a grassy lawn, or floating eyeball to shoelace with a tennis shoe on the third-floor ledge of a building. If the idea of a non-local consciousness seems difficult to grasp, a useful analogy can once again be found in dreaming. Imagine that you are dreaming you are attending a crowded art exhibit. As you wander among the people and gaze at the artworks, your consciousness appears to be localized in the head of the person you are in the dream. But where is your consciousness really? A quick analysis will reveal that it is actually in everything in the dream, in the other people attending the exhibit, in the artworks, even in the very space of the dream. In a dream, location is also an illusion because everything, people, objects, space, consciousness, and so on, is unfolding out of the deeper and more fundamental reality of the dreamer. Another strikingly holographic feature of the OBE is the plasticity of the form a person assumes once they are out of the body. After detaching from the physical, OBEers sometimes find themselves in a ghost-like body that is an exact replica of their biological body. This caused some researchers in the past to postulate that human beings possess a phantom double, not unlike the doppelganger of literature. However, recent findings have exposed problems with this assumption. Although some OBEers describe this phantom double as naked, others find themselves in bodies that are fully clothed. This suggests that the phantom double is not a permanent energy replica of the biological body, but is instead a kind of hologram that can assume many shapes. This notion is borne out by the fact that phantom doubles are not the only forms people find themselves in during OBEs. There are numerous reports where people have also perceived themselves as balls of light, shapeless clouds of energy, and even no discernible form at all. There is even evidence that the form a person assumes during an OBE is a direct consequence of their beliefs and expectations. For example, in his 1961 book, The Mystical Life, mathematician J.H.M. Whiteman revealed that he experienced at least 2 OBEs a month during most of his adult life, and recorded over 2,000 such incidents. He also disclosed that he always felt like a woman trapped in a man's body, and during separation, this sometimes resulted in his finding himself in female form. Whiteman experienced various other forms as well during his OB adventures, including children's bodies, and concluded that beliefs, both conscious and unconscious, were the determining factors in the form this second body assumed. Monroe agrees and asserts that it is our thought habits that create our OB forms. Because we were so habituated to being in a body, we have a tendency to reproduce the same form in the OB state. Similarly, he believes it is the discomfort most people feel when they are naked that causes OBEers to unconsciously sculpt clothing for themselves when they assume a human form. I suspect that one may modify the second body into whatever form is desired, says Monroe. What is our true form, if any, when we are in the disembodied state? Monroe has found that once we drop all such disguises, we are at heart a vibrational pattern comprised of many interacting and resonating frequencies. This finding is also remarkably suggestive that something holographic is going on and offers further evidence that we, like all things in a holographic universe, are ultimately a frequency phenomenon which our mind converts into various holographic forms. It also adds credence to Hunt's conclusion that our consciousness is contained not in the brain, but in a plasmic holographic energy field that both permeates and surrounds the physical body. The form we assume while in the OB state is not the only thing that displays this holographic plasticity. Despite the accuracy of the observations made by talented OB travelers during their disembodied jaunts, researchers have long been troubled by some of the glaring inaccuracies that crop up as well. For instance, the title of the lost library book I stumbled across during my own OBE looked bright green while I was in a disembodied state. But after I was back in my physical body and returned to retrieve the book, I saw that the lettering was actually black. The literature is filled with accounts of similar discrepancies, instances in which OB travelers accurately described a distant room full of people, save that they added an extra person or perceived a couch where there was really a table. In terms of the holographic idea, one explanation may be that such OB travelers have not yet fully developed the ability to convert the frequencies they perceive while in a disembodied state into a completely accurate holographic representation of consensus reality. In other words, since OBEers appear to be relying on a completely new set of senses, these senses may still be wobbly and not yet proficient at the art of converting the frequency domain into a seemingly objective construct of reality. These non-physical senses are further hampered by the constraints our own self-limiting beliefs place upon them. A number of talented OB travelers have noted that once they became more at home in their second body, they discovered that they could see in all directions at once without turning their heads. In other words, although seeing in all directions appears to be normal during the OB state, they were so accustomed to believing that they could see only through their eyes, even when they were in a non-physical hologram of their body, that this belief at first kept them from realizing that they possessed 360-degree vision. There is evidence that even our physical senses have fallen victim to this censorship. Despite our unwavering conviction that we see with our eyes, reports persist of individuals who possess eyeless sight, or the ability to see with other areas of their bodies. Recently, David Eisenberg, MD, a clinical research fellow at the Harvard Medical School, published an account of two school-aged Chinese sisters in Beijing who can see well enough with the skin in their armpits to read notes and identify colors. In Italy, the neurologist Cesare Lombroso studied a blind girl who could see with the tip of her nose and the lobe of her left ear. In the 1960s, the prestigious Soviet Academy of Science investigated a Russian peasant woman named Rosa Kuleshova, who could see photographs and read newspapers with the tips of her fingers, and pronounced her abilities genuine. Significantly, the Soviets ruled out the possibility that Kuleshova was simply detecting the varying amounts of stored heat different colors emanate naturally. Kuleshova could read a black and white newspaper even when it was covered with a sheet of heated glass. Kuleshova became so renowned for her abilities that Life magazine eventually published an article about her. In short, there is evidence that we too are not limited to seeing only through our physical eyes. This is, of course, the message inherent in my father's friend Tom's ability to read the inscription on a watch, even when it was shielded by his daughter's stomach, and also in the remote viewing phenomenon. One cannot help but wonder if eyeless sight is actually just further evidence that reality is indeed Maya, an illusion, and our physical body, as well as all the seeming absoluteness of its physiology, is as much a holographic construct of our perception as our second body. Perhaps we are so deeply habituated to believing that we can see only through our eyes that even in the physical, we have shut ourselves off from the full range of our perceptual capabilities. Another holographic aspect of OBEs is the blurring of the division between past and future that sometimes occurs during such experiences. For example, Osis and Mitchell discovered that when Dr. Alex Tannis, a well-known psychic and talented OB traveler from Maine, flew in and attempted to describe the test subjects they placed on a table, he had a tendency to describe items that were placed there days later. This suggests that the realm people enter during the OB state is one of the subtler levels of reality Bohm speaks about, a region that is closer to the implicate and hence closer to the level of reality in which the division between past, present, and future ceases to exist. Put another way, it appears that instead of tuning into the frequencies that encode the present, Tannis's mind inadvertently tuned into frequencies that contained information about the future and converted those into a hologram of reality. That Tannis's perception of the room was a holographic phenomenon and not just a precognitive vision that took place solely in his head is underscored by another fact. The day of his schedule to produce an OBE, Osis asked New York psychic Christine Whiting to hold vigil in the room and try to describe any projector she might see visiting there. Despite Whiting's ignorance of who would be flying in or when Tannis made his OB visit, she saw his apparition clearly and described him as wearing brown corduroy pants and a white cotton shirt, the clothing Dr. Tannis was wearing in Maine at the time of his attempt. Harari has also made occasional OB journeys into the future, and agrees that the experiences are qualitatively different from other precognitive experiences. OBEs to future time and space differ from regular precognitive dreams, in that I am definitely out and moving through a black, dark area that ends at some lighted future scene, he states. When he makes an OB visit to the future, he has sometimes even seen a silhouette of his future self in the scene. And this is not all. When the events he has witnessed eventually come to pass, he can also sense his time-traveling OB self in the actual scene with him. He describes this eerie sensation as meeting myself behind myself, as if I were two beings, an experience that surely must put normal déjà vu to shame. There are also cases on record of OB journeys into the past. The Swedish playwright August Strindberg, himself a frequent OB traveler, describes one in his book Legends. The occurrence took place while Strindberg was sitting in a wine shop, trying to persuade a young friend not to give up his military career. To bolster his argument, Strindberg brought up a past incident involving both of them that had taken place one evening in a tavern. As the playwright proceeded to describe the event, he suddenly lost consciousness, only to find himself sitting in the tavern in question and reliving the occurrence. The experience lasted only for a few moments, and then he abruptly found himself back in his body and in the present. The argument can also be made that the retrocognitive visions we examined in the last chapter, in which clairvoyants had the experience that they were actually present during, and even floating over, the historical scenes they were describing, are also a form of OB projection into the past. Indeed, when one reads the voluminous literature now available on the OB phenomenon, one is repeatedly struck at the similarities between OB travelers' descriptions of their experiences and characteristics we have now come to associate with holographic universe. In addition to describing the OB state as a place where time and space no longer properly exist, where thought can be transformed into hologram-like forms, and where consciousness is ultimately a pattern of vibrations or frequency, Monroe notes that perception during OBEs seems based less on a reflection of light waves and more on an impression of radiation. An observation that suggests once again that when one enters the OB realm, one begins to enter Pribram's frequency domain. Other OB travelers have also referred to the frequency-like quality of the second state. For instance, Marcel Louis Forhan, a French OB experiencer who wrote under the name of Uram, spends much of his book Practical Astral Projection trying to describe the wave-like and seemingly electromagnetic qualities of the OB realm. Still others have commented on the sense of cosmic unity one experiences during the state, and have summarized it as a feeling that everything is everything, and I am that. As holographic as the OBE is, it is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to more direct experience of the frequency aspects of reality. Although OBEs are only experienced by a segment of the human race, there is another circumstance under which we all come into closer contact with the frequency domain. That is, when we journey to that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. The rub, with all due respect to Shakespeare, is that some travelers do return, and the stories they tell are filled with features that smack once again of things holographic. The near-death experience. By now, nearly everyone has heard of near-death experiences, or NDEs, incidents in which individuals are declared clinically dead, are resuscitated, and report that during the experience they left their physical body and visited what appeared to be the realm of the afterlife. In our own culture, NDEs first came to prominence in 1975, when Raymond A. Moody Jr., a psychiatrist who also has a PhD in philosophy, published his best-selling investigation of the subject, Life After Life. Shortly thereafter, Elizabeth Kubler-Ross revealed that she had simultaneously conducted similar research and had duplicated Moody's findings. Indeed, as more and more researchers began to document the phenomenon, it became increasingly clear that NDEs were not only incredibly widespread. A 1981 Gallup poll found that 8 million adult Americans had experienced an NDE, or roughly 1 person in 20, but provided the most compelling evidence to date for survival after death. Like OBEs, NDEs appear to be a universal phenomenon. They are described at length in both the 8th century Tibetan Book of the Dead and the 2,500-year-old Egyptian Book of the Dead. In Book 10 of The Republic, Plato gives a detailed account of a Greek soldier named who came alive just seconds before his funeral pyre was to be lit and said that he had left his body and went through a passageway to the land of the dead. The Venerable Bede gives a similar account in his 8th century work, A History of the English Church and People, and in fact, in her recent book, Otherworld Journeys, Carol Zaleski, a lecturer on the study of religion at Harvard, points out that medieval literature is filled with accounts of NDEs. NDEers also have no unique demographic characteristics. Various studies have shown that there is no relationship between NDEs and a person's age, sex, marital status, race, religion and/or spiritual beliefs, social class, education level, income, frequency of church attendance, size of home community, or area of residence. NDEs, like lightning, can strike anyone at any time. The devoutly religious are no more likely to have an NDE than non-believers. One of the most interesting aspects of the ND phenomenon is the consistency one finds from experience to experience. A summary of a typical NDE is as follows. Man is dying and suddenly finds himself floating above his body and watching what is going on. Within moments, he travels at great speed through a darkness or a tunnel. He enters a realm of dazzling light and is warmly met by recently deceased friends and relatives. Frequently, he hears indescribably beautiful music and sees sights, rolling meadows, flower-filled valleys, and sparkling streams, more lovely than anything he has seen on earth. In this light-filled world he feels no pain or fear and is pervaded with an overwhelming feeling of joy, love, and peace. He meets a being and/or beings of light who emanates a feeling of enormous compassion and is prompted by the being to experience a life review, a panoramic replay of his life. He becomes so enraptured by his experience of this greater reality that he desires nothing more than to stay. However, the being tells him that it is not his time yet and persuades him to return to his earthly life and re-enter his physical body. It should be noted, this is only a general description, and not all NDEs contain all of the elements described. Some may lack some of the previously mentioned features, and others may contain additional ingredients. The symbolic trappings of the experiences can also vary. For example, although NDEers in Western cultures tend to enter the realm of the afterlife by passing through a tunnel, Experiencers from other cultures might walk down a road or pass over a body of water to arrive in the world beyond. Nevertheless, there is an astonishing degree of agreement among the NDEs reported by various cultures throughout history. For instance, the Life Review, a feature that crops up again and again in modern-day NDEs, is also described in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, in Plato's account of what experienced during his sojourn in the hereafter, and in the 2,000-year-old yogic writings of the Indian sage Patanjali. The cross-cultural similarities between NDEs has also been confirmed in formal study. In 1977, Osis and Haroldson compared nearly 900 deathbed visions reported by patients to doctors and other medical personnel in both India and the United States, and found that although there were various cultural differences, for example, Americans tended to view the being of light as a Christian religious personage, and Indians perceived it to be a Hindu one, the core of the experience was substantially the same, and resembled the NDEs described by Moody and Kubler-Ross. Although the orthodox view of NDEs is that they are just hallucinations, there is substantial evidence that this is not the case. As with OBEs, when NDEers are out of body, they are able to report details they have no normal sensory means of knowing. For example, Moody reports a case in which a woman left her body during surgery, floated into the waiting room, and saw that her daughter was wearing mismatched plaids. As it turned out, the maid had dressed the little girl so hastily she had not noticed the error and was astounded when the mother, who did not physically see the little girl that day, commented on the fact. In another case, after leaving her body, a female NDEer went to the hospital lobby and overheard her brother-in-law tell a friend that it looked like he was going to have to cancel a business trip and instead be one of his sister-in-law's pallbearers. After the woman recovered, she reprimanded her astonished brother-in-law for writing her off so quickly. And these are not even the most extraordinary examples of sensory awareness in the ND out-of-body state. NDE researchers have found that even patients who are blind and have had no light perception for years can see and accurately describe what is going on around them when they have left their bodies during an NDE. Kubler-Ross has encountered several such individuals and has interviewed them at length to determine their accuracy. To our amazement, they were able to describe the color and design of clothing and jewelry the people present wore, she states. Most staggering of all are those NDEs and deathbed visions involving two or more individuals. In one case, as a female NDEer found herself moving through the tunnel and approaching the realm of light, she saw a friend of hers coming back. As they passed, the friend telepathically communicated to her that he had died, but was being sent back. The woman, too, was eventually sent back, and after she recovered, she discovered that her friend had suffered a cardiac arrest at approximately the same time of her own experience. There are numerous other cases on record in which dying individuals knew who was waiting for them in the world beyond before news of the person's death arrived through normal channels. And if there is still any doubt, yet another argument against the idea that NDEs are hallucinations is their occurrence in patients who have flat EEGs. Under normal circumstances, whenever a person talks, thinks, imagines, dreams, or does just about anything else, their EEG registers an enormous amount of activity. Even hallucinations measure on the EEG, but there are many cases in which people with flat EEGs have had NDEs. Had their NDEs been simple hallucinations, they would have registered on their EEGs. In brief, when all these facts are considered together, the widespread nature of the NDE, the absence of demographic characteristics, the universality of the core experience, the ability of NDEers to see and know things they have no normal sensory means of seeing and knowing, and the occurrence of NDEs in patients who have flat EEGs, the conclusion seems inescapable. People who have NDEs are not suffering from hallucinations or delusional fantasies, but are actually making visits to an entirely different level of reality. This is also the conclusion reached by many NDE researchers. One such researcher is Dr. Melvin Morse, a pediatrician in Seattle, Washington. Morse first became interested in NDEs after treating a 7-year-old drowning victim. By the time the little girl was resuscitated, she was profoundly comatose, had fixed and dilated pupils, no muscle reflexes, and no corneal response. In medical terms, this gave her a Glasgow coma score of 3, indicating that she was in a coma so deep she had almost no chance of ever recovering. Despite these odds, she made a full recovery, and when Morse looked in on her for the first time after she regained consciousness, she recognized him and said that she had watched him working on her comatose body. When Morse questioned her further, she explained that she had left her body and passed through a tunnel into heaven, where she had met the Heavenly Father. The Heavenly Father told her she was not really meant to be there yet, and asked if she wanted to stay or go back. At first, she said she wanted to stay, but when the Heavenly Father pointed out that that decision meant she would not be seeing her mother again, she changed her mind and returned to her body. Morse was skeptical, but fascinated, and from that point on set out to learn everything he could about NDEs. At the time, he worked for an air transport service in Idaho that carried patients to the hospital, and this afforded him the opportunity to talk with scores of resuscitated children. Over a 10-year period, he interviewed every child survivor of cardiac arrest at the hospital. And over, they told him the same thing. After going unconscious, they found themselves outside their bodies, watched the doctors working on them, passed through a tunnel, and were comforted by luminous beings. Morse continued to be skeptical, and in his increasingly desperate search for some logical explanation, he read everything he could find on the side effects of the drugs his patients were taking and explored various psychological explanations, but nothing seemed to fit. Then one day I read a long article in a medical journal that tried to explain NDEs as being various tricks of the brain, says Morse. By then, I had studied NDEs extensively, and none of the explanations that this researcher listed made sense. It was finally clear to me that he had missed the most obvious explanation of all. NDEs are real. He had missed the possibility that the soul really does travel. Moody echoes the sentiment and says that 20 years of research have convinced him that NDEers have indeed ventured into another level of reality. He believes that most other NDE researchers feel the same. I have talked to almost every NDE researcher in the world about his or her work. I know that most of them believe in their hearts that NDEs are a glimpse of life after life, but as scientists and people of medicine, they still haven't come up with scientific proof that a part of us goes on living after our physical being is dead. This lack of proof keeps them from going public with their true feelings. As a result of his 1981 survey, even George Gallup Jr., the president of the Gallup poll, agrees. A growing number of researchers have been gathering and evaluating the accounts of those who have had strange near-death encounters, and the preliminary results have been highly suggestive of some sort of encounter with an extra-dimensional realm of reality. Our own extensive survey is the latest in these studies and is also uncovering some trends that point toward a super-parallel universe of some sort. A holographic explanation of the near-death experience. These are astounding assertions. What is even more astounding is that the scientific establishment has, for the most part, ignored both the conclusions of these researchers and the vast body of evidence that compels them to make such statements. The reasons for this are complex and varied. One is that it is currently not fashionable in science to consider seriously any phenomenon that seems to support the idea of a spiritual reality. And, as mentioned at the beginning of this book, beliefs are like addictions and do not surrender their grip easily. Another reason, as Moody mentions, is the widespread prejudice among scientists that the only ideas that have any value or significance are those that can be proven in a strict scientific sense. Yet another is the inability of our current scientific understanding of reality even to begin to explain NDs if they are real. This last reason, however, may not be the problem it seems. Several NDE researchers have pointed out that the holographic model offers us a way to understand these experiences. One such researcher is Dr. Kenneth Ring, a professor of psychology at the University of Connecticut and one of the first NDE researchers to use statistical analysis and standardized interviewing techniques to study the phenomenon. In his 1980 book, Life at Death, Ring spends considerable time arguing in favor of a holographic explanation of the NDE. Put bluntly, Ring believes that NDEs are also ventures into the more frequency-like aspects of reality. Ring bases his conclusion on the numerous suggestively holographic aspects of the NDE. One is the tendency of experiencers to describe the world beyond as a realm composed of light, higher vibrations, or frequencies. Some NDEers even refer to the celestial music that often accompanies such experiences as more a combination of vibrations than actual sounds. Observations that Ring believes are evidence that the act of dying involves a shift of consciousness away from the ordinary world of appearances and into a more holographic reality of pure frequency. NDEers also frequently say that the realm is suffused with a light more brilliant than any they have ever seen on Earth, but one that, despite its unfathomable intensity, does not hurt the eyes. Characterizations that Ring feels are further evidence of the frequency aspects of the hereafter. Another feature Ring finds undeniably holographic is NDEers' descriptions of time and space in the afterlife realm. One of the most commonly reported characteristics of the world beyond is that it is a dimension in which time and space cease to exist. I found myself in a space, in a period of time, I would say, where all space and time was negated, says one NDEer clumsily. It has to be out of time and space. It must be because it can't be put into a time thing, says another. Given that time and space are collapsed and location has no meaning in the frequency domain, this is precisely what we would expect to find if NDEs take place in a holographic state of consciousness, says Ring. If the near-death realm is even more frequency-like than our own level of reality, why does it appear to have any structure at all? Given that both OBEs and NDEs offer ample evidence that the mind can exist independently of the brain, Ring believes it is not too far-fetched to assume that it, too, functions holographically. Thus, when the mind is in the higher frequencies of the near-death dimension, it continues to do what it does best: translate those frequencies into a world of appearances. Or as Ring puts it, I believe that this is a realm that is created by interacting thought structures. These structures, or thought forms, combine to form patterns, just as interference waves form patterns on a holographic plate. And just as the holographic image appears to be fully real when illuminated by a laser beam, so the images produced by interacting thought forms appear to be real. Ring is not alone in his speculations. In the keynote address for the 1989 meeting of the International Association for Near-Death Studies, IANDS, Dr. Elizabeth W. Fensky, a clinical psychologist in private practice in Philadelphia, announced that she, too, believes that NDEs are journeys into a holographic realm of higher frequencies. She agrees with Ring's hypothesis that the landscapes, flowers, physical structures, and so forth of the afterlife dimension are fashioned out of interacting or interfering thought patterns. I think we've come to the point in NDE research where it's difficult to make a distinction between thought and light. In the near-death experience, thought seems to be light, she observes. Heaven as hologram. In addition to those mentioned by Ring and Fensky, the NDE has numerous other features that are markedly holographic. Like OBEers, after NDEers have detached from the physical, they find themselves in one of two forms, either as a disembodied cloud of energy or as a hologram-like body sculpted by thought. When the latter is the case, the mind-created nature of the body is often surprisingly obvious to the NDEer. For example, one near-death survivor says that when he first emerged from his body, he looked something like a jellyfish, and fell lightly to the floor like a soap bubble. Then he quickly expanded into a ghostly three-dimensional image of a naked man. However, the presence of two women in the room embarrassed him, and to his surprise, this feeling caused him suddenly to become clothed. The women, however, never offered any indication that they were able to see any of this. That our innermost feelings and desires are responsible for creating the form we assume in the afterlife dimension is evident in the experiences of other NDEers. People who are confined in wheelchairs in their physical existence find themselves in healthy bodies that can run and dance. Amputees invariably have their limbs back. The elderly often inhabit youthful bodies, and even stranger, children frequently see themselves as adults, a fact that may reflect every child's fantasy to be a grown-up, or, more profoundly, may be a symbolic indication that in our souls, some of us are much older than we realize. These hologram-like bodies can be remarkably detailed. In the incident involving the man who became embarrassed at his own nakedness, for example, the clothing he materialized for himself was so meticulously wrought that he could even make out the seams in the material. Similarly, another man who studied his hands while in the ND state said they were composed of light with tiny structures in them, and when he looked closely he could even see the delicate whorls of his fingerprints and tubes of light up his arms. Some of Witten's research is also relevant to this issue. Amazingly, when Witten hypnotized patients and regressed them to the between-life state, they too reported all the classic features of the NDE: passage through a tunnel, encounters with deceased relatives and/or guides, entrance into a splendorous light-filled realm in which time and space no longer existed, encounters with luminous beings, and a life review. In fact, according to Witten's subjects, the main purpose of the life review was to refresh their memories so they could more mindfully plan their next life, a process in which the beings of light gently and non-coercively assisted. Like Ring, after studying the testimony of his subjects, Witten concluded that the shapes and structures one perceives in the afterlife dimension are thought forms created by the mind. René Descartes' famous dictum, "I think, therefore I am," is never more pertinent than in the between-life state, says Witten. There is no experience of existence without thought. This was especially true when it came to the form Witten's patients assumed in the between-life state. Several said they didn't even have a body unless they were thinking. One man described it by saying that if he stopped thinking, he was merely a cloud in an endless cloud, undifferentiated, he observes. But as soon as he started to think, he became himself, a state of affairs that is oddly reminiscent of the subjects in Tart's mutual hypnosis experiment, who discovered they didn't have hands unless they thought them into existence. At first, the bodies Witten's subjects assumed resembled the persons they had been in their last life, but as their experience in the between-life state continued, they gradually became a kind of hologram-like composite of all of their past lives. This composite identity even had a name separate from any of the names they had used in their physical incarnations, although none of his subjects was able to pronounce it using their physical vocal cords. What do NDEers look like when they have not constructed a hologram-like body for themselves? Many say that they were not aware of any form and were simply themselves or their mind. Others have more specific impressions and describe themselves as a cloud of colors, a mist, an energy pattern, or an energy field, terms that again suggest that we are all ultimately just frequency phenomena, patterns of some unknown vibratory energy enfolded in the greater matrix of the frequency domain. Some NDEers assert that in addition to being composed of colored frequencies of light, we are also constituted out of sound. I realize that each person and thing has its own musical tone range as well as its own color range, says an Arizona housewife who had an NDE during childbirth. If you can imagine yourself effortlessly moving in and out among prismatic rays of light and hearing each person's musical notes join and harmonize with your own when you touch or pass them, you would have some idea of the unseen world. The woman, who encountered many individuals in the afterlife realm who manifested only as clouds of color and sound, believes the mellifluous tones each soul emanates are what people are describing when they say they hear beautiful music in the ND dimension. Like Monroe, some NDEers report being able to see in all directions at once while in the disembodied state. After wondering what he looked like, one man said he suddenly found himself staring at his own back. Robert Sullivan, an amateur NDE researcher from Pennsylvania who specializes in NDEs by soldiers during combat, interviewed a World War II veteran who temporarily retained this ability even after he returned to his physical body. He experienced 360-degree vision while running away from a German machine gun nest, says Sullivan. Not only could he see ahead as he ran, but he could see the gunners trying to draw a bead on him from behind. Instantaneous knowledge. Another part of the NDE that possesses many holographic features is the life review. Ring refers to it as a holographic phenomenon par excellence. Groff and Joan Halifax, a Harvard medical anthropologist and the co-author, with Groff, of The Human Encounter with Death, have also commented on the life review's holographic aspects. According to several NDE researchers, including Moody, even many NDEers themselves use the term holographic when describing the experience. The reason for this characterization is obvious as soon as one begins to read accounts of the life review. Again and again, NDEers use the same adjectives to describe it, referring to it as an incredibly vivid, wrap-around, three-dimensional replay of their entire life. It's like climbing right inside a movie of your life, says one NDEer. Every moment from every year of your life is played back in complete sensory detail. Total recall. And it all happens in an instant. The whole thing was really odd. I was there. I was actually seeing these flashbacks. I was actually walking through them, and it was so fast. Yet, it was slow enough that I could take it all in, says another. During this instantaneous and panoramic remembrance, NDEers re-experience all the emotions, the joys and the sorrows that accompanied all of the events in their life. More than that, they feel all of the emotions of the people with whom they have interacted as well. They feel the happiness of all the individuals to whom they've been kind. If they have committed a hurtful act, they become acutely aware of the pain their victim felt as a result of their thoughtlessness. And no event seems too trivial to be exempt. While reliving a moment in her childhood, one woman suddenly experienced all the loss and powerlessness her sister had felt after she, then a child, snatched a toy away from her sister. Witten has uncovered evidence that thoughtless acts are not the only things that cause individuals remorse during the life review. Under hypnosis, his subjects reported that failed dreams and aspirations, things they had hoped to accomplish during their life but had not, also caused them pangs of sadness. Thoughts, too, are replayed with exacting fidelity during the life review. Reveries, faces glimpsed once but remembered for years, things that made one laugh, the joy one felt when gazing at a particular painting, childish worries, and long-forgotten daydreams, all flit through one's mind in a second. As one NDEer summarizes, not even your thoughts are lost. Every thought was there. And so, the life review is holographic, not only in its three-dimensionality, but in the amazing capacity for information storage the process displays. It is also holographic in a third way. Like the Kabbalistic Aleph, a mythical point in space and time that contains all other points in space and time, it is a moment that contains all other moments. Even the ability to perceive the life review seems holographic in that it is a faculty capable of experiencing something that is paradoxically at once both incredibly rapid and yet slow enough to witness in detail. As an NDEer in 1821 put it, it is the ability to simultaneously comprehend the whole and every part. In fact, the life review bears a marked resemblance to the afterlife judgment scenes described in the sacred texts of many of the world's great religions, from the Egyptian to the Judeo-Christian, but with one crucial difference. Like Witten's subjects, NDEers universally report that they are never judged by the beings of light, but feel only love and acceptance in their presence. The only judgment that ever takes place is self-judgment and arises solely out of the NDEer's own feelings of guilt and repentance. Occasionally, the beings do assert themselves, but instead of behaving in an authoritarian manner, they act as guides and counselors whose only purpose is to teach. This total lack of cosmic judgment and/or any divine system of punishment and reward has been and continues to be one of the most controversial aspects of the NDE among religious groups, but it is one of the most oft-reported features of the experience. What is the explanation? Moody believes it is as simple as it is polemic. We live in a universe that is far more benevolent than we realize. That is not to say that anything goes during the life review. Like Witten's hypnotic subjects, after arriving in the realm of light, NDEers appear to enter a state of heightened or metaconsciousness awareness and become lucidly honest in their self-reflections. It also does not mean that the beings of light prescribe no values. In NDE after NDE, they stress two things. One is the importance of love. Over and over, they repeat this message, that we must learn to replace anger with love, learn to love more, learn to forgive and love everyone unconditionally, and learn that we, in turn, are loved. This appears to be the only moral criterion the beings use. Even sexual activity ceases to possess the moral stigma we humans are so fond of attaching to it. One of Witten's subjects reported that after living several withdrawn and depressed incarnations, he was urged to plan a life as an amorous and sexually active female in order to add balance to the overall development of his soul. It appears that in the minds of the beings of light, compassion is the barometer of grace, and time again, when NDEers wonder if some act they committed was right or wrong, the beings counter their inquiries only with a question. Did you do it out of love? Was the motivation love? That is why we have been placed here on the earth, say the beings, to learn that love is the key. They acknowledge that it is a difficult undertaking, but intimate that it is crucial to both our biological and spiritual existence in ways that we have perhaps not even begun to fathom. Even children return from the near-death realm with this message firmly impressed in their thoughts. States one little boy who, after being hit by a car, was guided into the world beyond by two people in very white robes. What I learned there is that the most important thing is loving while you are alive. The second thing the beings emphasize is knowledge. Frequently, NDEers comment that the beings seemed pleased whenever an incident involving knowledge or learning flickered by during their life review. Some are openly counseled to embark on a quest for knowledge after they return to their physical bodies, especially knowledge related to self-growth or that enhances one's ability to help other people. Others are prodded with statements such as, learning is a continuous process and goes on even after death, and knowledge is one of the few things you will be able to take with you after you have died. The preeminence of knowledge in the afterlife dimension is apparent in another way. Some NDEers discovered that in the presence of the light, they suddenly had direct access to all knowledge. This access manifested in several ways. Sometimes it came in response to inquiries. One man said that all he had to do was ask a question, such as, what would it be like to be an insect? And instantly the experience was his. Another NDEer described it by saying, you can think of a question and immediately know the answer to it. As simple as that. And it can be any question whatsoever. It can be on a subject that you don't know anything about, that you are not in the proper position even to understand, and the light will give you the instantaneous correct answer and make you understand it. Some NDEers report that they didn't even have to ask questions in order to access this infinite library of information. Following their life review, they just suddenly knew everything. All the knowledge there was to know from the beginning of time to the end. Others came into contact with this knowledge after the being of light made some specific gesture, such as wave its hand. Still others said that instead of acquiring the knowledge, they remembered it, but forgot most of what they recalled as soon as they returned to their physical bodies. An amnesia that seems to be universal among NDEers who are privy to such visions. Whatever the case, it appears that once we are in the world beyond, it is no longer necessary to enter an altered state of consciousness in order to have access to the transpersonal and infinitely interconnected informational realm experienced by Groff's patients. In addition to being holographic in all the ways already mentioned, this vision of total knowledge has another holographic characteristic. NDEers often say that during the vision, the information arrives in chunks that register instantaneously in one's thoughts. In other words, rather than being strung out in a linear fashion like words in a sentence or scenes in a movie, all the facts, details, images, and pieces of information burst into one's awareness in an instant. One NDEer referred to these bursts of information as bundles of thought. Monroe, who has also experienced such instantaneous explosions of information while in the OB state, calls them thought balls. Indeed, anyone who possesses any appreciable psychic ability is familiar with this experience, for this is the form in which one receives psychic information as well. For instance, sometimes when I meet a stranger, and on occasion even when I just hear a person's name, a thought ball of information about that person will instantly flash into my awareness. This thought ball can include important facts about the person's psychological and emotional makeup, their health, and even scenes from their past. I find that I am especially prone to getting thought balls about people who are in some kind of crisis. For example, recently I met a woman and instantly knew she was contemplating suicide. I also knew some of the reasons why. As I always do in such situations, I started talking to her and cautiously maneuvered the conversation to things psychic. After finding out that she was receptive to the subject, I confronted her with what I knew and got her to talk about her problems. I got her to promise to seek some kind of professional counseling instead of the darker option she was considering. Receiving information in this manner is similar to the way one becomes aware of information while dreaming. Virtually everyone has had a dream in which they find themselves in a situation and suddenly know all kinds of things about it without being told. For instance, you might dream you are at a party, and as soon as you are there, you know who it is being given for and why. Similarly, everyone has had a detailed idea or inspiration dawn upon them in a flash. Such experiences are lesser versions of the thought ball effect. Interestingly, because these bursts of psychic information arrive in nonlinear chunks, it sometimes takes me several moments to translate them into words. Like the psychological gestalts experienced by individuals during transpersonal experiences, they are holographic in the sense that they are instantaneous wholes our time-oriented minds must struggle with for a moment in order to unravel and convert into a serial arrangement of parts. What form does the knowledge contained in the thought balls experienced during NDEs take? According to NDEers, all forms of communication are used. Sounds, moving hologram-like images, even telepathy. A fact that Ring believes demonstrates, once again, that the hereafter is a world of existence where thought is king. The thoughtful reader may immediately wonder why the quest for learning is so important during life if we have access to all knowledge after we die. When asked this question, NDEers replied that they weren't certain, but felt strongly that it had something to do with the purpose of life and the ability of each individual to reach out and help others. Life plans and parallel time tracks. Like Witten, NDE researchers have also uncovered evidence that our lives are planned beforehand, at least to some extent, and we each play a role in the creation of this plan. This is apparent in several aspects of the experience. Frequently, after arriving in the world of light, NDEers are told that it is not their time yet. As Ring points out, this remark clearly implies the existence of some kind of life plan. It is also clear that NDEers play a role in the formulation of these destinies, for they are often given the choice whether to return or stay. There are even instances of NDEers being told that it is their time and still being allowed to return. Moody cites a case in which a man started to cry when he realized he was dead because he was afraid his wife wouldn't be able to raise their nephew without him. On hearing this, the being told him that since he wasn't asking for himself, he would be allowed to return. In another case, a woman argued that she hadn't danced enough yet. Her remark caused the being of light to give a hearty laugh, and she too was given permission to return to physical life. That our future is at least partially sketched out is also evident in a phenomenon Ring calls the personal flash-forward. On occasion, during the vision of knowledge, NDEers are shown glimpses of their own future. In one particularly striking case, a child NDEer was told various specifics about his future, including the fact that he would be married at age 28 and would have 2 children. He was even shown his adult self and his future children sitting in a room of the house he would eventually be living in, and as he gazed at the room, he noticed something very strange on the wall, something that his mind could not grasp. Decades later, and after each of these predictions had come to pass, he found himself in the very scene he had witnessed as a child, and realized that the strange object on the wall was a forced air heater, a kind of heater that had not yet been invented at the time of his NDE. In another equally astonishing personal flash-forward, a female NDEer was shown a photograph of Moody, told his full name, and told that when the time was right, she would tell him about her experience. The year was 1971, and Moody had not yet published Life After Life, so his name and picture meant nothing to the woman. However, the time became right 4 years later, when Moody and his family unwittingly moved to the very street on which the woman lived. That Halloween, Moody's son was out trick-or-treating and knocked on the woman's door. After hearing the boy's name, the woman told him to tell his father she had to talk to him, and when Moody obliged, she related her remarkable story. Some NDEs even support Loy's proposal that several holographic parallel universes, or time tracks, exist. On occasion, NDEers are shown personal flash-forwards and told that the future they have witnessed will come to pass only if they continue on their current path. In one unique instance, an NDEer was shown a completely different history of the Earth, a history that would have developed if certain events had not taken place around the time of the Greek philosopher and mathematician Pythagoras, 3,000 years ago. The vision revealed that if these events, the precise nature of which the woman does not disclose, had failed to take place, we would now be living in a world of peace and harmony, marked by the absence of religious wars and of a Christ figure. Such experiences suggest that the laws of time and space operative in a holographic universe may be very strange indeed. Even NDEers who do not experience direct evidence of the role they play in their own destiny often come back with a firm understanding of the holographic interconnectedness of all things. As a 62-year-old businessman who had an NDE during a cardiac arrest puts it, "One thing I learned was that we are all part of one big living universe. If we think we can hurt another person or another living thing without hurting ourselves, we are sadly mistaken. I look at a forest or a flower or a bird now and say, that is me, part of me. We are connected with all things, and if we send love along those connections, then we are happy." You can eat, but you don't have to. The holographic and mind-created aspects of the near-death dimension are apparent in myriad other ways. In describing the hereafter, one child said that food appeared whenever she wished for it, but there was no need to eat, an observation that underscores once again the illusory and hologram-like nature of afterlife reality. Even the symbolic language of the psyche is given objective form. For example, one of Witten's subjects said that when he was introduced to a woman who was going to figure prominently in his next life, instead of appearing as a human, she appeared as a shape that was half rose, half cobra. After being directed to figure out the meaning of the symbolism, he realized that he and the woman had been in love with one another in 2 other lifetimes. However, she had also twice been responsible for his death. Thus, instead of manifesting as a human, the loving and sinister elements of her character caused her to appear in a hologram-like form that better symbolized these two dramatically polar qualities. Witten's subject is not alone in his experience. Hazrat Inayat Khan said that when he entered a mystical state and traveled to divine realities, the beings he encountered also occasionally appeared in half-human, half-animal forms. Like Witten's subject, Khan discerned that these transfigurations were symbolic. And when a being appeared as part animal, it was because the animal symbolized some quality the being possessed. For example, a being that had great strength might appear with the head of a lion, or a being that was unusually smart and crafty might have some of the features of a fox. Khan theorized that this is why ancient cultures, such as the Egyptian, pictured the gods that rule the afterlife realm as having animal heads. The propensity near-death reality has for molding itself into hologram-like shapes that mirror the thoughts, desires, and symbols that populate our minds explains why Westerners tend to perceive the beings of light as Christian religious figures, why Indians perceive them as Hindu saints and deities, and so on. The plasticity of the ND realm suggests that such outward appearances may be no more or less real than the food wished into existence by the little girl mentioned before, the woman who appeared as an amalgam of a cobra and a rose, and the spectral clothing conjured into existence by the ND ear who was embarrassed at his own nakedness. This same plasticity explains the other cultural differences one finds in near-death experiences, such as why some ND ears reach the hereafter by traveling through a tunnel, some by crossing a bridge, some by going over a body of water, and some simply by walking down a road. Again, it appears that in a reality created solely out of interacting thought structures, even the landscape itself is sculpted by the ideas and expectations of the experiencer. At this juncture, an important point needs to be made. As startling and foreign as the near-death realm seems, the evidence presented in this book reveals that our own level of existence may not be all that different. As we have seen, we too can access all information. It is just a little more difficult for us. We too can occasionally have personal flash-forwards and come face-to-face with the phantasmal nature of time and space. And we too can sculpt and reshape our bodies, and sometimes even our reality, according to our beliefs. It just takes us a little more time and effort. Indeed, Sai Baba's abilities suggest that we can even materialize food simply by wishing for it. And Therese Newman's Anedia offers evidence that eating may ultimately be as unnecessary for us as it is for individuals in the near-death realm. In fact, it appears that this reality and the next are different in degree, but not in kind. Both are hologram-like constructs, realities that are established, as John and Donne put it, only by the interaction of consciousness with its environment. Put another way, our reality appears to be a more frozen version of the afterlife dimension. It takes a little more time for our beliefs to resculpt our bodies into things like nail-like stigmata, and for the symbolic language of our psyches to manifest externally as synchronicities. But manifest they do, in a slow and inexorable river, a river whose persistent presence teaches us that we live in a universe we are only just beginning to understand. Information about the near-death realm from other sources. One does not have to be in a life-threatening crisis to visit the afterlife dimension. There is evidence that the ND realm can also be reached during OBEs. In his writings, Monroe describes several visits to levels of reality in which he encountered deceased friends. An even more skilled out-of-body visitor to the land of the dead was Swedish mystic Swedenborg. Born in 1688, Swedenborg was the Leonardo da Vinci of his era. In his early years, he studied science. He was the leading mathematician in Sweden, spoke 9 languages, was an engraver, a politician, an astronomer, and a businessman, built watches and microscopes as a hobby, wrote books on metallurgy, color theory, commerce, economics, physics, chemistry, mining, and anatomy, and invented prototypes for the airplane and the submarine. Throughout all of this, he also meditated regularly, and when he reached middle age, developed the ability to enter deep trances during which he left his body and visited what appeared to him to be heaven, and conversed with angels and spirits. That Swedenborg was experiencing something profound during these journeys, there can be no doubt. He became so famous for this ability that the Queen of Sweden asked him to find out why her deceased brother had neglected to respond to a letter she had sent him before his death. Swedenborg promised to consult the deceased, and the next day returned with a message which the Queen confessed contained information only she and her dead brother knew. Swedenborg performed this service several times for various individuals who sought his help, and on another occasion told a widow where to find a secret compartment in her deceased husband's desk, in which she found some desperately needed documents. So well known was this latter incident that it inspired the German philosopher Immanuel Kant to write an entire book on Swedenborg entitled Dreams of a Spirit Seer. But the most amazing thing about Swedenborg's accounts of the afterlife realm is how closely they mirror the descriptions offered by modern-day NDEers. For example, Swedenborg talks about passing through a dark tunnel, being met by welcoming spirits, landscapes more beautiful than any on earth, and one where time and space no longer exist. A dazzling light that emitted a feeling of love, appearing before beings of light, and being enveloped by an all-encompassing peace and serenity. He also says that he was allowed to observe firsthand the arrival of the newly deceased in heaven, and watch as they were subjected to the life review, a process he called the opening of the Book of Lives. He acknowledged that during the process, a person witnessed everything they had ever been or done, but added a unique twist. According to Swedenborg, the information that arose during the opening of the Book of Lives was recorded in the nervous system of the person's spiritual body. Thus, in order to evoke the life review, an angel had to examine the individual's entire body, beginning with the fingers of each hand and proceeding through the whole. Swedenborg also refers to the holographic thought balls the angels use to communicate, and says that they are no different from the portrayals he could see in the wave substance that surrounded a person. Like most NDEers, he describes these telepathic bursts of knowledge as a picture language so dense with information that each image contains 1,000 ideas. A communicated series of these portrayals can also be quite lengthy, and last up to several hours in such a sequential arrangement that one can only marvel. But even here, Swedenborg added a fascinating twist. In addition to using portrayals, angels also employ a speech that contains concepts that are beyond human understanding. In fact, the main reason they use portrayals is because it is the only way they can make even a pale version of their thoughts and ideas comprehensible to human beings. Swedenborg's experiences even corroborate some of the less commonly reported elements of the NDE. He noted that in the spirit world, one no longer needs to eat food, but added that information takes its place as a source of nourishment. He said that when spirits and angels talked, their thoughts were constantly coalescing into three-dimensional symbolic images, especially animals. For example, he said that when angels talked about love and affection, beautiful animals are presented, such as lambs. When, however, the angels are talking about evil affections, this is portrayed by hideous, fierce, and useless animals like tigers, bears, wolves, scorpions, snakes, and mice. Although it is not a feature reported by modern NDEers, Swedenborg said that he was astonished to find that in heaven there are also spirits from other planets, an astounding assertion for a man who was born over 300 years ago. Most intriguing of all are those remarks by Swedenborg that seem to refer to reality's holographic qualities. For instance, he said that although human beings appear to be separate from one another, we are all connected in a cosmic unity. Moreover, each of us is a heaven in miniature, and every person, indeed the entire physical universe, is a microcosm of the greater divine reality. As we have seen, he also believed that underlying visible reality was a wave substance. In fact, several Swedenborg scholars have commented on the many parallels between some of Swedenborg's concepts and Bohm and Pribram's theory. One such scholar is Dr. George F. Dole, a professor of theology at the Swedenborg School of Religion in Newton, Massachusetts. Dole, who holds degrees from Yale, Oxford, and Harvard, notes that one of the most basic tenets of Swedenborg's thinking is that our universe is constantly created and sustained by two wave-like flows, one from heaven and one coming from our own soul or spirit. If we put these images together, the resemblance to the hologram is striking, says Dole. We are constituted by the intersection of two flows, one direct from the divine and one indirect from the divine via our environment. We can view ourselves as interference patterns because the inflow is a wave phenomenon and we are where the waves meet. Swedenborg also believed that, despite its ghost-like and ephemeral qualities, heaven is actually a more fundamental level of reality than our own physical world. It is, he said, the archetypal source from which all earthly forms originate, and to which all forms return, a concept not too dissimilar from Bohm's idea of the implicate and explicate orders. In addition, he too believed that the afterlife realm and physical reality are different in degree, but not in kind, and that the material world is just a frozen version of the thought-built reality of heaven. The matter that comprises both heaven and earth flows in by stages from the divine, said Swedenborg, and at each new stage it becomes more general and therefore coarser and hazier, and it becomes slower and therefore more viscous and colder. Swedenborg filled almost 20 volumes with his experiences, and on his deathbed was asked if there was anything he wanted to recant. He earnestly replied, "Everything that I have written is as true as you now behold me. I might have said much more had it been permitted to me. After death you will see all, and then we shall have much to say to each other on the subject." The land of nowhere. Swedenborg is not the only individual in history who possessed the ability to make out-of-body journeys to the subtler levels of reality. The 12th century Persian Sufis also employed deep, trance-like meditation to visit the land where spirits dwell. And again, the parallels between their reports and the body of evidence that has accrued in this chapter are striking. They claimed that in this other realm one possesses a subtle body and relies on senses that are not always associated with specific organs in that body. They asserted that it is a dimension populated by many spiritual teachers, or imams, and sometimes called it the country of the hidden imam. They held that it is a world created solely out of the subtle matter of alam al-mathal, or thought. Even space itself, including nearness, distances, and far-off places, was created by thought. But this did not mean that the country of the hidden imam was unreal, a world constituted out of sheer nothingness, nor was it a landscape created by only one mind. Rather, it was a plane of existence created by the imagination of many people, and yet one that still had its own corporeality and dimension, its own forests, mountains, and even cities. The Sufis devoted a good deal of their writings to the clarification of this point. So alien is this idea to many Western thinkers that the late Henry Corbin, a professor of Islamic religion at the Sorbonne in Paris, and a leading authority in Iranian Islamic thought, coined the term imaginal to describe it, meaning a world that is created by imagination, but is ontologically no less real than physical reality. The reason I absolutely had to find another expression was that, for a good many years, my profession required me to interpret Arabic and Persian texts, whose meaning I would undoubtedly have betrayed had I simply contented myself with the term imaginary, stated Corbin. Because of the imaginal nature of the afterlife realm, the Sufis concluded that imagination itself is a faculty of perception, an idea that offers new light on why Witten's subject materialized a hand only after he started thinking, and why visualizing images has such a potent effect on the health and physical structure of our bodies. It also contributed to the Sufis' belief that one could use visualization, a process they called creative prayer, to alter and reshape the very fabric of one's destiny. In a notion that parallels Bohm's implicate and explicate orders, the Sufis believed that, despite its phantasmal qualities, the afterlife realm is the generative matrix that gives birth to the entire physical universe. All things in physical reality arise from the spiritual reality, said the Sufis. However, even the most learned among them found this strange, that by meditating and venturing deep into the psyche, one arrived in an inner world that turns out to envelop, surround, or contain that which at first was outer and visible. This realization is, of course, just another reference to the non-local and holographic qualities of reality. Each of us contains the whole of heaven. More than that, each of us contains the location of heaven. Or, as the Sufis put it, instead of having to search for spiritual reality in the where is in us. Indeed, in discussing the non-local aspects of the afterlife realm, a 12th century Persian mystic named Suhrawardi said that the country of the hidden Imam might be better called Nokaja Abad, the land of nowhere. Admittedly, this idea is not new. It is the same sentiment expressed in the statement, "The kingdom of heaven is within." What is new is the idea that such notions are actually references to the non-local aspects of the subtler levels of reality. Again, it is suggested that when a person has an OBE, they might not actually travel anywhere. They might be merely altering the always illusory hologram of reality so that they have the experience of traveling somewhere. In a holographic universe, not only is consciousness already everywhere, it too is nowhere. The idea that the afterlife realm lies deep in the non-local expanse of the psyche has been alluded to by some NDEers. As one 7-year-old boy put it, death is like walking into your mind. Bohm offers a similarly non-local view of what happens during our transition from this life to the next. At the present, our whole thought process is telling us that we have to keep our attention here. You can't cross the street, for example, if you don't. But consciousness is always in the unlimited depth which is beyond space and time, in the subtler levels of the implicate order. Therefore, if you went deeply enough into the actual present, then maybe there's no difference between this moment and the next. The idea would be that in the death experience, you would get into that. Contact with eternity is in the present moment, but it is mediated by thought. It is a matter of attention. Intelligent and coordinated images of light. The idea that the subtler levels of reality can be accessed through a shift in consciousness alone is also one of the main premises of the yogic tradition. Many yogic practices are designed specifically to teach individuals how to make such journeys, and once again, the individuals who succeed in these ventures describe what is by now a familiar landscape. One such individual was Sri Yukteswar Giri, a little-known but widely respected Hindu holy man who died in Puri, India in 1936. Evans Wentz, who met Sri Yukteswar in the 1920s, described him as a man of pleasing presence and high character, fully worthy of the veneration that his followers accorded him. Sri Yukteswar appears to have been especially gifted at passing back and forth between this world and the next, and described the afterlife dimension as a world composed of various subtle vibrations of light and color, and hundreds of times larger than the material cosmos. He also said that it was infinitely more beautiful than our own realm of existence, and abounded with opal lakes, bright seas, and rainbow rivers. Because it is more vibrant with God's creative light, its weather is always pleasant, and its only climatic manifestations are occasional falls of luminous white snow and rain of many-colored lights. Individuals who live in this wondrous realm can materialize any body they want and can see with any area of their body they wish. They can also materialize any fruit or other food they desire, although they are almost freed from any necessity of eating, and feast only on the ambrosia of eternally new knowledge. They communicate through a telepathic series of light pictures, rejoice at the immortality of friendship, realize the indestructibility of love, feel keen pain if any mistake is made in conduct or perception of truth, and when they are confronted with the multitude of relatives, fathers, mothers, wives, husbands, and friends acquired during their different incarnations on earth, they are at a loss as to whom to love especially and thus learn to give a divine and equal love to all. What is the quintessential nature of our reality once we take up residence in this luminous land? To this question, Sri Yuksawar gave an answer that was as simple as it was holographic. In this realm, where eating and even breathing are unnecessary, where a single thought can materialize a whole garden of fragrant flowers, and all bodily injuries are healed at once by mere willing, we are, quite simply, intelligent and coordinated images of light. More references to light. Sri Yuksawar is not the only yogic teacher to use such hologram-like terms when describing the subtler levels of reality. Another is Sri Aurobindo Ghose, a thinker, political activist, and mystic whom Indians revere alongside Gandhi. Born in 1872 to an upper-class Indian family, Sri Aurobindo was educated in England, where he quickly developed the reputation as a kind of prodigy. He was fluent not only in English, Hindi, Russian, German, and French, but also in ancient Sanskrit. He could read a case of books a day. As a youth, he read all of the many and voluminous sacred books of India, and repeat verbatim every word on every page that he read. His powers of concentration were legendary, and it was said that he could sit studying in the same posture all night long, oblivious even to the incessant bites of the mosquitoes. Like Gandhi, Sri Aurobindo was active in the nationalist movement in India and spent time in prison for sedition. However, despite all his intellectual and humanitarian passion, he remained an atheist, until one day when he saw a wandering yogi instantaneously heal his brother of a life-threatening illness. From that point on, Sri Aurobindo devoted his life to the yogic disciplines, and, like Sri Yuksawar, through meditation, he eventually learned to become, in his own words, an explorer of the planes of consciousness. It was not an easy task for Sri Aurobindo, and one of the most intractable obstacles he had to overcome to accomplish his goal was to learn how to silence the endless chatter of words and thoughts that flow unceasingly through the normal human mind. Anyone who has ever tried to empty his or her mind of all thought for even a moment or two knows how daunting an undertaking this is. But it is also a necessary one, for the yogic texts are quite explicit on this point. To plumb the subtler and more implicate regions of the psyche does indeed require a Bohemian shift of attention. Or, as Sri Aurobindo put it, to discover the new country within us, we must first learn how to leave the old one behind. It took Sri Aurobindo years to learn how to silence his mind and travel inward. But once he succeeded, he discovered the same vast territory encountered by all the other Marco Polos of the spirit that we have looked at. A realm beyond space and time, composed of a multicolored infinity of vibrations and peopled by non-physical beings so far in advance of human consciousness that they make us look like children. These beings can take on any form at will, said Sri Aurobindo. The same being appeared to a Christian as a Christian saint and to an Indian as a Hindu one, although he stressed that their purpose is not to deceive, but merely to make themselves more accessible to a particular consciousness. According to Sri Aurobindo, in their truest form, these beings appear as pure vibration. In his 2-volume work on yoga, he even likens their ability to appear as either a form or a vibration to the wave-particle duality discovered by modern science. Sri Aurobindo also noted that in this luminous realm, one is no longer restricted to taking in information in a point-by-point manner, but can absorb it in great masses and in a single glance perceive large extensions of space and time. In fact, quite a number of Sri Aurobindo's assertions are indistinguishable from many of Bohm's and Pribram's conclusions. He said that most human beings possess a mental screen that keeps us from seeing beyond the veil of matter. But when one learns to peer beyond this veil, one finds that everything is comprised of different intensities of luminous vibrations. He asserted that consciousness is also composed of different vibrations and believed that all matter is to some degree conscious. Like Bohm, He even asserted that psychokinesis is a direct result of the fact that all matter is, to some degree, conscious. If matter were not conscious, no yogi could move an object with his mind because there would be no possibility of contact between the yogi and the object, Sri Aurobindo says. Most Bohemian of all are Sri Aurobindo's remarks about wholeness and fragmentation. According to Sri Aurobindo, one of the most important things one learns in the great and luminous kingdoms of the spirit is that all separateness is an illusion, and all things are ultimately interconnected and whole. Again and again in his writings he stressed this fact, and held that it was only as one descended from the higher vibrational levels of reality to the lower that a progressive law of fragmentation took over. We fragment things because we exist at a lower vibration of consciousness and reality, says Sri Aurobindo, and it is our propensity for fragmentation that keeps us from experiencing the intensity of consciousness, joy, love, and delight for existence that are the norm in these higher and more subtle realms. Just as Bohm believes that it is not possible for disorder to exist in a universe that is ultimately unbroken and whole, Sri Aurobindo believed the same was true of consciousness. If a single point of the universe were totally unconscious, the whole universe would be totally unconscious, he said. And if we perceive a pebble at the side of the road or a grain of sand under our fingernail to be lifeless and dead, our perception is again illusory and brought on only by our somnambulistic inurement with fragmentation. Like Bohm, Sri Aurobindo's epiphanic understanding of wholeness also made him aware of the ultimate relativity of all truths and the arbitrariness of trying to divide the seamless, hollow movement up into things. So convinced was he that any attempt to reduce the universe into absolute facts and unchangeable doctrine only led to distortion, that he was even against religion, and all his life emphasized that the true spirituality came not from any organization or priesthood, but from the spiritual universe within. We must not only cut asunder the snare of the mind and the senses, but flee also from the snare of the thinker, the snare of the theologian and the church builder, the meshes of the word and the bondage of the idea. All these are within us, waiting to wall in the spirit with forms, but we must always go beyond, always renounce the lesser for the greater, the finite for the infinite. We must be prepared to proceed from illumination to illumination, from experience to experience, from soul state to soul state. Nor must we attach ourselves even to the truths we hold most securely, for they are but forms and expressions of the ineffable, who refuses to limit itself to any form or expression. But if the cosmos is ultimately ineffable, a farrago of multicolored vibrations, what are all the forms we perceive? What is physical reality? It is, said Sri Aurobindo, just a mass of stable light. Survival in infinity. The picture of reality reported by NDEers is remarkably self-consistent and is corroborated by the testimony of many of the world's most talented mystics as well. Even more astonishing is that as breathtaking and foreign as these subtler levels of reality are to those of us who reside in the world's more advanced cultures, they are mundane and familiar territories to so-called primitive peoples. For example, Dr. E. Nandisvara Nayaki Thero, an anthropologist who has lived with and studied a community of Aborigines in Australia, points out that the Aboriginal concept of the dream time, a realm that Australian shamans visit by entering a profound trance, is almost identical to the afterlife planes of existence described in Western sources. It is the realm where human spirits go after death, and once there, a shaman can converse with the dead and instantly access all knowledge. It is also a dimension in which time, space, and the other boundaries of earthly life cease to exist, and one must learn to deal with infinity. Because of this, Australian shamans often refer to the afterlife as survival in infinity. Holger Kowit, a German ethnopsychologist with degrees in both psychology and cultural anthropology, goes Thero one better. An expert on shamanism, who is also active in near-death research, Talbot points out that virtually all of the world's shamanic traditions contain descriptions of this vast and extra-dimensional realm, replete with references to the life review, higher spiritual beings who teach and guide, food conjured up out of thought, and indescribably beautiful meadows, forests, and mountains. Indeed, not only is the ability to travel into the afterlife realm the most universal requirement for being a shaman, but NDEs are often the very catalyst that thrusts an individual into the role. For instance, the Oglala Sioux, the Seneca, the Siberian Yakut, the South American Guajiro, the Zulu, the Kenyan Kikuyu, the Korean Mudang, the Indonesian Mentawai Islanders, and the Caribou Eskimo. All have traditions of individuals who became shamans after a life-threatening illness propelled them headlong into the afterlife realm. However, unlike Western NDEers, for whom such experiences are disorientingly new, these shamanic explorers appear to have a far vaster knowledge of the geography of these subtler realms, and are often able to return to them again and again. Why? Talbot believes it is because such experiences are a daily reality for such cultures, whereas our society suppresses any thoughts or mention of death and dying, and has devalued the mystical by defining reality strictly in terms of the material. Tribal peoples still have day-to-day contact with the psychic nature of reality. Thus, they have a better understanding of the rules that govern these inner realms, says Talbot, and are much more skilled at navigating their territories. That these inner regions have been well traveled by shamanic peoples is evidenced by an experience anthropologist Michael Harner had among the Conibo Indians of the Peruvian Amazon. In 1960, the American Museum of Natural History sent Harner on a year-long expedition to study the Conibo. And while there, he asked the Amazonian natives to tell him about their religious beliefs. They told him that if he really wished to learn, he had to take a shamanic sacred drink made from a hallucinogenic plant known as ayahuasca, the soul vine. He agreed, and after drinking the bitter concoction, had an out-of-body experience in which he traveled a level of reality populated by what appeared to be the gods and devils of the Conibo's mythology. He saw demons with grinning crocodilian heads. He watched as an energy essence rose up out of his chest and floated toward a dragon-headed ship manned by Egyptian-style figures with blue jay heads, and he felt what he thought was the slow, advancing numbness of his own death. But the most dramatic experience he had during his spirit journey was an encounter with a group of winged, dragon-like beings that emerged from his spine. After they had crawled out of his body, they projected a visual scene in front of him in which they showed him what they said was the true history of the earth. Through a kind of thought language, they explained that they were responsible for both the origin and evolution of all life on the planet. Indeed, they resided not only in human beings, but in all life, and had created the multitude of living forms that populates the earth to provide themselves with a hiding place from some undisclosed enemy in outer space. Harner notes that although the beings were almost like DNA, at the time, 1961, he knew nothing of DNA. After this concatenation of visions was over, Harner sought out a blind Conibo shaman noted for his paranormal talents to talk to him about the experience. The shaman, who had made many excursions into the spirit world, nodded occasionally as Harner related the events that had befallen him. But when he told the old man about the dragon-like beings and their claim that they were the true masters of the earth, the shaman smiled with amusement. "Oh, they're always saying that, but they are only the masters of outer darkness," he corrected. "I was stunned," says Harner. What I had experienced was already familiar to this barefoot, blind shaman, known to him from his own explorations of the same hidden world into which I had ventured. However, this was not the only shock Harner received. He also recounted his experience to 2 Christian missionaries who lived nearby, and was intrigued when they, too, seemed to know what he was talking about. After he finished, they told him that some of his descriptions were virtually identical to certain passages in the book of Revelation, passages that Harner, an atheist, had never read. So it seems that the old Konibo shaman perhaps was not the only individual to have traveled the same ground Harner later, and more falteringly, covered. Some of the visions and trips to heaven described by Old and New Testament prophets may also have been shamanic journeys into the inner realm. Is it possible that what we have been viewing as quaint folklore and charming but naive mythology are actually sophisticated accounts of the cartography of the subtler levels of reality? Cowett, for one, believes the answer is an emphatic yes. In light of the revolutionary findings of recent research into the nature of dying and death, we can no longer look upon tribal religions and their ideas about the world of the dead as limited conceptions, he says. Rather, the shaman should be considered as a most up-to-date and knowledgeable psychologist. An undeniable spiritual radiance. One last piece of evidence of the reality of the NDE is the transformative effect it has on those who experience it. Researchers have discovered that NDEers are almost always profoundly changed by their journey to the beyond. They become happier, more optimistic, more easygoing, and less concerned with material possessions. Most striking of all, their capacity to love expands enormously. Aloof husbands suddenly become warm and affectionate. Workaholics start relaxing and devoting time to their families, and introverts become extroverts. These changes are often so dramatic that people who know the NDEer frequently remark that he or she has become an entirely different person. There are even cases on record of criminals completely reforming their ways and fire and brimstone preachers replacing their message of damnation with one of unconditional love and compassion. NDEers also become much more spiritually oriented. They return not only firmly convinced of the immortality of the human soul, but also with a deep and abiding sense that the universe is compassionate and intelligent, and this loving presence is always with them. However, this awareness does not necessarily result in their becoming more religious. Like Sri Aurobindo, many NDEers stress the importance of the distinction between religion and spirituality, and assert that it is the latter that has blossomed into greater fullness in their lives, not the former. Indeed, studies show that following their experience, NDEers display an increased openness to ideas outside their own religious background, such as reincarnation and Eastern religions. This widening of interests frequently extends to other areas as well. For instance, NDEers often develop a marked fascination for the types of subjects discussed in this book. In particular, psychic phenomena and the new physics. One NDEer investigated by Ring, for example, was a driver of heavy equipment who displayed no interest in books or academic pursuits prior to his experience. However, during his NDE, he had a vision of total knowledge, and although he was unable to recall the content of the vision after he recovered, various physics terms started popping into his head. One morning, not long after his experience, he blurted out the word quantum. Later, he announced cryptically, "Max Planck, you'll be hearing about him in the near future." And as time continued to pass, fragments of equations and mathematical symbols began to surface in his thoughts. Neither he nor his wife knew what the word quantum meant, or who Max Planck, widely viewed as the founding father of quantum physics, was, until the man went to a library and looked the words up. But after discovering that he was not talking gibberish, he started to read voraciously, not only books on physics, but also on parapsychology, metaphysics, and higher consciousness, and he even enrolled in college as a physics major. The man's wife wrote a letter to Ring trying to describe her husband's transformation. Many times, he says a word he has never heard before in our reality. It might be a foreign word of a different language, but learns it in a relationship to the light theory. He talks about things faster than the speed of light, and it's hard for me to understand. When he picks up a book on physics, he already knows the answer and seems to feel more. The man also started developing various psychic abilities after his experience, which is not uncommon among NDEers. In 1982, Bruce Grayson, a psychiatrist at the University of Michigan and IANDS's director of research, gave 69 NDEers a questionnaire designed to study this issue, and he found that there was an increase in virtually all of the psychic and psi-related phenomena he assessed. Phyllis Atwater, an Idaho housewife who became an NDE researcher following her own transformative NDE, has interviewed dozens of NDEers and has obtained similar findings. Telepathy and healing gifts are common, she states. So is remembering the future. Time and space stop, and you live in a future sequence in detail. Then, when the event occurs, you recognize it. Moody believes that the profound and positive identity changes such individuals undergo is the most compelling evidence that NDEs are actually journeys into some spiritual level of reality. Ring agrees. At the core of the NDE, we find an absolute and undeniable spiritual radiance, he says. This spiritual core is so awesome and overwhelming that the person is at once and forever thrust into an entirely new mode of being. NDE researchers are not the only individuals who are beginning to accept the existence of this dimension and the spiritual component of the human race. Novelist Brian Josephson, himself a longtime meditator, is also convinced that there are subtler levels of reality, levels that can be accessed through meditation and where, quite possibly, one travels after death. At a 1985 symposium on the possibility of life beyond biological death, held at Georgetown University and convened by U.S. Senator Claiborne Pell, physicist Paul Davies expressed a similar openness. We are all agreed that, at least insofar as human beings are concerned, mind is a product of matter. Or put more accurately, mind finds expression through matter, specifically our brains. The lesson of the quantum is that matter can only achieve concrete, well-defined existence in conjunction with mind. Clearly, if mind is pattern rather than substance, then it is capable of many different representations. Even psychoneuroimmunologist Candace Pert, another participant at the symposium, was receptive to the idea. I think it is important to realize that information is stored in the brain, and it is conceivable to me that this information could transform itself into some other realm. Where does the information go after the destruction of the molecules, the mass, that compose it? Matter can neither be created nor destroyed, and perhaps biological information flow cannot just disappear at death and must be transformed into another realm, she says. Is it possible that what Bohm has called the implicate level of reality is actually the realm of the spirit, the source of the spiritual radiance that has transfigured the mystics of all ages? Bohm himself does not dismiss the idea. The implicate domain could equally well be called idealism, spirit, consciousness. He states, with typical matter-of-factness, the separation of the two, matter and spirit, is an abstraction. The ground is always one. Who are the beings of light? Because most of the previous remarks were made by physicists and not theologians, one cannot help but wonder if perhaps the interest in new physics displayed by Ring's NDE is an indication of something deeper. If, as Bohm suggests, physics is beginning to make inroads in areas that were once exclusively the province of the mystic, is it possible that these encroachments have already been anticipated by the beings who inhabit the near-death realm? Is that why NDEers are given an insatiable hunger for such knowledge? Are they, and by proxy the rest of the human race, being prepared for some coming confluence between science and the spiritual? We will explore this possibility a little later. First, another question must be asked. If the existence of this higher dimension is no longer at issue, then what are its parameters? More specifically, who are the beings that inhabit it, and what is their society, dare one say their civilization, really like? These are, of course, difficult questions to answer. When Witten tried to find out the identity of the beings who counseled people in the between-life state, he found the answer elusive. The impression my subjects gave, the ones who could answer the question, was that these were entities who had completed their cycle of incarnations here, he says. After hundreds of journeys into the inner realm, and after interviewing dozens of other talented fellow OBEers on the matter, Monroe has also come up empty-handed. Whatever they may be, these beings have the ability to radiate a warmth of friendliness that evokes complete trust, he observes. Perceiving our thoughts is absurdly easy for them, and the entire history of humankind and Earth is available for them in the most minute detail. But Monroe too confesses ignorance when it comes to the ultimate identity of these non-physical entities, save that their first order of business appears to be totally solicitous as to the well-being of the human beings with whom they are associated. Not much more can be said about the civilizations of these subtle realms, save that individuals who are privileged enough to visit them universally report seeing many vast and celestially beautiful cities there. NDEers, yogic adepts, and ayahuasca-using shamans all describe these mysterious metropolises with remarkable consistency. The 12th century Sufis were so familiar with them that they even gave several of them names. The most notable feature of these great cities is that they are brilliantly luminous. They are also frequently described as foreign in architecture, and so sublimely beautiful that, like all of the other features of these implicate dimensions, words fail to convey their grandeur. In describing one such city, Swedenborg said that it was a place of staggering architectural design, so beautiful that you would say this is the home and the source of the art itself. People who visit these cities also frequently assert that they have an unusual number of schools and other buildings associated with the pursuit of knowledge. Most of Witten's subjects recalled spending at least some time hard at work in vast halls of learning, equipped with libraries and seminar rooms while in the between-life state. Many NDEers also report being shown schools, libraries, and institutions of higher learning during their experiences. And one can even find references to great cities devoted to learning and reachable only by journeying into the hidden depths of the mind in 11th century Tibetan texts. Edwin Birnbaum, a Sanskrit scholar at the University of California at Berkeley, believes that James Hilton's novel Lost Horizon, in which he created the fictional community of Shangri-La, was actually inspired by one of these Tibetan legends. The only problem is that in an imaginal realm, such descriptions don't mean very much. One can never be sure whether the spectacular architectural structures NDEers encounter are realities or just allegorical phantasms. For instance, both Moody and Ring have reported cases in which NDEers said that the buildings of higher learning they visited were not just devoted to knowledge, but were literally built out of knowledge. This curious choice of words suggests that perhaps visits to these edifices are actually encounters with something so beyond human conception, perhaps a dynamic living cloud of pure knowledge, or what information becomes, as Pert puts it, after it has been transformed into another realm. That translating it into a hologram of a building or library is the only way the human mind can process it. The same is true of the beings one encounters in the subtler dimensions. We can never know from their appearance alone what they really are. For example, George Russell, a well-known turn-of-the-century Irish seer and an extraordinarily talented OBEer, encountered many beings of light during what he called his journeys into the inner world. When asked once during an interview to describe what these beings looked like, he stated, "The first of these I saw, I remember very clearly, and the manner of its appearance. There was at first a dazzle of light, and then I saw that this came from the heart of a tall figure with a body apparently shaped out of half-transparent or opalescent air. And throughout the body ran a radiant electrical fire, to which the heart seemed the center. Around the head of this being, and through its waving, luminous hair, which was blown all about the body like living strands of gold, there appeared flaming, wing-like auras. From the being itself, light seemed to stream outwards in every direction, and the effect left on me after the vision was one of extraordinary lightness, joyousness, or ecstasy." On the other hand, Monroe asserts that once he has been in the presence of one of these non-physical entities for a while, It discards its appearance, and he perceives nothing, although he continues to sense the radiation that is the entity. Again, the question can be asked, when a journeyer to the inner dimensions encounters a being of light, is that being a reality or just an allegorical phantasm? The answer is, of course, that it is a bit of both, for in a holographic universe, all appearances are illusions, hologram-like images constructed by the interaction of the consciousness present, but illusions based, as Pribram says, on something that is there. Such are the dilemmas one faces in a universe that appears to use an explicate form, but always has its source in something ineffable, in the implicate. We can take heart in the fact that the hologram-like images our minds construct in the afterlife realm appear to bear at least some relationship to the something that is there. When we encounter a disembodied cloud of pure knowledge, we convert it into a school or library. When an NDEer meets a woman with whom he has had a love-hate relationship, he sees her as half rose, half cobra, a symbol that still conveys the quintessence of her character. And when travelers in the subtler realms encounter helpful, non-physical consciousnesses, they see them as luminous and angelic beings. As for the ultimate identity of these beings, we can deduce from their behavior that they are older, wiser, and possess some deep and loving connection to the human species. But beyond this, the question remains unanswered as to whether they are gods, angels, the souls of human beings who have finished reincarnating, or something that is altogether beyond human comprehension. To speculate further would be presumptuous, in that it would not only be tackling a question that thousands of years of human history have failed to resolve, but would also ignore Sri Aurobindo's warning against turning spiritual understandings into religious ones. As science gathers more evidence, the answer will most assuredly become clearer. But until then, the question of who and what these beings are remains open. The Omnijective Universe. The hereafter is not the only realm in which we can encounter hologram-like apparitions sculptured by our beliefs. It appears that on occasion, we can even have such experiences at our own level of existence. For example, philosopher Michael Grosso believes that miraculous appearances of the Virgin Mary may also be hologram-like projections created by the collective beliefs of the human race. One Marian vision that is especially holographic in flavor is the well-known appearance of the Virgin in Knock, Ireland in 1879. On that occasion, 14 people saw 3 glowing and eerily motionless figures consisting of Mary, Joseph, and St. John the Evangelist, identified because he closely resembled a statue of the saint in a nearby village, standing in a meadow next to the local church. These brilliantly luminous figures were so real that when witnesses approached, they could even read the lettering on a book St. John was holding. But when one of the women present tried to embrace the Virgin, her arms closed on empty air. The figures appeared so full and lifelike, I could not understand why my hands could not feel what was so plain and distinct to my sight, the woman later wrote. Another impressively holographic Marian vision is the equally famous appearance of the Virgin in Zaytun, Egypt. The sightings began in 1968, when 2 Muslim automobile mechanics saw a luminous apparition of Mary standing on the ledge of the central dome of a Coptic church in the poor Cairo suburb. For the next 3 years, glowing 3-dimensional images of Mary, Joseph, and the Christ child appeared weekly over the church, sometimes hovering in mid-air for as long as 6 hours. Unlike the figures at Knock, the Zaytun apparitions moved about and waved at the crowds of people who regularly gathered to see them. However, they too had many holographic aspects. Their appearance was always heralded by a brilliant flash of light. Like holograms shifting from their frequency aspects and slowly coming into focus, they were at first amorphous and slowly coalesced into human shape. They were often accompanied by doves, formed of pure light, that soared for great distances over the crowd, but never flapped their wings. Most telling of all, after 3 years of manifestations, and as interest in the phenomenon started to wane, the Zaytun figures also waned, becoming hazier and hazier until, in their last several appearances, they were little more than clouds of luminous fog. Nonetheless, during their peak, The figures were seen by literally hundreds of thousands of witnesses and were extensively photographed. I've interviewed quite a number of these people, and when you hear them talk about what they saw, you can't get rid of the feeling that they're describing some sort of holographic projection, says Grosso. In his thought-provoking book, The Final Choice, Grosso says that after studying the evidence, he is convinced that such visions are not appearances of the historical Mary, but are actually psychic holographic projections created by the collective unconscious. Interestingly, not all of the Marian apparitions are silent. Some, like the manifestations at Fatima and Lourdes, speak, and when they do, their message is invariably a warning of impending apocalypse if we mortals do not mend our ways. Grosso interprets this as evidence that the human collective unconscious is deeply disturbed by the violent impact modern science has had on human life and on the ecology of the earth. Our collective dreams are, in essence, warning us of the possibility of our own self-destruction. Others have also agreed that belief in Mary is the motivating force that causes these projections to coalesce into being. For instance, Rogo points out that in 1925, while the Coptic church that became the site of the Zaytun manifestations was being built, the philanthropist responsible for its construction had a dream in which the Virgin told him she would appear at the church as soon as it was completed. She did not appear at the prescribed time, but the prophecy was well known in the community. Thus, there existed a 40-year-old tradition that a Marian visitation would eventually take place at the church, says Rogo. These preoccupations may have gradually built up a psychic blueprint of the Virgin within the church itself, i.e., an ever-increasing pool of psychic energy created by the thoughts of the Zaytunians, which in 1968 became so high-pitched that an image of the Virgin Mary burst into physical reality. In previous writings, I, too, have offered a similar explanation of Marian visions. There is evidence that some UFOs may also be some kind of hologram-like phenomenon. When people first started reporting sightings of what appeared to be spacecraft from other planets in the late 1940s, researchers who delved deeply enough into the reports to realize that at least some of them had to be taken seriously assumed that they were exactly what they appeared to be: glimpses of intelligently guided crafts from more advanced and probably extraterrestrial civilizations. However, as encounters with UFOs become more widespread, especially those involving contact with UFO occupants, and data accumulates, it becomes increasingly apparent to many researchers that these so-called spacecraft are not extraterrestrial in origin. Some of the features of the phenomenon that indicate they are not extraterrestrial include the following. First, there are too many sightings. Literally thousands of encounters with UFOs and their occupants have been documented, so many that it is difficult to believe they could all be actual visits from other planets. Second, UFO occupants often do not possess traits one would expect in a truly extraterrestrial life form. Too many of them are described as humanoid beings who breathe our air, display no fear of contracting earthly viruses, are well adapted to the Earth's gravity and the sun's electromagnetic emissions, display recognizable emotions in their faces, and talk our language, all of which are possible but unlikely traits in truly extraterrestrial visitors. Third, they do not behave as extraterrestrial visitors. Instead of making the proverbial landing on the White House lawn, they appear to farmers and stranded motorists. They chase jets but don't attack. They dart around in the sky, allowing dozens and sometimes hundreds of witnesses to see them, but they show no interest in making any formal contact. And often, when they contact individuals, their behavior still seems illogical. For instance, one of the most commonly reported types of contact is that which involves some sort of medical examination. And yet, arguably, a civilization that possesses the technological capability to travel almost incomprehensible tracts of outer space would most assuredly possess the scientific wherewithal to obtain such information without any physical contact at all, or, at the very least, without having to abduct the scores of people who appear to be legitimate victims of this mysterious phenomenon. Finally, and most curious of all, UFOs do not even behave as physical objects. They have been watched on radar screens to make instant 90-degree angled turns while traveling at enormous speeds, an antic that would rip a physical object apart. They can change size, instantly vanish into nothingness, appear out of nowhere, change color, and even change shape, traits that are also displayed by their occupants. In short, their behavior is not at all what one would expect from a physical object, but of something quite different, something with which we have become more than a little familiar in this book. As astrophysicist, Dr. Jacques Vallée, one of the world's most respected UFO researchers and the model for the character Lacombe in the film Close Encounters of the Third Kind, stated recently, "It is the behavior of an image, or a holographic projection." As the non-physical and hologram-like qualities of UFOs become increasingly apparent to researchers, some have concluded that rather than being from other star systems, UFOs are actually visitors from other dimensions, or levels of reality. It is important to note that not all researchers agree with this point of view, and some remain convinced that UFOs are extraterrestrial in origin. However, this explanation still does not adequately explain many of the other bizarre aspects of the phenomenon, such as why UFOs aren't making formal contact, why they behave so absurdly, and so on. Indeed, the inadequacy of the extra-dimensional explanation, at least in the terms in which it was initially couched, only becomes more glaring as still further unusual aspects of the UFO phenomenon come into focus. One of the more baffling of these is growing evidence that UFO encounters are less of an objective experience and more of a subjective or psychological one. For instance, the well-known interrupted journey of Betty and Barney Hill, one of the most thoroughly documented UFO abduction cases on record, seems as if it were an actual alien contact in all ways except one. The commander of the UFO was dressed in a Nazi uniform, a fact that does not make sense if the Hill's abductors were truly visitors from an alien civilization, but it does if the event was psychological in nature and more akin to a dream or hallucination. Experiences that often contain obvious symbols and disconcerting flaws in logic. Other UFO encounters are even more surreal and dreamlike in character. And in the literature, one can find cases in which UFO entities sing absurd songs or throw strange objects, such as potatoes, at witnesses. Cases that start out as straightforward abductions aboard spacecraft, but end up as hallucinogenic journeys through a series of Dante-esque realities. And cases in which humanoid aliens shapeshift into birds, giant insects, and other phantasmagoric creatures. As early as 1959, and even before much of this evidence was in, the psychological and archetypal component of the UFO phenomenon inspired Carl Jung to propose that flying saucers were actually a product of the collective human unconscious and a kind of modern myth in the making. In 1969, and as the mythic dimension of UFO experiences became even clearer, Vallée took the observation a step further. In his landmark book, Passport to Magonia, he points out that, far from being a new phenomenon, UFOs actually appear to be a very old phenomenon, in a new guise, and greatly resemble various folkloric traditions, from descriptions of elves and gnomes in European countries to medieval accounts of angels, to the supernatural beings described in Native American legends. The absurd behavior of UFO entities is the same as the mischievous behavior of elves and fairies in Celtic legends, the Norse gods, and the trickster figures among the Native Americans, says Vallée. When stripped to their underlying archetypes, all such phenomena are part of the same vast, pulsating something, a something that changes its appearance to suit the culture and time period in which it manifests, but that has been with the human race for a long, long time. What is that something? In Passport to Magonia, Vallée provides no substantive answer and says only that it appears to be intelligent, timeless, and to be the phenomenon on which all myths are based. What, then, are UFOs and related phenomena? In Passport to Magonia, Vallée says that we cannot rule out the possibility that they are the expression of some extraordinarily advanced, non-human intelligence, an intelligence so beyond us that its logic appears to us only as absurdity. But if this is true, how are we to explain the conclusions of mythology experts from Mircea Eliade to Joseph Campbell, that myths are an organic and necessary expression of the human race, as inevitable a human byproduct as language and art? Can we really accept that the collective human psyche is so barren and jejune that it developed myths only as a response to another intelligence? And yet, if UFOs and related phenomena are merely psychic projections, how are we to explain the physical traces they leave behind, the burnt circles and deep impressions found at the sites of landings, the unmistakable tracks they make on radar screens, and the scars and incision marks they leave on the people on whom they perform their medical examinations? In an article published in 1976, I propose that such phenomena are difficult to categorize because we are trying to hammer them into a picture of reality that is fundamentally incorrect. Given that quantum physics has shown us that mind and matter are inextricably linked, I suggested that UFOs and related phenomena are further evidence of this ultimate lack of division between the psychological and physical worlds. They are indeed a product of the collective human psyche, but they are also quite real. Put another way, they are something the human race has not yet learned to comprehend properly, a phenomenon that is neither subjective nor objective, but omnijective, a term I coined to refer to this unusual state of existence. I was unaware at the time that Corbin had already coined the term imaginal to describe the same blurred status of reality, only in the context of the mystical experiences of the Sufis. This point of view has become increasingly prevalent among researchers. In a recent article, Ring argues that UFO encounters are imaginal experiences and are similar not only to the confrontations with the real but mind-created world individuals experience during NDEs, but also to the mythic realities shamans encounter during journeys through the subtler dimensions. They are, in short, further evidence that reality is a multi-layered and mind-generated hologram. I'm finding that I'm drawn more and more to points of view that allow me not only to acknowledge and honor the reality of these different experiences, but also to see the connections between realms that, for the most part, have been studied by different categories of scholars, states Ring. Shamanism tends to be thrown into anthropology. UFOs tend to be thrown into whatever ufology is. NDEs are studied by parapsychologists and medical people, and Stan Grof studies psychedelic experiences from a transpersonal psychology perspective. I think there's good reason to hope that the imaginal can be, and the holographic might still prove to be, perspectives that can allow one to see not the identities, but the linkages and commonalities between these different types of experiences. So convinced is Ring of the profound relationship among these at first seemingly disparate phenomena that he has recently obtained a grant to do a comparative study on people who have had UFO encounters and people who have had NDEs. Dr. Peter M. Roysowicz, a folklorist at the Juilliard School in New York City, has also concluded that UFOs are omnijective. In fact, he believes the time has come for folklorists to realize that probably all of the phenomena discussed by Valley and Passport to Magonia are as real as they are symbolic of processes deep in the human psyche. There exists a continuum of experiences where reality and imagination imperceptibly flow into each other, he states. Roysowicz acknowledges that this continuum is further evidence of the Bohmian unity of all things, and feels that, in light of the evidence that such phenomena are imaginal, omnijective, it is no longer defensible for folklorists to treat them simply as beliefs. Numerous other researchers, including Valley, Grosso, and Whitley Strieber, author of the best-selling book Communion, and one of the most famous and articulate victims of a UFO abduction, have also acknowledged the seeming omnijective nature of the phenomenon. As Strieber states, encounters with UFO beings may be our first true quantum discovery in the large-scale world. The very act of observing it may be creating it as a concrete actuality, with sense, definition, and a consciousness of its own. In short, there is growing agreement among researchers of this mysterious phenomenon that the imaginal is not confined to the afterlife realm, but has spilled over into the seeming solidity of our sticks and stones world. No longer confined to the visions of shamans, the old gods have sailed their celestial barks right up to the doorstep of the computer generation. Only instead of dragon-headed ships, their vessels are spaceships, and they have traded in their blue jay heads for space helmets. Perhaps we should have anticipated this spillover long ago, this merging of the land of the dead with our own realm. For as Orpheus, the poet-musician of Greek mythology, once warned, the gates of Pluto must not be unlocked. Within is a people of dreams. As significant as this realization is, that the universe is not objective but omnijective, that just beyond the pale of our own safe neighborhood lies a vast otherness, a numinous landscape, more properly a mindscape, as much a part of our own psyche as it is terra incognita, it still does not shed light on the deepest mystery of all. As Karl Raschke, a faculty member in the Department of Religious Studies at the University of Denver, notes, in the omnijective cosmos, where UFOs have their place alongside quasars and salamanders, the issue of the veridical, or hallucinatory, status of glowing, circular apparitions becomes moot. The problem is not whether they exist, or in what sense they exist, but what ultimate aim they serve. In other words, what is the final identity of these beings? Again, as with entities encountered in the near-death realm, there are no clear-cut answers. On one end of the spectrum, researchers such as Ring and Grosso lean toward the idea that, despite their impingements in the world of matter, they are more psychic projection than non-human intelligence. Grosso, for instance, thinks that, like Marian visions, they are further evidence that the psyche of the human race is in a state of unrest. As he states, UFOs and other extraordinary phenomena are manifestations of a disturbance and the collective unconscious of the human species. On the other end of the spectrum are those researchers who maintain that, despite their archetypal characteristics, UFOs are more alien intelligence than psychic projection. For example, Raschke believes that UFOs are a holographic materialization from a conjugate dimension of the universe, and that this interpretation certainly must take precedence over the psychic projection hypothesis, which flounders when one examines thoughtfully the astounding, vivid, complex, and consistent features of the aliens and their spaceships described by abductees. Valley is also in this camp. I believe that the UFO phenomenon is one of the ways through which an alien form of intelligence of incredible complexity is communicating with us symbolically. There is no indication that it is extraterrestrial. Instead, there is mounting evidence that it comes from other dimensions beyond space-time, from a multiverse which is all around us, and of which we have stubbornly refused to consider in spite of the evidence available to us for centuries. As for my own feelings, I believe that probably no single explanation can account for all of the varied aspects of the UFO phenomenon. Given the apparent vastness of the subtler levels of reality, it is easy for me to believe that there are no doubt countless non-physical species in the higher vibratory realms. Although the abundance of UFO sightings may bode against their being extraterrestrial, given the obstacle posed by the immense interstellar distances separating the Earth from the other stars in the galaxy, in a holographic universe, a universe in which there may be an infinity of realities occupying the same space as our own world, it ceases not only to be a sticking point, but may, in fact, be evidence of just how unfathomably abundant with intelligent life the superhologram is. The truth is that we simply do not have the information necessary to assess how many non-physical species are sharing our own space. Although the physical cosmos may turn out to be an ecological Sahara, the spaceless and timeless expanses of the inner cosmos may be as rich with life as the rainforest and the coral reef. After all, research into NDEs and shamanic experiences has so far taken us only just inside the borders of this cloud-shrouded realm. We do not yet know how large its continents are, or how many oceans and mountain ranges it contains. And if we are being visited by beings who are as insubstantial and plastic in form as the bodies OBEers find themselves in after they have exteriorized, it is not at all surprising that they might appear in a chameleon-like multitude of shapes. In fact, their actual appearance may be so beyond our comprehension that it may be our own holographically organized minds that give them these shapes. Just as we convert the beings of light encountered during NDEs into religious historical personages, and clouds of pure information into libraries and institutions of learning, our minds may also be sculpting the outward appearance of the UFO phenomenon. It is interesting to note that if this is the case, It means that the true reality of these beings is apparently so transmundane and strange that we have to plumb the deepest regions of our folk memories and mythological unconscious to find the necessary symbols to give them form. It also means that we must be exceedingly careful in interpreting their actions. For example, the medical examinations that are the centerpiece of so many UFO abductions may be only a symbolic representation of what is going on. Rather than probing our physical bodies, these non-physical intelligences actually may be probing some portion of us for which we currently have no labels. Perhaps the subtle anatomy of our energy selves or even our very souls. Such are the problems one faces if the phenomenon is indeed an omnijective manifestation of a non-human intelligence. On the other hand, if it is possible for the faith of the citizens of Nock and Zaytun to cause luminous images of the Virgin to coalesce into existence, for the minds of physicists to dabble around with the reality of the neutrino, and for yogis such as Sai Baba to materialize physical objects out of thin air, it only stands to reason that we would also find ourselves awash with holographic projections of our beliefs and mythologies. At least some anomalous experiences may fall into this category. For instance, history tells us that Constantine and his soldiers saw an enormous flaming cross in the sky, a phenomenon that seems to be nothing more than a psychic exteriorization of the emotions the army responsible for nothing short of the Christianization of the pagan world was feeling on the eve of their historic undertaking. The well-known manifestation of the Angels of Mons, in which hundreds of World War I British soldiers saw an immense apparition of St. George and a squadron of angels in the sky, while fighting what was at first a losing battle at the front in Mons, Belgium, also appears to fall into the category of psychic projection. It is clear to me that what we are calling UFO and other folkloric experiences are really a wide range of phenomena and probably include all of the previous. I have also long been of the opinion that these two explanations are not mutually exclusive. It may be that Constantine's flaming cross was also a manifestation of an extra-dimensional intelligence. In other words, when our collective beliefs and emotions become high-pitched enough to create a psychic projection, perhaps what we are really doing is opening a doorway between this world and the next. Perhaps the only time these intelligences can appear and interact with us is when our own potent beliefs create a kind of psychic niche for them. Another concept from the new physics may be relevant here. After acknowledging that consciousness is the agent that allows a subatomic particle, such as an electron, to pop into existence, we should not therefore jump to the conclusion that we are the sole agents in this creative process, cautions University of Texas physicist John Wheeler. We are creating subatomic particles, and hence the entire universe, says Wheeler. But they are also creating us. Each creates the other in what he calls a self-reference cosmology. Seen in this light, UFO entities may very well be archetypes from the collective unconscious of the human race, but we may also be archetypes in their collective unconscious. We may be as much a part of their deep psychic processes as they are of ours. Stryber has also echoed this point, and says that the universe of the beings who abducted him and our own are spinning each other together in an act of cosmic communion. The spectrum of events we are lumping into the broad category of UFO encounters may also include phenomena with which we are not even yet familiar. For instance, researchers who believe the phenomenon is some kind of psychic projection invariably assume that it is a projection of the collective human mind. However, as we have seen in this book, in a holographic universe, we can no longer view consciousness as confined solely to the brain. The fact that Carol Dreyer was able to communicate with my spleen and tell me that it was upset because I had yelled at it indicates that other organs in our body also possess their own unique forms of mentality. Psychoneuroimmunologists say the same about the cells in our immune system, and according to Bohm and other physicists, even subatomic particles possess this trait. As outlandish as it sounds, some aspects of UFOs and related phenomena may be projections of these collective mentalities. Certain features of Michael Harner's encounter with the dragon-like beings certainly suggest that he was confronting a kind of visual manifestation of the intelligence of the DNA molecule. In this same vein, Stryber has suggested the possibility that UFO beings are what the force of evolution looks like when it's applied to a conscious mind. We must remain open to all of these possibilities. In a universe that is conscious right down to its very depths, animals, plants, even matter itself may all be participating in the creation of these phenomena. One thing that we do know is that in a holographic universe, a universe in which separateness ceases to exist and the innermost processes of the psyche can spill over and become as much a part of the objective landscape as the flowers and the trees, reality itself becomes little more than a mass-shared dream. In the higher dimensions of existence, these dreamlike aspects become even more apparent, and indeed numerous traditions have commented on this fact. The Tibetan Book of the Dead repeatedly stresses the dreamlike nature of the afterlife realm, and this is also, of course, why the Australian Aborigines refer to it as the dream time. Once we accept this notion, that reality at all levels is omnijective and has the same ontological status as a dream, the question becomes, whose dream is it? Of the religious and mythological traditions that address this question, most give the same answer. It is the dream of a single divine intelligence, of God. The Hindu Vedas and yogic texts assert again and again that the universe is God's dream. In Christianity, the sentiment is summed up in the oft-repeated saying, "We are all thoughts in the mind of God." Or as the poet Keats puts it, we are all part of God's long immortal dream. But are we being dreamed by a single divine intelligence, by God, or are we being dreamed by the collective consciousness of all things? By all the electrons, Z-particles, butterflies, neutron stars, sea cucumbers, human and non-human intelligences in the universe? Here again we collide headlong into the bars of our own conceptual limitations, for in a holographic universe this question is meaningless. We cannot ask if the part is creating the whole, or the whole is creating the part, because the part is the whole. So whether we call the collective consciousness of all things God, or simply the consciousness of all things, it doesn't change the situation. The universe is sustained by an act of such stupendous and ineffable creativity that it simply cannot be reduced to such terms. Again, it is a self-reference cosmology, or as the Kalahari Bushmen so eloquently put it, the dream is dreaming itself. 9. Return to the dream time. Only human beings have come to a point where they no longer know why they exist. They don't use their brains, and they have forgotten the secret knowledge of their bodies, their senses, or their dreams. They don't use the knowledge the Spirit has put into every one of them. They are not even aware of this, and so they stumble along blindly on the road to nowhere, a paved highway which they themselves bulldoze and make smooth so that they can get faster to the big empty hole which they'll find at the end, waiting to swallow them up. It's a quick, comfortable superhighway, but I know where it leads to. I've seen it. I've been there in my vision, and it makes me shudder to think about it. The Lakota shaman, Lame Deer, seeker of visions. Where does the holographic model go from here? Before examining the possible answers, you might want to see where the question has been before. In this book, I have referred to the holographic concept as a new theory, and this is true in the sense that it is the first time it has been presented in a scientific context. But as we have seen, several aspects of this theory have already been foreshadowed in various ancient traditions. They are not the only such foreshadowings, which is intriguing, for it suggests that others have also found the reason to view the universe as holographic, or at least to intuit its holographic qualities. For example, Bohm's idea that the universe can be viewed as the compound of two basic orders, the implicate and the explicate, can be found in many other traditions. The Tibetan Buddhists call these two aspects the void and non-void. The non-void is the reality of visible objects. The void, like the implicate order, is the birthplace of all things in the universe, which pour out of it in a boundless flux. However, only the void is real, and all forms in the objective world are illusory, existing merely because of the unceasing flux between the two orders. In turn, the void is described as subtle, indivisible, and free from distinguishing characteristics. Because it is seamless totality, it cannot be described in words. Properly speaking, even the non-void cannot be described in words because it, too, is a totality, in which consciousness and matter and all other things are indissoluble and whole. Herein lies a paradox, for despite its illusory nature, the non-void still contains an infinitely vast complex of universes, and yet its indivisible aspects are always present. As the Tibet scholar John Blofeld states, in a universe thus composed, everything interpenetrates, and is interpenetrated by everything else. As with the void, so with the non-void. The part is the whole. The Tibetans prefigured some of Pribram's thinking as well. According to Milarepa, an 11th century Tibetan yogin and the most renowned of the Tibetan Buddhist saints, the reason we are unable to perceive the void directly is because our unconscious mind, or as Milarepa puts it, our inner consciousness, is far too conditioned in its perceptions. This conditioning not only keeps us from seeing what he calls the border between mind and matter, or what we would call the frequency domain, but also causes us to form a body for ourselves when we are in the between-life state and no longer have a body. In the invisible realm of the heavens, the illusory mind is the great culprit, writes Milarepa, who counseled his disciples to practice perfect seeing and contemplation in order to realize this ultimate reality. Zen Buddhists also recognize the ultimate indivisibility of reality, and indeed the main objective of Zen is to learn how to perceive this wholeness. In their book, Games Zen Masters Play, and in words that could have been lifted right from one of Boehm's papers, Robert Soule and Audrey Carr state, to confuse the indivisible nature of reality with the conceptual pigeonholes of language is the basic ignorance from which Zen seeks to free us. The ultimate answers to existence are not to be found in intellectual concepts and philosophies, however sophisticated, but rather in a level of direct, non-conceptual experience of reality. The Hindus call the implicate level of reality Brahman. Brahman is formless, but is the birthplace of all forms in visible reality, which appear out of it and then enfold back into it in endless flux. Like Boehm, who says that the implicate order can just as easily be called spirit, the Hindus sometimes personify this level of reality and say that it is composed of pure consciousness. Thus, consciousness is not only a subtler form of matter, but it is more fundamental than matter. And in the Hindu cosmogony, it is matter that has emerged from consciousness, and not the other way around. Or as the Vedas put it, the physical world is brought into being through both the veiling and projecting powers of consciousness. Because the material universe is only a second-generation reality, a creation of veiled consciousness, the Hindus say that it is transitory and unreal, or Maya. As the Svetasvatara Upanishad states, one should know that nature is illusion, Maya, and that Brahman is the illusion maker. This whole world is pervaded with beings that are parts of him. Similarly, the Kena Upanishad says that Brahman is an uncanny something, which changes its form every moment from human shape to a blade of grass. Because everything unfolds out of the irreducible totality of Brahman, the world is also a seamless whole, say the Hindus, and it is again Maya that keeps us from realizing there is ultimately no such thing as separateness. Maya severs the united consciousness so that the object is seen as other than the self, and then as split up into the multitudinous objects in the universe, says the Vedic scholar Sir John Woodruff. And there is such objectivity as long as humanity's consciousness is veiled or contracted, but in the ultimate basis of experience, the divergence has gone, for in it lie, in undifferentiated mass, experiencer, experience, and the experienced. This same concept can be found in Judaic thought. According to Kabbalistic tradition, the entire creation is an illusory projection of the transcendental aspects of God, says Leo Shaya, a Swiss expert on the Kabbalah. However, despite its illusory nature, it is not complete nothingness, for every reflection of reality, even remote, broken up, and transient, necessarily possesses something of its cause. The idea that the creation set into motion by the God of Genesis is an illusion is reflected even in the Hebrew language, for as the Zohar, 13th century Kabbalistic commentary on the Torah and the most famous of the esoteric Judaic texts, notes, the verb borrow, to create, implies the idea of creating an illusion. There are many holographic concepts in shamanistic thinking as well. The Hawaiian kahunas say that everything in the universe is infinitely interconnected, and that this interconnectivity can almost be thought of as a web. The shaman, recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, sees himself at the center of this web and thus capable of affecting every other part of the universe. It is interesting to note that the concept of Maya is also frequently likened to a web in Hindu thought. Like Bohm, who says that consciousness always has its source in the implicate, the Aborigines believe that the true source of the mind is in the transcendent reality of the dream time. Normal people do not realize this and believe that their consciousness is in their bodies. However, shamans know this is not true, and that is why they are able to make contact with the subtler levels of reality. The Dogon people of the Sudan also believe that the physical world is the product of a deeper and more fundamental level of reality, and is perpetually flowing out of and then streaming back into this more primary aspect of existence. As one Dogon elder described it, to draw up and then return what one had drawn, that is the life of the world. In fact, the implicate-explicate idea can be found in virtually all shamanic traditions. States Douglas Sharon in his book Wizard of the Four Winds, A Shaman's Story, probably the central concept of shamanism, wherever in the world it is found, is the notion that underlying all the visible forms in the world, animate and inanimate, there exists a vital essence from which they emerge and by which they are nurtured. Ultimately, everything returns to this ineffable, mysterious, impersonal unknown. The candle and the laser. Certainly one of the most fascinating properties of a piece of holographic film is the non-local way an image is distributed in its surface. As we have seen, Bohm believes the universe itself is also organized in this manner and employs a thought experiment involving a fish and 2 television monitors to explain why he believes the universe is similarly non-local. Numerous ancient thinkers also appear to have recognized, or at least intuited, this aspect of reality. The 12th century Sufis summed it up by saying simply that the macrocosm is the microcosm, a kind of earlier version of Blake's notion of seeing the world in a grain of sand. The Greek philosophers Anaximenes of Miletus, Pythagoras, Heraclitus, and Plato, the ancient Gnostics, the pre-Christian Jewish philosopher Philo-Judaeus, and the medieval Jewish philosopher Maimonides, all embraced the macrocosm-microcosm idea. After a shamanic vision of the subtler levels of reality, the semi-mythical ancient Egyptian prophet Hermes Trismegistus employed a slightly different phrasing and said that one of the main keys to knowledge was the understanding that the without is like the within of things, the small is like the large. The medieval alchemists, for whom Hermes Trismegistus became a kind of patron saint, distilled the sentiment into the motto, as above, so below. In talking about the same macrocosm equals microcosm idea, the Hindu Visvasara Tantra uses somewhat cruder terms and states simply, what is here is elsewhere. The Oglala Sioux medicine man Black Elk put an even more non-local twist on the same concept. While standing on Harney Peak in the Black Hills, he witnessed a great vision during which he saw more than I can tell, and I understand more than I saw. For I was seeing in a sacred manner the shapes of all things in the spirit, and the shape of all shapes as they must live together as one being. One of the most profound understandings he came away with after this encounter with the ineffable was that Harney Peak was the center of the world. However, this distinction was not limited to Harney Peak, for as Black Elk put it, anywhere is the center of the world. Over 25 centuries earlier, the Greek philosopher Empedocles brushed up against the same sacred otherness and wrote that God is a circle whose center is everywhere, and its circumference nowhere. Not content with mere words, some ancient thinkers resorted to even more elaborate analogies in their attempt to communicate the holographic properties of reality. To this end, the author of the Hindu Avadamsaka Sutra likened the universe to a legendary network of pearls said to hang over the palace of the god Indra, and so arranged that if you look at one pearl, you see all the others reflect in it. As the author of the sutra explained, in the same way, each object in the world is not merely itself, but involves every other object and, in fact, is everything else. Fa Sang, the 7th century founder of the Huayan school of Buddhist thought, employed a remarkably similar analogy when trying to communicate the ultimate interconnectedness and interpenetration of all things. Fa Sang, who held that the whole cosmos was implicit in each of its parts, and who also believed that every point in the cosmos was its center, likened the universe to a multi-dimensional network of jewels, each one reflecting all others ad infinitum. When the Empress Wu announced that she did not understand what Fa Sang meant by this image, and asked him for further clarification, Fa Sang suspended a candle in the middle of a room full of mirrors. This, he told the Empress Wu, represented the relationship of the one to the many. Then he took a polished crystal and placed it in the center of the room so that it reflected everything around it. This, he said, showed the relationship of the many to the one. However, like Bohm, who stresses that the universe is not simply a hologram, but a hollow movement, Fa Sang stressed that his model was static and did not reflect the dynamism and constant movement of the cosmic interrelatedness among all things in the universe. In short, long before the invention of the hologram, numerous thinkers had already glimpsed the non-local organization of the universe and had arrived at their own unique ways to express this insight. It is worth noting that these attempts, crude as they may seem to those of us who are more technologically sophisticated, may have been far more important than we realize. For instance, it appears that the 17th century German mathematician and philosopher Leibniz was familiar with the Huayan school of Buddhist thought. Some have argued that this was why he proposed that the universe is constituted out of fundamental entities he called monads, each of which contains a reflection of the whole universe. What is significant is that Leibniz also gave the world integral calculus, and it was integral calculus that enabled Denis Gabor to invent the hologram. The future of the holographic idea. And so an ancient idea, an idea that seems to find at least some expression in virtually all of the world's philosophical and metaphysical traditions, comes full circle. But if these ancient understandings can lead to the invention of the hologram, and the invention of the hologram can lead to Bohm and Pribram's formulation of the holographic model, to what new advances and discoveries might the holographic model lead? Already there are more possibilities on the horizon. Holophonic sound. Drawing on Pribram's holographic model of the brain, Argentinian physiologist Hugo Zuccarelli recently developed a new recording technique that allows one to create what amounts to holograms made out of sound instead of light. Zuccarelli bases his technique on the curious fact that the human ears actually emit sound. Realizing that these naturally occurring sounds were the audio equivalent of the reference laser used to create a holographic image, he used them as the basis for a revolutionary new recording technique that reproduces sounds that are even more realistic and three-dimensional than those produced through the stereo process. He calls this new kind of sound holophonic sound. After listening to one of Zuccarelli's holophonic recordings, a reporter for the Times of London wrote recently, "I stole a look at the reassuring numbers on my watch to make sure where I was. People approached from behind me where I knew there was only wall. By the end of 7 minutes, I was getting the impression of figures, the embodiment of the voices on the tape. It is a multi-dimensional picture created by sound." Because Zuccarelli's technique is based on the brain's own holographic way of processing sound, it appears to be as successful at fooling the ear as light holograms are at fooling the eyes. As a result, listeners often move their feet when they hear a recording of someone walking in front of them, They move their heads when they hear what sounds like a match being lit too near to their face. Some reportedly even smell the match. Remarkably, because a holophonic recording has nothing to do with conventional stereophonic sound, it maintains its eerie three-dimensionality even when one listens to it through only one side of a headphone. The holographic principles involved also appear to explain why people who are deaf in one ear can still locate the source of a sound without moving their heads. A number of major recording artists, including Paul McCartney, Peter Gabriel, and Vangelis, have approached Zuccarelli about his process, but because of patent considerations, he has not yet disclosed the information necessary for a full understanding of his technique. Unsolved puzzles in chemistry. Chemist Ilya Prigogine recently noted that Bohm's idea of the implicate-explicate order may help explain certain anomalous phenomena in chemistry. Science has long believed that one of the most absolute rules in the universe is that things always tend toward a greater state of disorder. If you drop a stereo off of the Empire State Building, when it crashes into the sidewalk, it doesn't become more ordered and turn into a VCR. It becomes more disordered and turns into a pile of splintered parts. Prigogine has discovered that this is not true for all things in the universe. He points out that, when mixed together, some chemicals develop into a more ordered arrangement, not a more disordered one. He calls these spontaneously appearing ordered systems dissipative structures, and won a Nobel Prize for unraveling their mysteries. But how can a new and more complex system just suddenly pop into existence? Put another way, where do dissipative structures come from? Prigogine and others have suggested that, far from materializing out of nowhere, they are an indication of a deeper level of order in the universe, evidence of the implicate aspects of reality becoming explicate. If this is true, it could have profound implications and, among other things, lead to a deeper understanding of how new levels of complexity, such as attitudes and new patterns of behavior, pop into existence in the human consciousness, and even how that most intriguing complexity of all, life itself, appeared on the Earth several billion years ago. New kinds of computers. The holographic brain model has also recently been extended into the world of computers. In the past, computer scientists thought that the best way to build a better computer was simply to build a bigger computer. But in the last half-decade or so, researchers have developed a new strategy, and instead of building single monolithic machines, some have started connecting scores of little computers together in neural networks that more closely resemble the biological structure of the human brain. Recently, Marcus S. Cohen, a computer scientist at New Mexico State University, pointed out that processors that rely on interfering waves of light passing through multiplexed holographic gratings might provide an even better analog of the brain's neural structure. Similarly, physicist Dana Z. Anderson of the University of Colorado has recently shown how holographic gratings could be used to build an optical memory that exhibits associative recall. As exciting as these developments are, they are still just further refinements of the mechanistic approach to understanding the universe, advances that take place only within the material framework of reality. But as we have seen, the holographic idea's most extraordinary assertion is that the materiality of the universe may be an illusion, and physical reality may be only a small part of a vast and sentient, non-physical cosmos. If this is true, what implications does it have for the future? How do we begin to go about truly penetrating the mysteries of these subtler dimensions? The need for a basic restructuring of science. Currently, one of the best tools we have for exploring the unknown aspects of reality is science. And yet, when it comes to explaining the psychic and spiritual dimensions of human existence, science, in the main, has repeatedly fallen short of the mark. Clearly, if science is to advance further in these areas, it needs to undergo a basic restructuring. But what specifically might such a restructuring entail? Obviously, the first and most necessary step is to accept the existence of psychic and spiritual phenomena. Willis Harman, the president of the Institute of Noetic Sciences, and a former senior social scientist at Stanford Research Institute International, feels this acceptance is crucial not only to science, but to the survival of human civilization. Moreover, Harman, who has written extensively on the need for a basic restructuring of science, is astonished that this acceptance has not yet taken place. Why don't we assume that any class of experiences or phenomena that have been reported through the ages and across cultures has a face validity that cannot be denied? He asks. As has been mentioned, at least part of the reason is the long-standing bias Western science has against such phenomena. But the issue is not quite so simple as this. Consider, for example, the past life memories of people under hypnosis. Whether these are actual memories of previous lives or not has yet to be proved, but the fact remains. The human unconscious has a natural propensity for generating at least apparent memories of previous incarnations. In general, the orthodox psychiatric community ignores this fact. Why? At first glance, the answer would appear to be because most psychiatrists just don't believe in such things. But this is not necessarily the case. Florida psychiatrist Brian L. Weiss, a graduate of the Yale School of Medicine and currently chairman of psychiatry at Mount Sinai Medical Center in Miami, says that since the publication of his best-selling book, Many Lives, Many Masters, in 1988, in which he discusses how he turned from being a skeptic to a believer in reincarnation after one of his patients started talking spontaneously about her past lives while under hypnosis, he has been deluged with letters and telephone calls from psychiatrists who say that they too are secret believers. I think that is just the tip of the iceberg, says Weiss. There are psychiatrists who write me they've been doing regression therapy for 10 to 20 years in the privacy of their office, and please don't tell anyone, but many are receptive to it, but they won't admit it. Similarly, in a recent conversation with Witten, when I asked him if he felt reincarnation would ever become an accepted scientific fact, he replied, "I think it already is. My experience with scientists is that if they've read the literature, they believe in reincarnation. The evidence is just so compelling that intellectual assent is virtually natural." Weiss's and Witten's opinions seem borne out by a recent survey on psychic phenomena. After being assured that their replies would remain anonymous, 58% of the 228 psychiatrists who responded, many of them the heads of departments and the deans of medical schools, said that they believed an understanding of psychic phenomena was important to future graduates of psychiatry. 44% admitted believing that psychic factors were important in the healing process. So it appears that fear of ridicule may be as much, if not more, of a stumbling block as disbelief in getting the scientific establishment to begin to treat psychic research with the seriousness it deserves. We need more trailblazers like Weiss and Witten, and the myriad other courageous researchers whose work has been discussed in this book, to go public with their private beliefs and discoveries. In brief, we need the parapsychological equivalent of a Rosa Parks. Another feature that must be a part of the restructuring of science is a broadening of the definition of what constitutes scientific evidence. Psychic and spiritual phenomena have played a significant role in human history and have helped shape some of the most fundamental aspects of our culture. But because they are not easy to rope in and scrutinize in a laboratory setting, science has tended to ignore them. Even worse, when they are studied, it is often the least important aspects of the phenomena that are isolated and catalogued. For instance, one of the few discoveries regarding OBEs that is considered valid in a scientific sense is that the brain waves change when an OBEer exits the body. And yet, when one reads accounts like Monroe's, one realizes that if his experiences are real, they involve discoveries that could arguably have as much impact on human history as Columbus's discovery of the New World or the invention of the atomic bomb. Indeed, those who have watched a truly talented clairvoyant at work know immediately that they have witnessed something far more profound than is conveyed in the dry statistics of R.H. and Louisa Rhine. This is not to say that the Rhines' work is not important, but when vast numbers of people start reporting the same experiences, their anecdotal accounts should also be viewed as important evidence. They should not be dismissed merely because they cannot be documented as rigorously as other and often less significant features of the same phenomenon can be documented. As Stevenson states, "I believe it is better to learn what is probable about important matters than to be certain about trivial ones." It is worth noting that this rule of thumb is already applied to other, more accepted natural phenomena. The idea that the universe began in a single primordial explosion, or Big Bang, is accepted without question by most scientists. And this is odd because, although there are compelling reasons to believe that this is true, no one has ever proved that it is true. On the other hand, if a near-death psychologist were to state flatly that the realm of light NDEers travel to during their experiences is an actual other level of reality, the psychologist would be attacked for making a statement that cannot be proved. And this is odd, for there are equally compelling reasons to believe this is true. In other words, science already accepts what is probable about very important matters if those matters fall into the category of fashionable things to believe, but not if they fall into the category of unfashionable things to believe. This double standard must be eliminated before science can begin to make significant inroads into the study of both psychic and spiritual phenomena. Most crucial of all, science must replace its enamorment with objectivity. The idea that the best way to study nature is to be detached, analytical, and dispassionately objective, with a more participatory approach. The importance of this shift has been stressed by numerous researchers, including Harman. We have also seen evidence of its necessity repeatedly throughout this book. In a universe in which the consciousness of a physicist affects the reality of a subatomic particle, the attitude of a doctor affects whether or not a placebo works. The mind of an experimenter affects the way a machine operates, and the imaginal can spill over into physical reality. We can no longer pretend that we are separate from that which we are studying. In a holographic and omnijective universe, a universe in which all things are part of a seamless continuum, strict objectivity ceases to be possible. This is especially true when studying psychic and spiritual phenomena, and appears to be why some laboratories are able to achieve spectacular results when performing remote viewing experiments, and some fail miserably. Indeed, some researchers in the paranormal field have already shifted from a strictly objective approach to a more participatory approach. For example, Valerie Hunt discovered that her experimental results were affected by the presence of individuals who had been drinking alcohol, and thus won't allow any such individuals in her lab while she is taking measurements. In this same vein, Russian parapsychologists Dobrov and Pushkin have found that they have more success duplicating the findings of other parapsychologists if they hypnotize all of the test subjects present. It appears that hypnosis eliminates the interference caused by the conscious thoughts and beliefs of the test subjects and helps produce cleaner results. Although such practices may seem odd in the extreme to us today, they may become standard operating procedures as science unravels further secrets of the holographic universe. A shift from objectivity to participation will also most assuredly affect the role of the scientist. As it becomes increasingly apparent that it is the experience of observing that is important, and not just the act of observation, it is logical to assume that scientists, in turn, will see themselves less and less as observers and more as experiencers. As Harman states, a willingness to be transformed is an essential characteristic of the participatory scientist. Again, there is evidence that a few such transformations are already taking place. For instance, instead of just observing what happened to the Conibo after they consumed the soulvine ayahuasca, Harner imbibed the hallucinogen himself. It is obvious that not all anthropologists would be willing to take such a risk, but it is also clear that by becoming a participant instead of just an observer, he was able to learn much more than he ever could have by just sitting on the sidelines and taking notes. Harner's success suggests that instead of just interviewing NDEers, OBEers, and other journeyers into the subtler realms, participatory scientists of the future may devise methods of traveling there themselves. Already lucid dream researchers are exploring and reporting back on their own lucid dream experiences. Others may develop different and even more novel techniques for exploring the inner dimensions. For instance, although not a scientist in the strictest definition of the term, Monroe has developed recordings of special, rhythmic sounds that he feels facilitates out-of-body experiences. He has also founded a research center called the Monroe Institute of Applied Sciences in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and claims to have trained hundreds of individuals to make the same out-of-body journeys he has made. Are such developments harbingers of the future, foreshadowings of a time when not only astronauts, but psychonauts became the heroes we watch on the evening news? An evolutionary thrust toward higher consciousness. Science may not be the only force that offers us passage to the land of nowhere. In his book, Heading Toward Omega, Ring points out that there is compelling evidence that NDEs are on the increase. As we have seen, in tribal cultures, individuals who have NDEs are often so transformed that they become shamans. Modern NDEers become spiritually transformed as well, mutating from their pre-NDE personalities into more loving, compassionate, and even more psychic individuals. From this, Ring concludes that perhaps what we are witnessing is the shamanizing of modern humanity. But if this is so, why are NDEs increasing? Ring believes that the answer is as simple as it is profound. What we are witnessing is an evolutionary thrust toward higher consciousness for all humanity. And NDEs may not be the only transformative phenomenon bubbling up from the collective human psyche. Grosso believes that the increase in Marian visions during the last century has evolutionary implications as well. Similarly, numerous researchers, including Rashke and Valley, feel that the explosion of UFO sightings in the last several decades has evolutionary significance. Several investigators, including Ring, have pointed out that UFO encounters actually resemble shamanic initiations, and may be further evidence of the shamanizing of modern humanity. Stryber agrees. I think it's rather obvious that, whether the UFO phenomenon is being done by somebody or is happening naturally, what we're dealing with is an exponential leap from one species to another. I would suspect that what we're looking at is the process of evolution in action. If such speculations are true, what is the purpose of this evolutionary transformation? There appears to be two answers. Numerous ancient traditions speak of a time when the hologram of physical reality was much more plastic than it is now, much more like the amorphous and fluid reality of the afterlife dimension. For example, the Australian Aborigines say that there was a time when the entire world was dream time. Edgar Cayce echoed this sentiment and asserted that the Earth was, at first, merely in the nature of thought forms or visualization, made by pushing themselves out of themselves in whatever manner desired. Then came materiality, as such, into the Earth, through spirit pushing itself into matter. The Aborigines assert that the day will come when the Earth returns to the dream time. In the spirit of pure speculation, one might wonder if, as we learn to manipulate the hologram of reality more and more, we will see the fulfillment of this prophecy. As we become more adept at tinkering with what John and Dunn call the interface between consciousness and its environment, is it possible for us to experience a reality that is once again malleable? If this is true, we will need to learn much more than we presently know to manipulate such a plastic environment safely. And perhaps that is one purpose of the evolutionary processes that seem to be unfolding in our midst. Many ancient traditions also assert that humanity did not originate on the earth, and that our true home is with God, or at least in a non-physical and more paradisical realm of pure spirit. For instance, there is a Hindu myth that human consciousness began as a ripple that decided to leave the ocean of consciousness as such, timeless, spaceless, infinite, and eternal. Awakening to itself, it forgot that it was a part of this infinite ocean and felt isolated and separated. Loy has argued that Adam and Eve's expulsion from the Garden of Eden may also be a version of this myth, an ancient memory of how human consciousness, somewhere in its unfathomable past, left its home in the implicate and forgot that it was a part of the cosmic wholeness of all things. In this view, the earth is a kind of playground, in which one is free to experience all the pleasures of the flesh, provided one realizes that one is a holographic projection of a higher-order spatial dimension. If this is true, The evolutionary fires that are beginning to flicker and dance through our collective psyche may be our wake-up call, the trumpet note informing us that our true home is elsewhere, and we can return there if we wish. Stryber, for one, believes this is precisely why UFOs are here. I think that they are probably midwifing our birth into the non-physical world, which is their origin. My impression is that the physical world is only a small instant in a much larger context, and that reality is primarily unfolding in a non-physical way. I don't think that physical reality is the original source of being. I think that being, as consciousness, probably predates the physical. Writer Terence McKenna, another longtime supporter of the holographic model, agrees. What this seems to be about is that from the time of the awareness of the existence of the soul until the resolution of the apocalyptic potential, there are roughly 50,000 years. We are now, there can be no doubt, in the final historical seconds of that crisis, a crisis which involves the end of history, our departure from the planet, and the triumph over death. We are, in fact, closing distance with the most profound event a planetary ecology can encounter: the freeing of life from the dark chrysalis of matter. Of course, these are only speculations, but whether we are on the very brink of a transition, as Stryber and McKenna suggest, or whether that watershed is still some ways off in the future, it is apparent that we are following some track of spiritual evolution. Given the holographic nature of the universe, it is also apparent that at least something like the previous two possibilities awaits us somewhere and somewhen. And lest we be tempted to assume that freedom from the physical is the end of human evolution, there is evidence that the more plastic and imaginal realm of the hereafter is also a mere stepping stone. For example, Swedenborg said that beyond the heaven he visited was another heaven, one so brilliant and formless to his perceptions that it appeared only as a streaming of light. And ears have also occasionally described these even more unfathomably tenuous realms. There are many higher planes, and to get back to God, to reach the plane where His Spirit resides, you have to drop your garment each time until your spirit is truly free, states one of Witten's subjects. The learning process never stops. Sometimes we are allowed glimpses of the higher planes. Each one is lighter and brighter than the one before. It may be frightening to some that reality seems to become increasingly frequency-like as one penetrates deeper into the implicate, and this is understandable. It is obvious that we are still like children who need the security of a coloring book, not yet ready to draw free-form and without lines to guide our clumsy hands. To be plunged into Swedenborg's realm of streaming light would be tantamount to plunging us into a completely fluid LSD hallucination. And we are not yet mature enough or in enough control of our emotions, attitudes, and beliefs to deal with the monsters our psyches would create for ourselves there. But perhaps that is why we are learning how to deal with small doses of the omnijective here, in the form of the relatively limited confrontations with the imaginal that UFOs and other similar experiences provide. And perhaps that is why the beings of light tell us again and again that the purpose of life is to learn. We are indeed on a shaman's journey, mere children struggling to become technicians of the sacred. We are learning how to deal with the plasticity that is part and parcel of a universe in which mind and reality are a continuum. And in this journey, one lesson stands out above all others. As long as the formlessness and breathtaking freedom of the beyond remain frightening to us, we will continue to dream a hologram for ourselves that is comfortably solid and well-defined. But we must always heed Bohm's warning that the conceptual pigeonholes we use to parse out the universe are of our own making. They do not exist out there, for out there is only the indivisible totality, Brahman. And when we outgrow any given set of conceptual pigeonholes, we must always be prepared to move on, to advance from soul state to soul state, as Sri Aurobindo put it, and from illumination to illumination. For our purpose appears to be as simple as it is endless. We are, as the Aborigines say, just learning how to survive in infinity. The Holographic Universe: The Revolutionary Theory of Reality by Michael Talbot. Narrated by Nick Mondelli.